Preface to History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Erik Bjornson. History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. Preface. Iceland, the saga island, lying on the very borders of the unknown, has attracted much attention ever since the time when the enigmatic name Thule was the only knowledge possessed of a land in this distant region of the earth. After the discovery and colonization of the island by the Norsemen, voyagers and traders were gradually attracted to it by rich cod fisheries, sulfur deposits, and other products of value to European trade. But it was especially as a center of literary activity, as the home of skaldic song and saga literature, that Iceland won its widest fame among European nations. In modern times, commercial intercourse with Iceland has grown rapidly, and numerous travelers are visiting the island because of its literary fame, its picturesque scenery, and the charming hospitality and simple rural life of the people. To these and other attractive features, a new one was added when Iceland became a sovereign state, acquiring interest as a member of the world's brotherhood of nations. The Icelanders have an old history, and have contributed so much to the world's intellectual life and culture that they will be welcomed in the circle of nations into which they have lately entered, not as a new arrival, but as one of Europe's oldest cultural peoples which has finally come into its own. Numerous books have been written about Iceland by able writers of many lands. Most of these have been written from the tourist's point of view, picturing the country as a land of great interest to the sightseeing traveler. But now that Iceland is an independent sovereign state, if for no other reason, the world may want to know something of the history of this island nation, living apart within the lonely shadows of the Arctic Circle. It is for this purpose that the present volume is offered. Scarcely anything which could be written about Iceland could be of more real interest than the people's own saga, the story of their national development, their unique political institutions, their social life, their literary achievements, their economic struggles, their patient sufferings, their hard-won victories in their distant and inhospitable island kingdom, which they have loved so dearly and built so well. Only when possessing this knowledge will the visiting traveler be able to interpret what he sees. Iceland will no longer be a charming wilderness of smoking geysers and flaming volcanoes, but the home of one of the most intelligent and remarkable nations on the earth. To Professor Halldór Hermannsson of Cornell University, I am under special obligations for most valuable assistance rendered me in many ways in the writing of this volume. Professor Runolfur Martinsson of Winnipeg, Canada, has also aided me with valuable information. Reverend H.B. Thorgrimsson of Grand Forks, North Dakota, and Professor B.K. Savra of Glenwood, Minnesota, have kindly read the manuscript and offered valuable suggestions. Knut Gjerset, Luther College, Decorah, Iowa, December 11th, 1922. End of preface. Chapter 1 of History of Iceland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Erik Bjornson. History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. Chapter 1. Early explorations and discoveries in the far north. The first people who acquired any knowledge of the remoter regions of northern Europe were the Phoenicians, who surpassed all other nations of antiquity as enterprising traders and daring voyagers. In very early ages their navigators became familiar with all parts of the Mediterranean Sea, and colonies were founded on the north coast of Africa, in Sicily, Sardinia, southern Gaul, and also in Spain, where the city of Gadir, Cadiz, became a chief seaport and leading commercial center. Not only did they venture beyond the Pillars of Hercules into the broad Atlantic, but in the reign of Necho of Egypt, 610 to 595 BC, their sailors in the employ of that king circumnavigated Africa by sailing from Arabia southward and returning by the way of Gibraltar. Footnote. Herodotus says, quote, When Necho discontinued the work on the canal which was to connect the Nile with the Arabian Sea, he sent Phoenician sailors with ships and commanded them to return by the way of the Pillars of Hercules. The Phoenicians sailed from the Red Sea into the Southern Ocean, and when fall came they landed and sowed fields wherever they happened to be in Libya, Africa. They waited for the harvest, and when they had harvested the grain they went on board their ships, so that after 2 years had passed they returned through the Pillars of Hercules and came back to Egypt. And they hold, I can indeed not believe it, but perhaps others can, that when they rounded Libya they had the sun on their right hand. End quote. End footnote. On their seacoast voyages they discovered Madeira and the Canary Islands, and in 460 BC Hanno of Carthage attempted to plant a colony on the west coast of Africa. The development of trade drew them northward as well as southward along the Atlantic seaboard, but little is known of their operations in these waters, as they kept their trade routes secret in order to maintain commercial supremacy over Greek and Roman competitors. The only expedition northward of which we have any information is that of Hamilcar, mentioned by Plinius the Elder, who says that Hamilcar made an expedition to explore the farthest coast of Europe, at the same time when Hanno sailed to the west coast of Africa. It is quite certain, however, that the Phoenicians brought the much-sought amber from northern Europe, possibly from the coasts of Germany and the Danish peninsula bordering on the North Sea, and that from Britain as well as from Spain they imported tin, a metal essential to the production of bronze, from which weapons and edged tools were manufactured. Britain must also have been known to the Greeks, who pressed hard in the wake of the Phoenician voyagers. The Cassiterides, or Tin Islands, are mentioned both by Homer and Herodotus. Of their location nothing is known, but the name was probably applied to the British Isles where this metal was found. Footnote: the Cassiterides may have been the Scilly Islands, as H.C. Hamilton and W. Falconer, the translators of Strabo, hold, but it seems more probable that the name conveyed to the Greeks only a very vague geographical idea. Herodotus says that he has been unable to gain any information regarding the ocean in that part of Europe, and he knows nothing about the location of the Cassiterides. End footnote. A desire to explore the unknown northern regions, chiefly perhaps for commercial reasons, but possibly also in order to gain more accurate astronomical and geographical knowledge, led Pytheas, a Greek scholar and navigator, to undertake a voyage to Britain and the far north about 330 BC. He lived in the Greek city of Massilia, Marseille, in southern Gaul, and seems to have possessed great ability both as astronomer and sea captain. Our knowledge about him is limited, as his work written about his expedition is lost. But from the fragments of his writings which have been preserved, it is evident that he was one of the foremost scholars of his age. He showed for the first time that the ocean tides are due to the influence of the moon. He established quite correctly the latitude of his home city, Massilia, and located the North Pole of the heavens with remarkable accuracy outside of the pole star. Since Pytheas, according to Polybius, was a private person in narrow circumstances, it is likely that his expedition to the north was organized either by the state or by interested private individuals. On his voyage Pytheas reached Britain, which he seems to have circumnavigated, as he describes the shape and size of the island. The longest day there he found to be 18 hours, and in an inhabited country north of Britain the longest day was observed to be 19 hours, which is the length respectively of the longest day in northern Scotland and the Shetland Islands. He penetrated still farther and came to the land called Thule, where the summer tropic becomes one with the Arctic Circle. This would correspond to 66 degrees 15 minutes, the latitude of northern Iceland. An old Greek astronomer, Gemenos from Rhodos, says about these regions where the days grow perceptibly longer as we go northward, "This region Pytheas of Massilia must also have reached. He states at least in a treatise which he has written about the great ocean." Interior quote, "The barbarians showed us where the sun sets, for it happens that in these places the night is very short, in some places 2 and in others 3 hours, so that the sun rises again a short time after it has set." And interior quote, end quote. That he came to a region so far north that the day was 22 hours long is quite noteworthy. "The people of Thule," says Pytheas, "live on hearse and herbs as well as on fruit and roots. Those who have grain and honey make also a drink from these. When they have cut the grain, they bring it into large houses and thrash it there, because they have no bright sunshine, and threshing floors in the open would be useless because of excessive rains. Many have thought that Thule, mentioned by Pytheas, must be Iceland, but this view has been generally abandoned since his description of Thule in no way corresponds to conditions in Iceland. Claudius Ptolemy of Alexandria, who lived in the 2nd century AD, also speaks of Thule, saying that it lies north of the Orkneys, Orkney Islands, that its northern extremity lies in latitude 63 degrees 15 minutes, its middle part in latitude 63 degrees, and its southern part in latitude 62 degrees 40 minutes. The statement of the great geographer has led many scholars to believe that Thule must be the Shetland Islands. But Pytheas' description is no more applicable to the barren Shetland Islands than to Iceland, and if Ptolemy's Thule is identical with the Shetland group, he must have applied the name to a region very different from the one Pytheas had in mind. That Thule was neither Iceland nor the Shetland Islands seems further verified by Procopius, who describes it in such a way that it can only mean Scandinavia. He has talked with people from Thule, and had reliable first-hand information. The question cannot be settled with certainty from the meager existing data, but Pytheas' account indicates that he reached the west coast of Norway, and that he called this region Thule. Pytheas' work, or rather the small fragments which were preserved of it, was the chief source of information regarding Britain and the far north possessed by the Greeks. The Romans gained more definite knowledge of northern Europe through their conquests in Gaul and Britain, but about Scandinavia and Iceland they had no reliable information. Many of their writers mentioned Thule and Scandinavia, but these brief and vague notices only reveal how little they knew about these northern islands. Thule is mentioned by Plinius the Elder in his Historia Naturalis, by Tacitus in his De Vita et Moribus Agricolae, and also by Solinus, a Roman historical writer of the 3rd century AD, who was much read in the Middle Ages. In poetry, as well as in prose, the name of Thule or Thele was used by Roman writers. But for want of definite knowledge of the north, it gradually lost all real geographical significance, and was used in a general way to designate an island supposed to lie somewhere in the remote northern regions of the earth. The countries and peoples of the north still remained in the dark unknown. Only after the migrations had brought them into direct contact with the Roman world could writers like Procopius and Jordanes write accounts of Scandinavia which reflect a more direct knowledge. The only positive knowledge of Iceland prior to its discovery by the Norsemen seems to have been possessed by Celtic monks, who have left us the first definitive information regarding the island. For religious reasons, Irish hermits sought seclusion from the world in the uninhabited islands north of Britain, and, so far as we know, these hermits were the first inhabitants of Iceland and the Faroe Islands. Adamnan, abbot of Iona from 679 to 704, mentions in his Vita S. Columbae a prophecy of the saint regarding a man named Cormac who in Columba's days, 521 to 597, made 3 voyages from Ireland in search for the desert in the ocean, Eremium in Oceano. This term, so descriptive of Iceland, seems to render safe the assumption that this island is actually meant, especially since later sources show that Iceland was known to the Irish long before the coming of the Norsemen. The Venerable Bede, 674 to 735, also speaks of people of his own time who, coming from the island of Thule, declared that in summer the sun could be seen at midnight for a few days. In 825 A.D., the Irish monk Decuil wrote a work, Liber de Mensura Orbis Terrae, in which he describes the islands in the northern ocean, which he says he has not yet found mentioned by other writers. What he knows of geography in general he has gathered from Greek and Roman writers, but of Iceland, which he calls Thule, he has very definite knowledge, which he says that he has obtained from Irish hermits who have visited the land. Quote, "It is now 30 years since some priests, clerici, who had stayed in that island from February 1st till August 1st, told me that not only at the summer solstice, but also in the days thereabout, the setting sun hides itself at the evening hour as it were behind a little hill, in such a way that no darkness occurs even for the shortest time, and if they had been on the high mountains of the island, the sun would probably never have been hidden." About the Faroe Islands, he says, quote, "There are still other islands in the ocean north of Britain which can be reached from the northern British Isles in 2 days and 2 nights straight sail with full sails and a steady favorable wind. These islands are generally small. Nearly all are separated from one another by narrow sounds. On these islands, hermits, which sailed from Scotia, Ireland, have lived about 100 years. But as they have always been uninhabited since the beginning of the world, so they are now, because of northern robbers, empty of hermits, but full of numberless sheep and a great many kinds of aquatic birds." It is quite evident from these statements that long before Dicuil wrote his book, the Irish were familiar with Iceland and the Faroe Islands, and that hermits, and undoubtedly also other settlers, had established permanent habitations there. 2 islands in the Faroe group, Store Demon and Little Demon, still bear their original Irish names, Demon being an Irish word meaning 2 mountain. Other Irish place names as Dungansvik and Dungansness are also found. The etymology of Thule is still unsettled, but since the name was applied to Iceland by Dicuil after he had spoken with Irish monks who had been there, it is not unlikely that it was the old Irish name of the island which Pytheas had learned from the Britons, and that Iceland was known to them when he made his expedition to the north in 330 BC. When the Norsemen first appeared as Vikings on the coasts of Britain and the neighboring islands is not known, but they must have taken possession of the smaller and more distant island groups like the Shetland and Faroe Islands not later than 700 AD. The Viking voyagers soon gained full control of these islands, and Dicuil says that the Christian Celts fled because of northern robbers. This statement, which no doubt is true in a general way, must not be taken too literally. No sudden emigration even under those circumstances was possible, as the Celts at that time had no ships, but only frail boats made of skin, with which the voyage from the islands to Scotland or Ireland could be made only with great difficulty. The greater number of the original inhabitants must have remained in the islands and amalgamated with the Norse settlers, which can be seen also from Celtic loanwords incorporated in the Norse language of the islands, and from elements of culture traceable to Celtic influence. From the Celtic inhabitants the Norsemen learned to know of Christianity and higher ideals of life. From them too they must have heard of Iceland, which was so well known to the Celts, a new region beckoning the Norse settlers with all the romantic charm of the unknown. The islands became stepping stones leading to the discovery of Iceland by the Norsemen, and many noble traits of the early settlers are traceable to the influence which the Christian Celts are known to have exerted on life and customs in these early Norse colonies. When Iceland was first discovered by the Norsemen, and by whom the discovery was made, is not definitely known. Traditions which have been preserved by old Icelandic writers credit the Norseman Narod and the Swede Gardar with the discovery, but the accounts do not agree, and cannot well be regarded as anything but reminiscences of early voyages to the island. Sturla Thordson's version of the Landnámabók, Sturlabók, has the following account. Quote, "It is said that some men were to sail from Norway to the Faroe Islands. Some say that it was Narod the Viking. But they were driven westward into the ocean, and found there a big land. In the east fjords they ascended a high mountain, and looked about if they could see smoke or any evidence that the land was inhabited, but they saw none. They returned in the fall to the Faroe Islands, and as they sailed away, heavy snow fell on the mountains, and they called the land Snaeland, Snowland. There was a man by the name of Gardar, a Swede by birth. He went to seek Snaeland with the advice of his mother, who was clairvoyant. He came to land east of the eastern Cape Horn, where there was a haven. Gardar sailed around the land and showed that it was an island. He spent the winter in Húsavík in Skjálfanda, where he built a house. In the spring, when he was ready to set sail, there drifted away from him in a boat a man by the name of Nautfari, a slave, and a servant girl. He built later at this place called Nautfaravik. Gardar returned to Norway and praised the land much. The land was thereafter called Gardarsholm, and there were at that time woods between the mountains and the sea." End quote. According to this account, Knut appears as the first discoverer of Iceland, but in Hauk Erlendsson's version of the Landnámabók, Hauksbók, the story is told in a somewhat different way, and Gardar Svavarsson is represented as the one who first visited Iceland. Hauk Erlendsson used Sturla's version of the Landnámabók, Sturlubók, as his source, but in this instance he departs from it. His account here agrees with two old works about Norway written in Latin, Historia de Antiquitate Regum Norwegiensum and Historia Norwegiae, which may have served as sources for this part of his narrative. Also, the Njáls saga mentions Gardar as the discoverer of Iceland. Writers like Finnur Magnusson and Konrad Meurer think that he must be credited with the discovery of the island, but it cannot be regarded as certain. A third Viking voyager, who according to the Landnámabók visited Iceland, was Floki Vilgurdsson from Rogaland in western Norway. Sailing by way of Shetland and the Faroe Islands, Floki and his companions reached the east coast of Iceland. Quote, "They sailed then to the south of the land," says the author, "but when they sailed west of Reykjanes, and the fjord opened up so that they saw Snæfellsnes, Faxi said, 'It must be a big land which we have found. Here are large rivers.' That is since called Faxaus. Floki and his men sailed westward over Breiðafjord. The fjord was full of fish, and because of the fishing they neglected to provide themselves with hay, and their cattle all died in the winter. The spring was rather cold. Floki went north on the mountain and saw a fjord full of ice, and they called the land Iceland, as it has since been called. In the summer they returned to Norway." End quote. The voyages of Knut, Gardar, and Floki are supposed to have been made about 860 to 870, but the oldest and most reliable work on the early history of Iceland, the Íslendingabók by Ari Frodi, 1120 to 1130, mentions neither of these three. In a very terse style, this author records only such facts concerning the discovery as he considers based on the best authority, allowing no room for peradventure or literary embellishment. Quote, "Iceland," he says, "was first settled from Norway in the days of King Harald Hårfagre, the son of Halfdan Svarte, according to Tate, Bishop Isleif's son, my foster father, the wisest man I have known. Thorkel Gellisson, my uncle, who had good memory of past events, and Thorid, the daughter of Snorri Godi, who was both wise and truthful. It happened at the time when Ivar Lodbrokson killed Saint Edmund, the king of the Angles. But that was 870 years after the birth of Christ, as it is written in his saga. Ingolf was the name of the Norseman about whom it has been truthfully said that he went first from there, Norway, to Iceland when Harald Hårfagre was 16 years old, and the second time a few years later. He settled south in Reykjavik, which is called Ingolfshofti, east of Myndhakkseyr, where he first landed. But later he took possession of Ingolfsfell, west of Ulfusá." In the Landnámabók, the account of Ingolf's voyage is wrought into a more complete historical narrative. According to this account, the two foster brothers, Ingolf Arnarsson and Leif Hrodmarsson, from Dalsfjord in western Norway, went on a Viking expedition together with Atli Jarl's sons Halstein, Herstein, and Holmstein. So cordial were their relations that in the winter after their return, Ingolf and Leif prepared a feast for the sons of the Jarl. At this feast, Holmstein made the vow that he would marry Helga, Ingolf's sister, and Leif, who was in love with Helga, was greatly offended. The enmity between the two grew so bitter that in the spring the foster brothers prepared an expedition against the sons of the Jarl, and Holmstein fell in battle at Hissargafell. The following winter Herstein also lost his life in a new encounter, but the feud finally ended through the mediation of friends. Leif married Helga, and the two foster brothers fitted out a ship and set out to find Iceland. They made landfall in a fjord on the east coast, where they spent the winter. In the spring they returned to Norway, but the new land pleased them so well that they resolved to settle there. As Leif had lost his property in his feud with the sons of Atli Jarl, he made a Viking expedition to Ireland in order to replenish his stores. On his return he brought back 10 Irish slaves and also a sword which he had won in a duel, a valued trophy from which he got the name Hjörleif, from hjör, a sword blade. Ingolf had in the meantime sold his possessions in Norway. In 874 the Foster brothers fitted out 2 ships and emigrated to Iceland. They brought with them the most necessary implements, household goods and other supplies, together with a number of slaves and a few freemen who went out as settlers. Ingolf sacrificed to the gods before his departure to secure good luck, but Hjörleif would not sacrifice, possibly because he had been influenced by Christianity, which he may have learned to know on his expeditions to the British Isles. The two sailed together until they sighted Iceland, when they parted. Ingolf then threw the pillars of his high seat into the sea, and said that he would make his home where they came to shore, but temporarily he settled at Ingolfsholti on the southern coast. Hjörleif sailed farther west on the same coast at a place since called Hjörleifsholti, where he erected 2 large houses, one 18 and the other 19 fathoms in length. In the spring, when he was going to sow, he let his Irish slaves pull the plough, as he had only 1 ox. This treatment the slaves resented, and one of them by the name Dufthak formed the plot that they should kill the ox and say that the bear had taken it. Later they were to attack Hjörleif and his men if they went hunting for the bear. The bear hunt was begun. The men scattered in the woods, and the slaves attacked them and killed them all. They then fled with the women and the property in a boat to some islands which they saw to the south in the ocean, and dwelt there. When Vifil and Kartli, Ingolf's slaves, who had been sent westward to look for the pillars of his high seat, came to Hjörleifsholti, they found Hjörleif and his men dead, and they hastened back to tell Ingolf the news. He went to Hjörleifsholti, and when he saw his friend's corpse, he said, quote, "An evil fate has befallen a good man that he should be killed by his slaves, but a like fate will befall all those who will not sacrifice to the gods." End quote. Ingolf buried Hjörleif and his men, and took care of his ship and other belongings. On the islands in the ocean he found the slaves and put them all to death. These islands were since called Vestmannaeyjar, because the slaves were Vestmen, Celts. Ingolf took with him the women who had been carried away, and returned to Hjörleifsholti, where he remained that winter. The following summer he sailed westward along the coast, spending the 3rd winter near a mountain called Ingolfsfell, west of Ulfusá. In the spring he went farther the westward, and settled at Reykjavik, where the pillars of his high seat had come to shore. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The colonization of Iceland. Ingolf Arnarsson and Herleif Hrodmarsson were the first landnamsmen, or permanent settlers, in Iceland. But political and social conditions in Norway so stimulated emigration that before many decades had passed, Iceland was one of the most populous of Norse overseas colonies. According to Snorri Sturluson, the cause of this emigration was the tyrannical rule of King Harald Haarfagr, who had united all Norway under his sway after crushing the chieftain class in the Battle of Hafrsfjord in 872. The king is said to have robbed the people of their erdel. Those who refused to swear him allegiance and pay the required taxes had to flee, and their estates were forfeited to the crown. The demand of submission to a royal overlord was regarded as tyranny. Taxes not before levied were looked upon as tribute imposed on a free people, and many of the chieftains chose to emigrate rather than submit to the king's oppressive rule. Recent investigation has shown that this explanation can be accepted only with great modifications. The colonization of Iceland was a part of a general movement of emigration, and the founding of colonies in the western islands begun long before the Haversford battle was fought. A general political and social unrest prevailed in Norway in the 9th century, and the reason for which is not known, but it seems that unfavorable economic conditions were largely responsible for the exodus to the islands of the west at this time. Few are known to have left Norway because of their opposition to the king, though his victory over the chieftains naturally tended to increase emigration to the west. Ulf or Kveldolf Bjalfesson and his sons Thorolf and Skallagrim were powerful men in Førdefylke in southwestern Norway. Thorolf entered King Harald's service and fought valiantly in the Battle of Hafrsfjord. Through royal favor he became a very rich and influential man, but envious persons aroused the king's suspicion, and he was slain. Keveldolf and Skallagrim had refused to support the royal cause, and Thorolf's death at the hands of the king's own men turned their sullen ill will into open hostility. As resistance to the new rule was no longer possible, they decided to emigrate. 2 ships were fitted out for the voyage to Iceland, each carrying, besides the 2 chieftains and their families, a crew of 30 men, together with servants, slaves, household goods, and such domestic animals as could be brought along. Keveldolf died on the voyage, but Skallagrim reached Iceland and settled at Borg in Borgarfjord, where he became a great chieftain and the founder of a powerful family. His son was the great skald Egil Skallagrimsson, the hero of the Egil saga. The story of Egil's granddaughter Helga the Fair is told in the Gunnlaugsaga Ormstunga. Especially prominent among the early settlers was the family of Ketil Flatnef, a chieftain in Sagen in western Norway, who was sent by the king to rule the Hebrides. Ketil became a very powerful man in the western colonies, but he paid no taxes to the crown, and he soon rebelled and seized the islands which he was sent to govern. As punishment for this breach of faith, King Harald drove away his son Bjorn and the Easterners, seizing his possessions in Norway. Bjorn fled to his friend Thorolf Vastrarskeg, chieftain and temple priest on the island of Moster. But King Harald banished Thorolf because he harbored the king's enemy, and both had to flee from Norway. Bjorn the Easterner went to the Hebrides, where his brother Helgi Biola and his sister Aud the Deep-minded also dwelt, but Thorolf sailed to Iceland, settling at Hofstadter in Breda Fjord on the west coast. On his departure from Norway he raised the temple at Moster and brought with him the timber to his new home, where he again reared the old sanctuary to the god Thor. Bjorn the Easterner and his brother Helgi Biola, who came to Iceland from the Hebrides, settled in the western districts. From these chieftains some of the leading Icelandic families descended, as is shown especially by the Eyrbyggja saga, in which their family history is narrated. Thorolf's son Thorstein Thorskabit became so powerful a man that he always had 30 freedmen about him. He was an ardent worshipper of the god Thor. He resided at Helgafell, which became the greatest sanctuary in Iceland in early times. Gudmund Heljarsson, son of the king of Hordaland in Norway, had long been on Viking expeditions and had become a great sea king. He had aided the chieftains in their struggle against King Harald, but when he saw that further resistance was useless, he went to Ireland accompanied by his friends and companions in arms, Ulf Skallagi and Steinolflagi. They settled on the west coast, where so many colonists had already established their homes. But later Geirmund moved to northwestern Iceland, where he took possession of a large district. He was the wealthiest and most powerful of all the early settlers in Iceland. Geirmund was a powerful man, says the Sturlunga saga, and never kept less than 80 armed men about him at Geirmundstadt. Ulf Skagji was accompanied to Iceland by his friend Hall, a man of wealth and influence, who, according to the Thorskefurninga saga, settled at Hofstadter in Thorskejord, where he built a temple. Onund Treefoot, who had lost a leg in the battle of Hafrsfjord, fighting against King Harold, also settled in the western part of Iceland. From him descended Grettir Asmundsson, about whom the Grettis saga is written. Few, if any, of the early settlers in Iceland was more influential than Aud, the deep-minded, Kettle Flatnef's gifted daughter. She was the widow of King Olaf the White of Dublin, and when her father and her husband Thorstein died, she seems to have become the recognized head of the family. Because of her lonely state, she decided to emigrate to Iceland to join her brothers Bjorn and Helgi. Besides her grandchildren, slaves, and servants, she also brought a number of colonists, among whom are mentioned Cole, Erp, and Hord, as well as her grandson Olaf Vyland, who became a prominent man in Iceland. She spent the first winter with her brother Bjorn, the Easterner, but settled later at Havam in Havamsford, where she gave land to her liberated slaves as well as to the settlers who accompanied her. Her granddaughter Thorgerd was married to Cole, or Della Cole, a trusted assistant and adviser, who accompanied her to Iceland. Their son was Haskell Dalek Colson, the father of Olaf Ba of Hjardarholt, and grandfather of Kjartan Olafsson, who are numbered among the foremost men in early Icelandic history. The story of Aud and her most prominent descendants is told in the Lax de la Saga. Helgi Magri, the son of Eyvind the Eastman and the Irish princess Rafarda, was born in Ireland, but emigrated to Iceland with his sons Ingjald and Throlf and his son-in-law Haemund Heljarskin, a brother of Geirmund. He settled at Eyjafjord in northern Iceland, where he took possession of a large district and built a residence which he called Christnes, in honor of Christ in whom he believed. Both Haemund Hjarjarskin and Helgi's sons settled in the same district. Ingjald lived at Tavera, where he built a temple. From him descended the skald Vigaglum, the hero of the Vigaglum saga. Many colonists came at Helgi's request and settled in the district of which he had taken possession. One of these colonists was Thorstein Svorfod from Numdalum in Norway, who settled on the west side of the Isfjord towards the sea, a district which from him received the name of Svarfdal. His story is told in the Svardla saga. The Velajat saga continues the narrative about him and his descendants. In Romsdal in Norway lived the great chieftain Ingimund the Old, about whom the Vatsta saga is written. He was the grandson of the Herser Kettle Raum, and had been on many Viking expeditions together with his foster brothers Grim Ingjalsson and Sigmund from San. Ignemund joined the king's forces in the battle of Harfsford, but Seaman did not. After the battle he followed Ingemund's advice and went to Iceland. He took possession of a large district of Skagafjord in the northern part, where much of the land was still unsettled. Those who accompanied him also settled in this district, and he became a man of great influence. Ingemund came over later, settling at Vadsdal, which extends southward from Hunnefjord. Here he built a residence called Hof, from timber which he brought with him from Norway. Many people settled around him, says the saga, and law and justice were established. When he became old, he was mortally wounded by the violent and selfish Rolf, who had once belonged to Ingemund's household and had been befriended in many ways. Ingemund rode home, called a servant boy, and said to him, "Go at once to Hrolleif, and tell him that I believe my sons will seek to avenge their father before the next day dawns. It is best for him that he flees before daylight. I regard his death as no revenge, and it is proper that I should protect as long as I can him who has once belonged to my household, whatever may since come to pass." The sons, however, who were less forgiving than the father, slew Hrolleif shortly afterward in spite of the warning given him. The northwestern part of Iceland, as well as the districts along the east coast, were sparsely settled during the period of colonization. The more noteworthy settlers in those districts were Thorstein the White, Grout Atli, and his brother Kettle, Bernjov the Old, Hrandkeld Knell Godi, about whom the Hrafnkel saga Freysagoda is written. Hralaug, the son of Ragnell Jarl, and Bard, son of Heinagar Bjorn of Son. Bard settled at Skagfjall, but when he found that the wind from the land was more agreeable than from the sea, he resolved to move. He crossed Iceland from north to south and settled in Skaptafellsfjall, where he took possession of the whole of Flutswarf. The first settlers in Iceland, Ingolf Arnason and Hrorleif Hrodmarsson, built their homes on the south coast, as already mentioned. When Hrorleif was killed, Ingolf moved to Reykjavik, and the southern districts were not settled till quite late, because the approach to the island from this side is rendered difficult by prevailing fogs and the absence of good harbours. Gradually, however, many families of note came to live in the southern seacoast districts, which have given not a few illustrious names to the narratives of saga literature. Alfig and his wife Asgerd from Ramsdal in Norway resolved to emigrate, as they could not agree with King Harald Harfager, but before they could leave Ofig was slain by King Harald's men. His widow with her children and her brother Thorolf went to Iceland, where they took possession of a tract of land between Seljalandsmula and Markarfjall. Her son Thorgir Golner was the father of Nudgil of Bergthorshval, one of the noblest characters in all saga literature, whose tragic story is told in the Nudgil saga. Kettle Herring, a chieftain from Namdalen in Norway, came to Iceland and settled in the district between Thorsett and Markarflot, after he had avenged the murder of his friend Thorolf Kveldusson. His son Hufin was the first Logsogumadar in Iceland. From another son, Storolf, descended Gunnar of Heldarendi, the Njal saga hero. Sigurd from Hålogaland in Norway settled at Bolstad west of Markarflot. Jørgen Dagodi settled at Svertingstad, where he built a temple. From him the Stirling and Oddvergjar families descended. Among the chieftains who settled in the southern districts were also Ketil Bjorn, a grandson of Jarl Harkon, Grotgarson of northern Norway. He came to Iceland with his ship Elithøy, spending the first winter with his father-in-law Thord Skegi. In the spring he set out with his men to find a suitable homestead. They came to a river which they called Aksara, where the Althing was since held. Here he took possession of a large tract and built a residence called Mosfell. From him descended many people distinguished in saga literature. How many landnámsmenn, or emigrating chieftains, came to Iceland during the period of colonization is not definitely known. The Landnámabók, which gives the most detailed account, mentions 400, but even this careful survey does not include all. Some names can be supplied from other sources, but no complete enumeration can be given. Still more purely conjectural must be the attempt to determine the total number of colonists who came to Iceland during the early period of settlement. As the landnámsmenn were persons of rank and influence in their home districts, they were accompanied not only by their families, but by a number of friends, relatives, freedmen, servants, and slaves, so that the number of persons constituting the household and immediate surroundings of each chieftain formed in the aggregate a considerable colony. Of Geirmund Heljarskinn it is said that he had 14 slaves, that when he rode about from one estate to another he was accompanied by 80 men. Aud the Deep-minded came to Iceland with 20 freemen, and as many of these had families and established homes of their own. It is evident that the total number of emigrants must have been quite large. Some scholars have estimated that at the close of the period of colonization, 874 to 930, Iceland must have had a population of about 25,000. Some place the number even higher, though there seems to be no good reason for going beyond this more conservative estimate. The first landnasmen took possession of extensive tracts in the inhabitable sea-coast districts, where they built their own homes and parcelled out lands to their followers and also to later immigrants who might be invited to settle within their possessions. The tracts thus taken were often very large. The Landnamabok states that when Einar Laugarbrekku freed his slave Haidar, he gave him as much land as he could carry far around in 3 days. In this way a few powerful chieftains might soon divide all the land between them, so that later immigrants would find no place to settle. An appeal was made to King Harald Haarfagr. Through his mediation it was decided that no one who arrived in command of a ship should take more land than he and his crew could carry far around in 1 day. This appeal would seem to indicate that a reconciliation had been brought about between King Harold and the colonists. According to Ari Frodi, so many people continued to go to Iceland that the king finally forbade further emigration for fear that his realm should be depopulated. Through a timely compromise, however, this arbitrary order was so modified that people were allowed to emigrate on the condition that each person leaving the country should pay a tax of 5 aur to the king. This was the beginning of the Landauer tax, which for many centuries was levied on all ships leaving Norwegian harbours. The king seems to have recognized the right of the Icelanders to govern themselves. They should pay a small tax to the crown, but in return they retained their Norwegian citizenship to such an extent that when they returned to Norway they had holdsrett, or the right of chieftains to own and inherit property, and to belong to the king's hird or court. The reconciliation between the king and the Icelandic chieftains seems to have been effected towards the end of the period of colonization. The Icelandic settlers continued to regard themselves as citizens of Norway. Their national traditions remained unbroken, and the most intimate relations were established between the colony and the mother country. At the time of the colonization of Iceland, Christianity had not yet been introduced in Norway. Many of the more prominent colonists had been priests in the heathen temples at home, and on their arrival in Iceland they built temples and established the old worship. Thorolf Mostrarskeg, who is said to have brought with him the timber of the Temple of Moster, rebuilt the old sanctuary near his residence at Hofstadter. Thor had the old temple priest at Maren in Tredelagen, Norway, who settled in Stadvar Fjord on the east coast, dedicated the whole valley to the Maren sanctuary, so that nothing living could be killed there except cattle and other domestic animals. Ingjald and Hroth, the sons of Helgi Magri, erected temples to the heathen gods. So did also Jorund Godi Hall, the friend of Ulf Skallagji, and many other leading landnamsmen. Among the early settlers fetish worship still prevailed to some degree. Thor Snepel sacrificed to a clump of trees, Thorstein Radnath to a waterfall, and Eivid Lodinson in Flateyjardal worshipped 2 large boulders. Some had lost faith in the old gods and believed in nothing but their own strength and prowess, while others, who seemed to have been touched by Christian influence, prayed to the god who created the sun. But in spite of the prevailing heathen religion, early Icelandic society was neither so wholly pagan or so complete a reproduction of that of the mother country as might have been expected. From the British Isles, Christianity had thrown its first faint rays upon the shores of Iceland, even before the arrival of the Norsemen, and many of the early colonists had experienced its ennobling influence on their sojourns in the western islands. From Dickell's account we have seen that Iceland was known to the peoples of Britain and Ireland, and that Irish monks lived on the island long before the Norse discovery. In speaking of the early Norse colonization, the old Icelandic historian Ari Frodi says, Iceland was first settled from Norway in the days of King Harald Haarfagr, but that was 870 years after the birth of Christ. Then there lived Christian men there whom the Norsemen called paper, but later they went away because they would not live together with heathens. They left behind books, bells, and croziers, from which it could be seen that they were Irish. that the Irish hermits left Iceland after the arrival of the Norsemen because they did not wish to live together with heathen people, as Ari states, must be true, but they seem to have stayed for some time after the new colonization began, and it is not unlikely that they exercised some influence upon their new pagan neighbors. The Norsemen called them paper, an Irish name meaning priest or monk. The Croziers they called bagler, from the Old Irish bacchal, derived from Latin baculus, a cane. These are loan words which the Norse settlers could have learned from the Irish hermits only after having known them for some time. The hermits seem to have dwelt especially in southeastern Iceland, where place names like Papi, Papos, Papaford, and Papali still preserve their memory. Similar reminiscences of early Irish occupation are found also in other parts of Iceland, as in the southern districts, where the hermits seem to have had a church in a place which is still called Kirkjubber, while names like Iragurbi, Iraska Lead, and Irasku Buder, according to tradition a seat of Irish trade, seem to be of later origin. The Landnama book tells of Asaaf Alskik, missionary and hermit, that his mother was Irish, and that he came from Ireland to Osar in the East Fjords. As he was a Christian, he would have nothing to do with heathen men, and would not even receive food from them. They were 12 together, evidently 12 Irish coldies, as it was customary among them to travel about 12 together, like the apostles of Christ. They went westward to Thorgir Hordska at Holt near Jalum, where they raised their tent, but Asaaf's companions were then sick, and they died there. The priest John Thorgrimsson later found their bones and buried them by the church. After the death of his companion, Asaaf built himself a house called Asaafskala, but later he moved west to Irish River, so called because the men were Irish, and he lived there as a settler. In his old age he became a hermit, building himself an hermitage where the church now stands. He dwelt there till his death, and was buried at home, where a church was erected over his grave and dedicated to Saint Columba. Asaaf was later venerated as a saint. His remains were enshrined and placed on the church altar. There can be little doubt that he and his companions were Irish Chaldees who undertook missionary work among the Norse colonists in Iceland, the first known attempt to bring Christianity to the Norwegian people. Many Irish names, both personal and place names, are found in early Icelandic literature. These must have come into use at the time of the colonization or later. But Irish influence in Iceland, of which these names furnish evidence, was due not so much to the presence of the Irish hermits who lived in the island at the time, but rather to the fact that many of the early settlers had stayed in Ireland, Scotland, or the Western Islands for longer or shorter periods before they settled in Iceland. The Faroe Islands, Shetland, the Orkneys, Hebrides, Man, and large parts of Ireland and Scotland had long been well-populated Norse colonies. During King Harald Harefager's reign, his enemies flocked to these settlements and continued to ravage the coasts of Norway until the king made an expedition to the west and drove them out. The only remaining retreat where they could escape the wrath of the angry king was Iceland, where large numbers of settlers arrived, not only from Norway, but from all the western Norse colonies. How many of the landnansmen in Iceland came from the western islands is not definitely known. The Norwegian historians P. A. Munch and J. E. Sars, as well as the Icelandic scholar Gudbrand Bergfusen, think that a large number of the early settlers came from the Norse colonies. Munch says about the Landnama book that if we examine this remarkable work closely, we will find that of the 400 leading colonists who divided the island among them, the most powerful and influential, those who brought the largest families with them, did not come directly from Norway, but from the Scottish Isles, whither they had emigrated from Norway. For the Icelanders, he continues, the islands west of Scotland are the cradle of their race in a much higher sense than even their motherland, Norway. J. E. Sars says the Landnama book mentions in all 400 landnansmen All these colonists were Norsemen or of Norse family, except very few Scotch and Irish and a couple of Swedish settlers. But one half their number, or even more, did not come directly from Norway, but from the Norse colonies, where long before they had settled and held possession. The Icelandic scholar Finnur Johnson holds a different opinion. He says that only 36 landsmen, or about 1/9 of their whole number, are known to have come from the Hebrides, Ireland, Caithness, and England, and some of these were Vikings who happened to sojourn there. Later he has modified this view, holding the number to be 50, but he thinks that Celtic influence in Iceland has been very small. The Icelandic historian Bogi Melstead holds that 75 of the landsmen came from the western colonies. Alexander Bugge has found that of the 400 or more landsmen whose names are mentioned, 115 came from the Norse colonies. The greater number of these, however, must have stayed there only for brief periods while engaged in Viking expeditions, or because they had fled from Norway to the western settlements prior to their emigration to Iceland. But in speaking of the influence of these settlers from the colonies on early Icelandic society, we must bear in mind, as P. A. Munch has pointed out, that many of the most influential landsmen, those who brought the largest families with them, came from the western colonies. From these settlements came Geirmund Heljarsson and his brother Hamund, sons of the king of Hordaland; Helgi Magri, son of Eyvind the Eastman, and the Irish princess Rafarda; of the deep-minded widow of King Olaf the White of Dublin, Bjorn the Easterner, and Helgi Biola, the sons of Kettle, Flatneff, and many other prominent chieftains. These leaders brought with them a large number of settlers, servants, and slaves, many of whom must have been of Celtic birth. Among the freed slaves in Aud's company are mentioned Hord, Viful, Hundi, Earp, and Suckolf, and who received land from her. Hundi was of Scotch family, says the Landnama book, but we have seen that Geirmund Heljarkin had 14 slaves, and that he rode about with an escort of 80 men; that Leif Hrodmarsson, one of the first landnamsmen, was slain by his Irish slaves. About Kettle Orlegsson, the Landnama book states that he came to Iceland late in the period of colonization, and that he brought with him Irish slaves, which he had taken on his Viking expeditions in the west. The number of Irish personal names found in the Landnama book and elsewhere in the saga shows that slaves also and other persons of Celtic origin must have been quite numerous in Iceland. Not a few of the landsmen who came to Iceland from the Norse colonies were born in the western islands. Some of them had Irish mothers, as concubinage and intermarriage with Irish women was quite common in the Norse settlements in the west. Only a few noteworthy instances of this relation need here be mentioned. And the deep-minded had a freedman by the name of Earp, who was the son of Meldon Jarl of Scotland, and the Irish princess Murgil, who had been carried away from her home and had become servant to the Jarl's wife. Aud bought Murgil and her boy, and both received their freedom. Earp received Sadafel from Aud. From him the Earpling family descended. Haskold Dalakulson, who married Aud's granddaughter, bought a girl at a slave market. He learned later that she was an Irish princess by the name of Melkorka. Mael Kirkhaig, daughter of the Irish king Muirchertach. She became the mother of Olaf Pa of Jardarholt, one of the foremost of Icelandic chieftains. The mother of Helgi Magri, who settled in the north of Iceland, was Rafarta, daughter of King Cairnbal of Ireland, as already mentioned. Helgi was born in Ireland and reared in the Hebrides. Two other daughters of the same king, Frigerd and Gormlode. Gurmfaith married the landsmen Thor and Grimmalf. The princess Nidbjorg, daughter of the Irish king Bjorn, married Helgi Oderson, a grandson of Bjorn the Easterner. Miana, daughter of King Madah, married the Landnamesther Audun Stoti. The influence exerted on the colonists through their relations with the peoples of the West comes to view also in the traces of Celtic culture in early Icelandic society. Especially noticeable is the tinge of Christian faith in the still pagan religion of the settlers. The landsmen who came from the western islands usually brought with them a number of dependents, both freedmen and slaves, whom they had secured either as prisoners of war or as slaves bought in the numerous slave markets. Many of these were Christian Celts who would not abandon their faith even in their new surroundings. Not a few of the landnadsmen who came from the colonies in the west had accepted the Christian faith in some form, and some of them were baptized. The Landnama book says, "Wise men say that some of the landnadsmen who settled in Iceland were baptized, for the most part those who came from the west over the sea." Thus are mentioned Helgi Magri Orglig, the old Helgi Bayola, Jorund the Christian, Aud the deep-minded, Kettle Fifliski, and still other men who came from the west over the sea. Some kept their Christian faith till their death day, but it did not last long in their families, or some of their sons sacrificed to the heathen gods, and the land was altogether heathen for about 100 years. Orlig was reared by Bishop Patrick of the Hebrides. He brought with him to Iceland timber for a church bell, a planarium, and some consecrated Christian soil. He built a church near his residence and dedicated it to St. Columba, whom he worshipped as a deity. It appears also that his son Valthof, as Wilfthau, because of his English name, must have been a baptized Christian, as were probably also the landnadsmen Cole, Thorolf, Spor, and others who accompanied him from the western colonies. Many of the settlers who came to Iceland with Aud the deep-minded must have also confessed the Christian faith. Aud, who was baptized, performed her worship before some crosses which she erected at a place called Crosshaller, which her friends and descendants regarded as a sanctuary, and where they built a horg or altar to the gods when the Christian faith finally became extinct in her family. The memory of Aud as a Christian lady has been preserved in Icelandic folk tales, where her contest with the sorceress Gulbra symbolizes the struggle between paganism and Christianity. Thormod the Old and Ketilbjörnsson, who, according to the Landna book, came from Ireland and took possession of Akranes between Oradara and Kalmansa, must also have been Christians. Likewise also Kalman, who came with him from the Hebrides, where he seems to have been born. Joram the Christian, the son of Ketilbjörnsson, lived at Jorandarholt, which was later called Gardar. The saga says that he kept well his Christian faith and became a hermit in his old age. His sister Edna was the mother of the missionary Asolf Alskik, who died as hermit in Iceland. Kalman returned to the old faith and was mound buried according to heathen custom. His son Sturla built a temple and sacrificed to the gods, but Christianity was not altogether extinct in their family. It is said that Sturla's son Bjarni quarrelled with a neighbor about a piece of land. He made the vow that if he won he would accept Christianity. It happened that the river Havita was turned out of its channel, so that the land in dispute became connected with Bjarni's property, and he then received baptism and built a church near his home. Kettle Fifliski had received the sobriquet of Fifski, foolish, because he was a Christian, and Kirk Juber, where he lived, was regarded as a sanctuary where no heathen were allowed to dwell. A monastery for Benedictine monks was erected there in 1186. Not many of the colonists in Iceland who had learned to know Christianity had accepted it as a distinct worship. Usually they were so little informed as to the Christian doctrine that they regarded Christ only as a god among other gods, as did Helgi Magri, of whom it is said that he was much mixed in his faith. He named his home Christmas in honor of Christ, but though he was nominally a baptized Christian, he prayed to Thor when he was in distress or in danger on the sea. His sons Ingald and Hroth seem to have been wholly pagan, as they built temples and sacrificed to the heathen gods. Even those who called themselves Christians could not read. They had no priest to instruct them or to preach the gospel to them. In the midst of heathen surroundings, they were able only to cling as well as they could to the outward symbols of Christianity. When they built a church, they placed a simple cross on the altar, possibly also a few candles, as the structure undoubtedly was windowless and dark. Before this altar they knelt to do reverence to the cross, as they had seen Christians do in Ireland and elsewhere, and they would repeat the name of Christ or some favourite saint, which must have been in the main of their church service. It was a dim light, this Christianity which they knew, but it was the light of the world which brought with it new moral and social ideals. They knew that Christianity taught charity, forgiveness, purity of life, principles wholly wanting in the old faith, and the new ideals attracted them and touched their hearts. That some even sought to practice them we see in Ingemund's willingness to forgive Hroleif, in Aud, the deep-minded kindness to her liberated slaves, in Svartkel's simple prayer, which he is said to have been in the habit of repeating before the cross. May good befall the old men, and may good befall the young. For want of aid and encouragement, the early Christians in Iceland gradually lapsed into the paganism which surrounded them, but the influence of their faith helped to pave the way for the missionaries who came to preach Christianity 100 years later. During the period of settlement, the traces of Western influence is clearly visible in colonial life in Iceland. Many attractive features in the early development of the colony were due to this new cultural force, which here and there throws a pleasing light against the sombre background of Old Norse paganism. But this influence was of little permanent importance, as it was not strong enough to effect any lasting change in the people's life and thought. At the close of the period of colonization, the settlements in Iceland were as fully pagan as they were fully Norse. The national traits only reasserted themselves with the increased force in the new colonial environment. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Organization of the Icelandic state and government. The leading landnamsmen in Iceland belonged to the old Norwegian aristocracy. Some were sons of kings and jarls, others were hursar or local chieftains who also acted as priests in conducting the public worship. In religious matters as well as in political and military affairs, they were the leaders of the people, an upper class with extensive time-honored privileges. In defense of their aristocratic social organization, many of them had waged war against the king, who sought to create a united Norway under the rule of a monarch, exercising sovereign authority in all administrative affairs. Some had dwelt for longer or shorter periods in the loosely governed Norse colonies in the western islands. In Iceland they naturally sought to reproduce as far as possible the old Norwegian social organization, but the creation of a new state nevertheless brought about important changes. The institution of kingship or central authority vested in a ruler, which had existed in Norway in some form long before the time of Harald Harfager, it disappeared in Iceland. As no one in these new settlements could claim any rank of superiority, the chieftains remained wholly independent and continued to rule their adherents and subordinates according to the most ancient local custom. The new colony was at first not a state, but a group of chieftaincies without any tie of union under a central government. The landnamsmen built their homes in some well-selected location within their possessions, and in close proximity, usually also a temple, which became the place of worship for the settlers within the district. The function of priest was exercised by the chieftains themselves, who assumed the rank and title of Gothi, an office which, combined with the dignity of priesthood, also administrative and judicial functions, corresponding in a general way to that of Herser in Norway. How many temples were erected by the first settlers is not known, but some chieftains are mentioned in the Landnama book and elsewhere in the sagas as builders of temples, as Thorolf Mastrargskeg, Igemund the Old, Jogund, Godi, Bodvar the White, the sons of Helgi, Magri, Odin the Red, and others. The frequent use of the word Hof, temple, in place names as Hof, Hofstadter, Hofsvag, Hofsland, Hofsteig, indicates that quite a number were built. As a rule, they must have been structures of considerable size, as excavations of old Icelandic temple ruins made in recent years show the length of some to have been 100 feet. The Erbygja saga says of Thorolf Mostrar Arskeg and the temple which he built at Hofstadter. He erected a great dwelling at Hofstag and called it Hofstadter. There he also built a temple, and it was a large structure. There were doors on the side walls toward the ends. Inside stood the pillars of the high seat, in which were bolts called Ragnagler, sacred bolts. In the interior was a sanctuary. Farther in the temple was a room resembling the choir of a church, with the staller like an altar, on which lay a jointless ring weighing 20 aur. On this ring all oaths had to be sworn, and the temple priest should have it on his arm on all public occasions. On the staller should also stand the herle boli, with the hettine to sprinkle with. With it the blood, which was called halaut, was to be sprinkled. This was the blood from the animals which were sacrificed. Around the staller the images of the gods were placed within this room. All men had to pay taxes to the temple. It should also be their duty to accompany the priest on all his journeys, as the Thingmen now accompany the chieftains. But the Gothi should maintain the temple at his own expense, so that it should not fall to ruin, and he should conduct the sacrifices there. The smallest local unit in the Icelandic state organization was the Hrepper, plural Hreppar, at the head of which stood the Hreppstjóri, but these districts of about 20 families were chiefly concerned with matters pertaining to public charity. The districts over which the Gothi exercised religious and civil authority constituted a Gothorth, which formed the basis of Iceland's hierarchic aristocratic social organization. Each Gothorth had a temple, and near it was a meeting place of the Thing, or popular assembly, where the freemen of the district, the Thingmen, met to settle their disputes. The Gothi presided over the Thing and appointed the judges who were to decide the cases brought before it. On all such occasions, as well as when he acted as priest, he wore on his arm the temple ring as a sign of his high office. It was his duty to administer the law, to keep order within the Gothorth, and to aid his Thingmen in obtaining justice and settling their disputes. As the temple was a part of his estate, the office and rank of Gothi was regarded as the chieftain's personal possession, usually transmitted as an inheritance from father to son. But it might also be sold or given away like other property. The Thingmen had no voice in the disposal of the Gothorth, but they could transfer their allegiance from one Gothi to another according to their own free will, as they could attach themselves to any Gothi, even to one living at a great distance. The Gothorth could not be said to have any fixed boundaries. Its religious character was so predominant that it resembled more closely a modern free church or congregation than a definitely established administrative district. At first no connection existed between the different Gothorths and local things, but even in the early years of the colonial period the need was felt of some higher tribunal which could try cases arising between members of different Gothorths. Shortly after he had settled in Iceland, Thorolf Mostarsskegg established the Thornisthing, which should be a Herethsthing, as it was established with the consent of all the people within that district, but it seems to have been only a local thing connected with the Thornsness Gothorth. Thornstein, the son of Ingolf Narsen, organized the Kjalarnesthing, which seems to have exercised more general jurisdiction since several chieftains were united in it. But even this step could not meet the growing needs of the new state. No general system of laws had yet been adopted, and no popular assembly existed which could deal with problems pertaining to the public welfare. The need of some form of general government, so keenly felt also in the new environment, must have been frequently discussed by the chieftains, who finally decided to create a new political organization for the whole island. A man by the name of Ulflot from Hordaland in Norway, who had settled in the southern districts, was chosen in 927 to prepare a code of laws. He went to Norway, where he spent 3 years studying the Gulathingslag, the code of the southwestern districts of the kingdom. With the aid of his uncle Thorleif Spaki, he prepared on the basis of this code a body of laws known as Ulflot's Law, which, according to Ari Frodi, was adopted as the law of Iceland in 930. While Ulflot was in Norway, his foster brother Grim Geitsko was delegated to select a suitable meeting place for the new National Assembly which was to be created. The Islanding Book states that a tax of 1 penninger was collected from each man in order to pay Grim, but that he gave the money to the temple. The place selected was Thingvellir, on the banks of the river Axara, north of Lake Thingvalla, a convenient and most impressive location. About Ulflot's law very scant information has been preserved. It contained many ritualistic provisions governing public worship, how the favor of the protecting spirit should be secured, how the temple ring should be preserved, and what should be the form of the oath administered by the Gothi. But more important than these minor regulations were the provisions made for a central government and the organization of a general assembly, the Althing. This assembly was to remain in session for 2 weeks every summer at Thingvellir, where all the settlers in Iceland could meet. Through this fundamental law, the separate communities were merged in a new state organization, a sort of aristocratic republic with the National Assembly as the highest central authority. The Althing was undoubtedly patterned on the Norwegian Lathings, but these were 4 in number and were local rather than national in character. The Althing was a distinctly organized national assembly, and is of special interest as one of the first bodies of this kind in history. Regarding its early functions and how it was at first constituted, no satisfactory information is given in the old writers. But it is quite clear that it possessed both legislative and judicial powers, and that these functions were separated even from the beginning through the establishing within the assembly of an Alpingdisdomer, or High Court of Justice, consisting of 36 judges, a tribunal which exercised the highest legal jurisdiction for the whole land. The law-making power was given to another select body within the assembly, the Logretta. These 2 bodies exercised so complete powers, each in its own sphere, that the decisions rendered and the new laws which were adopted were not even sanctioned by a general vote of the assembly, as in Norway, but were only formally proclaimed to the assembled thing. The highest official in the new general government was the Logsgumudder, who presided over the Althing, proclaimed the new laws and decisions from the Mount of Laws, and recited certain portions of the laws each year before the assembly. He was elected for the term of 3 years, but by repeated re-elections was kept in office for so long a period that his tenure was often equivalent to a life incumbency. Such an extended tenure of office must have been necessary, as few persons possessed sufficient knowledge of the laws to hold so important an office. The Althing was of great importance, not only as a legislative body and a high court of justice, but also as a centre of national life, where the leading men from all Iceland could meet every year and exchange views on all important public questions. It formed a bond of union between the local districts and did much to foster a national spirit. But the almost total absence of administrative authority left the new national government weak and inefficient. The Althing could raise no military forces, nor could it exercise any police authority, as these very essential powers of government were still retained by the Gothorths. So jealously did the chieftains watch over their own powers, that they failed to vest the Logisgumudder or any other functionary with executive authority. The decisions rendered in judicial matters could indeed be enforced in a general way by the public at large. If a person was fined, outlawed, or banished, the people would know how to make the decree effective. But if the guilty person was a powerful chieftain, he might defy both the law and the court, and blood feud would be resorted to as a final settlement of the dispute. Even the Althing itself, though hedged about with all the inviolability of a sanctuary, became at times the scene of bloody conflicts between angry litigants and their adherents, as no armed force existed which could maintain order and prevent violent outbreaks. Cases of bloodshed and disorder at the Thing were indeed exceptional, but several instances recorded in the sagas show the utter helplessness of the assembly if the chieftain chose to ignore its decrees and disregard its sanctity. The Hensathor saga tells about Thord, Geller, and Tungsod, that they were involved in a controversy and finally brought their case before the Althing. When Odd arrived at the Thing with 300 armed followers and sought to prevent Thord from gaining access to the sacred Thingstead, an armed conflict followed, which was stopped only after 6 of Odd's men had fallen. Still more serious was an armed clash which took place at the Althing in 1012. According to the Yell saga, Mord Valgardsson brought suit in the Gofur Bung Dizor quarter court against Flosi Thordsen, the leader of the band who had burned Njal of Bergthorshval and his family. No doubt could exist regarding the guilt of Flosi and his men, but through skilful manipulation of the technicalities of court procedure, Morden, the friends of Njal, failed to obtain a favorable verdict. This so exasperated them that they attacked Flosi and his adherents, and a general battle resulted in which a great number lost their lives before better counsel prevailed. When order was restored, the leaders deplored the unfortunate occurrence, and the case was finally settled according to the acknowledged principles of law and justice. The absence of effective central control not only tended to impair all good features of the established government, but it also encouraged the development of a spirit of feud and violence which proved very baneful to the social well-being and national progress of the people. The inefficiency and incompleteness of the new national organization became more clearly apparent as the need of a better regulated social life made itself felt in the new state. The local things had been established by the chieftains without any general plan. Since no boundaries existed between the different districts, their jurisdiction was uncertain, and their ability to grant impartial justice was often very small. The defects in the judicial system had been so clearly demonstrated by the case between Thorgeller and the Thunga Ad that a reorganization was finally made in 965. All Iceland was now divided into 4 quarters, each of which should have contained 3 thing districts, except the northern quarter, which should have 4 districts, as the people of that quarter would agree to no other arrangement. Each of these 13 thing districts should comprise 3 of the 39 principal Gothorths, and should have its own local court, the Varthing, which should be in session from 4 days to a week in the spring of each year. Each of the 3 Gothor in the district should appoint 12 of the 36 judges constituting the thing. Another session of 2 days, Leith, was held 2 weeks after the close of the Althing, in order that the decisions of that tribunal might be brought to the knowledge of those who had not been able to attend the session at Thingvellir. Other matters might also be brought before the court at this session. It is clear that the new organization of the Varthings made them more efficient judicial tribunals than they had been hitherto. They had now received 3 by 12 judges, according to the old universal practice in the north, and as the 3 Gothar were associated in each court and presided in turn over its sessions, there was no longer the danger of unfairness and partiality which always existed so long as only one Gothi conducted the thing. The number of principal Gothorths was also fixed by this system of organization at 39, and their position as units in the framework of government was clearly defined. New Gothorths might indeed be established, but they could not be classed with the principal Gothorths, nor could they gain recognition as a part of the system of state organization. It seems to have been the plan to organize a superior court for each of the 4 quarters. The Ever Big Saga and the Landnamabok state that the Thorgeller organized a quarter court for the Vestford quarter at Thornsness about 9:30, with the advice of all the men of the quarter, and the Islandabok says that after the land was divided into quarters, quarter courts were established. But as these courts do not seem to have been regularly assembled, they soon disappeared. So many cases were brought directly to the Althing that it was found necessary to make important changes in its organization. 4 superior courts, Fjordungdomer, 1 for each quarter, were attached to it to take charge of all judicial matters which would regularly come under the quarter courts. These courts had 36 judges, the 9 Gothor of the quarter each choosing 4 judges, except in the northern quarter, where each of the 12 Gothor chose 3 judges. The decision of the Fjordungdomer or quarter court was regarded as unanimous, even if difference of opinion existed among the judges, if the number of dissenting votes did not exceed 6. If there were more than 6 dissenting votes, a Belfang arose. The judges holding adverse opinions would then divide into 2 groups, each group seeking to persuade the members of the other. If the number of dissenting still remained too large, each group would render its decision, the one making the other void, and both groups would take the Belfang oath and that they had decided in accordance with what they considered to be just and lawful. The case could then be appealed to the Supreme Court of the Femdardomer after this tribunal was established. The firm Domer seems to have been created not earlier than 1004, nor later than 1009. It is mentioned in the Icelanding which states that Skapti Thorradsson Lagstogummador 1004 to 1030 secured the passage of a law establishing this tribunal. But according to the Njal saga, this court was created in accordance with a plan proposed by Njal of Berg Thorsval, the ablest jurist in Iceland at that time. Of the two accounts, that given by Ari Frodi in the Islanding book, though very brief, is undoubtedly the more reliable, as the Njal saga narrative on this point is confused and self-contradictory. The century 930 to 1030 is known as the Sogu Old or Saga Age, because the numerous deeds of violence and reckless daring for which it is especially noted became the themes of the Icelandic family sagas. It was a turbulent period of ineffective constitutional reforms and growing lawlessness. The incompetence of the Althing as a national government was so painfully apparent that only far-reaching changes could save the people from anarchy. In an effort to remedy conditions, the chieftains decided to create a superior judicial tribunal, the Firmtar Domer, which could exercise greater authority than the older courts. The 39 Gothor of the principal Gothorths were to choose each one judge for this new tribunal, except in the northern quarter, where the 12 Gothor should choose 9 judges, making in all 36 for the 39 old Gothorths. The 9 Gothar, who had hitherto remained outside the Thing organization because they had accepted Christianity, were also to be admitted now that all the chieftains were Christians. These 9 Gothar were to choose also 12 judges for the new tribunal, making the total number 48. But the law required that the plaintiff should reject 6 judges and the defendant another 6, so that only 36 trial judges remained for any given case. The Femtar Domer sat together with the Lo Greta. The judges were bound by solemn oaths, which were again strengthened by co-jurors, and the proceedings of the tribunal were carried on with elaborate formality. The importance of a high court of justice of such authority is quite apparent. The courts had often failed to settle important controversies, so that duel, home ganger, and blood feud were still resorted to as a final settlement of disputes. The establishing of the Femtar Domer led to the disappearance of the duel as a primitive way of seeking justice. The duel between the Skalds Kunlag, Ormstunga, and Hafen Onundsson, fought at the Althing probably in 1006, was the last event of this sort in Iceland. The day after the duel, the Althing passed an act making duelling unlawful. In the procedure of the Thing, the Kvitter was a very prominent feature, constituting one of the chief characteristics of the old Icelandic legal system. The Kvitter, which corresponded in the main to the Norwegian Domer, was a sort of jury consisting of neighbors of the plaintiff appointed by the Godi at his request to testify in his behalf. The Bua Kvitter, or neighbor Kvitter, or consisting of 9 members, or in smaller cases of 5 members, was the one most frequently used. The members of the Kvitter would not need to know the facts in the case from personal observation, but would only declare under oath what they considered to be the main facts and circumstances connected with it. The Tilfor Kvitter, or Gothor Kvitter, used especially in cases between the Gothor and their Thingmen, consisted of 12 members, the Gothi nominating 11, the 12th being the Gothi himself. If he was a defendant, one of the 2 other Gothar of that district was nominated by the plaintiff. The declaration of the Kvitter was used in the trial as general evidence in connection with the testimony of other witnesses, but the defendant could meet the Kvitter of the plaintiff with a Boyar Kviar Kvitter, consisting of 5 members chosen from the defendant's home district to testify in his behalf. These would make a declaration tending to modify or counteract that given in favor of the plaintiff. He could also, on legal grounds, expel members from the plaintiff's Kvitter, and new members would then be chosen. The declaration of the Kvitter could be determined by a majority opinion. In case of a tie, the Gothi would cast the deciding vote. Even in cases of homicide or other grave crimes, the parties to the suit could settle the matter privately by agreeing upon a suitable compensation to the injured party, fixed either by the plaintiff himself, Sayaldemi, or by trusted persons chosen as arbitrators. If no such settlement was made, the plaintiff could bring the case before the court. A person who was convicted or held legally responsible for some great wrongdoing would be outlawed, in which case either partial or complete banishment would be imposed. Partial banishment (fjordagsgathor) lasted 3 years, and the guilty person might be banished to some other district or sent into exile. On the payment to the Gothi of a fine (fjordaugr), 3 places of safety were granted the outlawed person until he could leave home or find passage to some foreign land to spend the term of exile. Should he fail to pay this fine, the sentence was changed to complete banishment. No one was allowed to molest him in passing between the places of safety or in going to the ship, and no shipowner could refuse him passage. When he returned after 3 years, he was again a free man, and was restored to his full rights as citizen. The severest punishment inflicted was complete banishment (skoganger), when a man became a skogansmader, or complete outlaw. For minor offences, the utlegosaker, a fine of 3 merker or less, was imposed. In order to bring the sentence of banishment to execution, a feransdomer, or court of execution, consisting of 12 judges, had to be assembled by the Gothi at the home of the outlawed person 2 weeks after the close of the Althing. This court formally dispossessed the convicted person of his property, collected the fines due, paid his debts, and made provision for his dependents. It is quite clear, however, that the severe punishment of complete banishment was seldom inflicted. The spirit of the old laws was opposed to a mode of punishment which resulted in personal injury to the individual, favoring settlement based on compensation to the injured party. Limited banishment was more frequently used in order to remove troublesome persons from the scene of conflict until peace and quiet could be again restored. The law-making power of the Althing, as already mentioned, was vested in the Lagretta, which, besides the Lagsögumathur, and after the introduction of Christianity also of the 2 bishops, consisted of 144 members divided into 3 groups or benches. The first group consisted of the 39 Gothar of the principal Gotharths, together with 9 additional members, 3 from each of the quarters, having only 9 Gothar chosen in order to give all the quarters an equal representation. These 48 members constituted the middle bench, and they alone had the right to vote on measures proposed. Each member of this bench chose 2 assistants, in all 96, who occupied the front and rear benches. They had no vote and acted only in the capacity of councillors. The Lagretta alone had the right to interpret, change, or enact laws, grant pardons, reduce prescribed punishments in given cases, and to issue permits of various kinds. When a measure had been adopted by a majority vote, all members had to give their assent. It was then formally proclaimed to the assembled Althing by the Logosgumathur. In minor affairs a decree could be passed even if all members were not present, but in no case could a smaller number than 48 constitute a quorum. The Logosgumathur was to be chosen by unanimous vote of the Lagretta. He received a salary of 240 alnar of woolen cloth, Velmar, and he was also to have 1/2 of the fines imposed for minor offences. After his election, the Lagretta escorted him to the Mount of Laws, where he took his seat as presiding officer. The session of Althing began on Thursday between the 18th and 23rd of June, and lasted for 2 weeks. On Friday, after the Thingskap, or plan of procedure, had been announced by the Lagsogumathur, the Gothar appointed the judges for the quarter courts, and all cases to be brought before these courts were announced to the assembled Thingmen on Friday and Saturday, or on Monday following. On Saturday at noon the members of the Thing marched in procession to the Mount of Laws, led by the Logosgumathur, who was followed by the Gothar and the judges whom they had appointed. Places were now assigned to the quarter courts, which remained in session every weekday throughout the Thing period, except when the Lagretta met, or when the Logosgumathur summoned them to meet at the Mount of Laws. The Lagretta was to hold at least 4 meetings during the session of the Thing, 1 on each of the 2 Sundays of the Thing period, 1 on the first Friday of the session, and 1 on the day of the closing. But it might be convened by the Logosgumathur Althmather at any time during the session of the Thing. Thingvellir, where the Althing met, is a lava bed of prehistoric origin sloping toward Lake Thingvalla. This bed north of the lake has sunk in cooling, creating two large rifts, the Almannagjá to the west and the Hrafnagjá to the east of the Thingvellir. The Almannagjá, which has a length of several miles, stretches from Armansfell to the lake. It has a flat bottom and perpendicular sides of lava, the western wall being about 100 feet, the eastern from 35 to 60 feet in height. The little river Oxara falls into the rift, but soon crosses it and flows through the Thingvalla plain into the lake. The road to Thingvellir led into the Almannagjá along steep steps of lava. The people who visited the Thing found pasturage for their horses on the grassy plain along the rift. A short distance from the Oxara, not far from the lake, a craggy portion of the plain has been cut off by fissures, which surround it on all sides except in one place where a narrow entrance is found. This singular stronghold was long supposed to be the old Mount of Laws where the Althing assembled. It has later been shown, however, that the old Mount of Laws was not located here, but on the west side of the river Oxara. At the opening of the session, the Thingstead was formally consecrated by the Allsher Jarl Gothi, a descendant of the first settler, Ingolf Einarsson, who bore that title and had the right to perform this ceremony. From the highest elevation of the Mount of Laws, the Logosgumather would proclaim the laws and decrees. From the same place, all announcements to the assembly were also made by persons who, for this purpose, were allowed to ascend the Mount of Laws. Below was the place of the Lagretta, which no one but the members was allowed to enter. Around the Lagretta, the Thingmen and visiting public were assembled. On the plain between the Mount of Laws and the Almannagjá, booths or temporary dwellings were erected for the members of the Thing and those who attended its sessions. These booths were simple four-cornered structures with gabled walls without roofs. Before the opening of the session they were covered with a temporary roof of woolen cloth. The walls were draped with cloth, and the booth was divided into separate chambers for the Thingmen in the same manner. The Gothi had to attend the Althing unless lawfully prevented, in which case the other Gothar of his district chose an alternate. If a Gothi remained absent from the session of the Althing without due cause, he forfeited his Gothorth. So also, if he arrived at the Thing later than the prescribed time, Thursday evening before sunset. A certain number of Thingmen from the Gothorth had to accompany the Gothi to the Althing. At the meeting of the Barthing, he could choose 1/6 of their number either by oral agreement or by lot, but as many could go as wished to attend the Thing. Those who were sent as representatives from the Gothorth received board, lodging, and free transportation to and from the Thing. They were also exempt for the year from paying the Thing for a tax of 10 alnar vathmal, assessed by the Gothi on all the Thingmen who did not attend the Althing. Besides this tax, other dues were also payable to the Gothi. A temple toll, Hoftoller, was collected for maintaining the temple and defraying the expenses connected with the public worship. A Friorbauer of 1 mark, together with a cow or a 4-year-old ox, was paid him when the property of an outlawed person was seized by Varensstomer, and a Saudatoller, or tax of 1 sheep from each Thingmother, was levied in some districts, though it does not seem to have been universally established. Of considerable pecuniary value also was the free entertainment given the Gothi and his followers when he travelled about in his Gothorth. His right to supervise trade also constituted a valuable source of income. When a merchant ship from Norway or elsewhere came to Iceland, the nearest Gothi would ride to the shore to inspect the goods and fix the prices for which they were to be sold. If no quarrel arose, he was usually asked to select what he desired of the goods, and the news from abroad was first told him by the merchants. In return for this courtesy, the Gothi would invite the master of the ship with his men to his home, where the most liberal hospitality was shown them. The income of the Gothi from these various sources was not large, and probably never fully covered the expenses connected with his public duties. He had to furnish the animals for the religious sacrifices. He was responsible for the upkeep of the temple, and during the sessions of the Althing he had to provide at his own expense free board and lodgings for his thingmen at his own booths. As he had to display on all occasions the munificence becoming a chieftain, his expenses were often quite out of proportion to his limited income. Hence the old laws state that a Gothorth was not to be made subject to tithes, since it is an office of power but not one of profit. The meeting of the Althing was the great event of the year, not only politically but also socially. All men of means and prominence would go to Thingvellir on that occasion, often accompanied by their wives and daughters, to meet friends and relatives from other settlements, to learn the news from abroad, listen to cases tried in the courts, and to take part in the games and amusements. The young men from all parts of Iceland would naturally flock to so eventful a gathering to witness the Thing proceedings and indulge in the national sports. Marriages were contracted, as seen from the Njala saga, narrative about Gunmar of Hindarendi and Helgarda, or Afrin Onanzessa's wooing of Helga the Fair, told in the Gunnlaug saga, Ormstunga. Expeditions to foreign lands were arranged, and invitations were extended for a great feast, at which the conviviality of the Icelanders found its fullest expression. The old culture continued to flourish. The fine traits of early aristocratic life suffered no impairment, as the new state organization preserved with pious conservatism the features of political and social life which had been evolved in the mother country through a long national development. But an uncompromising adherence to the old ways tended to isolate the colonists from the forces of progress. They had turned their backs on innovations and the new elements of growth which gradually transformed political life in Norway. To them tradition had made even the unimportant sacred. Custom, elevated into an unwritten law, had become a sufficient reason for maintaining features of social life which were harmful and objectionable. The chieftains, who were governed by the narrow self-interest characteristic of a privileged upper class, shooed away every new idea and clung to the past with a veneration which made Icelandic society unprogressive. This became the more harmful because of the isolation of the country. Their limited intercourse with other nations so retarded the growth of new ideas that the uncanny features of pagan life continued to flourish without abatement even after the introduction of Christianity. This is apparent as well in the people's attitude to their own laws and institutions as in their private intercourse. With a highly developed jurisprudence and a well-organized system of courts, they nevertheless failed to maintain social order and to administer justice with efficient impartiality. In the public mind, the law lacked majesty and authority. It was regarded as something for lawyers to sharpen their wits upon, something to be evaded or even ignored. Civic life was not regulated according to the principles of law, but continued to be controlled by custom. Cases growing out of homicide and other great crimes were often not brought before the courts, but were settled in the most primitive way by personal revenge. Even after the reform of the judicial system in 965, blood feud continued to rage unabated, as it was still regarded by many as the most manly and direct way of obtaining justice. Two systems may therefore be said to have existed side by side, that of law acting through the courts and that of custom operating through personal revenge. In a progressive society, the primitive method of personal vengeance would have been gradually discredited. The growth of higher ideals would have strengthened the sacredness and authority of the law. But in Iceland, this old destructive custom continued to cast its shadow over social life. Often it developed into a mad fury, which stands in striking contrast to their great legal knowledge and their well-organized judicial tribunals. The sagas furnish abundant proof of this strange dualism in the early period of Icelandic history. The pivotal feature of nearly all of these stories is a blood feud around which all other events are grouped. A chain of events may be brought into a great epic like the Njala saga, where the wrongs and provocations, the plots and counterplots finally culminate in the slaying of Gunnar of Hilardarendi, the burning of Njal and his family, and the bloody encounter at the Althing. The feud may constitute a single tragic plot, as in the Gunnlaug saga, Ormstunga, where the interest centres in the rivalry of the Skalds Gunnlaug and Hrafn for the hand of Helga the Fair, or a series of feuds may give rise to dramatic events more loosely connected, as in the Erebbergia saga, or the Vigastr saga, or Oak Arviga, but however the theme may be varied, it presents the same picture of social conditions. There is passion, uncontrolled, bloody encounters which destroy whole families and feed new fuel to the consuming flames of hatred and revenge. Strong men, beautiful and heroic women move through these stormy scenes like heroes and heroines in a Greek tragedy. Nothing could stay the avenging hand, as the courts were unable to restrain the wrongdoer or provide adequate remedy for the misdeed. The paragraphs in the code might be wise and equitable, but above them stood the sensitive, arrogant, martial spirit of the people, jealous of its honor, ready to sacrifice home, friends, law, or life on the slightest provocation. Such was the spirit of early Iceland. The new political organization had failed to establish a strong state, chiefly because the people were so little amenable to law, but it created a society so well suited to the character and temper of the people that their native genius could freely unfold its creative and restless activity. The rich intellectual life which blossomed forth on the barren moors of Iceland was mainly due to an exuberant spirit, proud of its old freedom, unsaddened and unsubdued by irksome political and social restraints. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction of Christianity. From the time of King Harald Haarfagr, and probably even earlier, the peoples of the north came under the influence of ideas hitherto foreign to the pagan native mind. The Viking expeditions had brought the Norsemen into close contact with the Christian nations of Europe. A lively commercial intercourse had developed, and the Norse colonies established on the western islands served as a mart where people of different faith and nationality could meet and exchange ideas. This stimulating intercourse created a new era of intellectual growth in which elements of Christian thought became noticeable long before Christianity was finally established in Norway. We have seen that many of the Icelandic settlers who came from the western Norse colonies had accepted baptism or had been deeply impressed by such features of the Christian faith and worship as they had learned to know. On all sides, the new faith was advancing also into the north. Early in the 9th century, Ansgarius was preaching Christianity both in Denmark and in Sweden, and later the Archbishop of Hamburg, supported by the German king, so successfully promoted missionary efforts in Denmark that King Harald Gormson accepted baptism in 965. In Norway, King Hakon the Good, son of Harald Haarfagr, reared at the English court, had accepted the Christian faith and sought to introduce it in his kingdom. Both in Norway and Iceland, many of the ablest and most earnest men devoted themselves to a contemplation of life, revealing doubt in the old deities, and yearning for a faith which should give satisfactory answers to their queries. The old mythology contained many lofty ideas, but as a practical religion it was bound to the temple with its sacrifices, its sprinkling of blood, and its magic incantations to propitiate cruel divinities who had nothing to offer as consolation in death or hope for the hereafter. It could give the pondering mind no more comforting answer than the story of the fading of life into the joyless shadows of ghastly hell. How different was the message brought by Christ, who came to save, to console the sorrowful, to gather men from the tribulation of the world into his own kingdom, where they would enjoy everlasting bliss. As the Norsemen were fatalists, believing that whatever happened was unavoidable, they did not feel inclined to wage any determined fight in behalf of their old deities. If Christ was destined to triumph, it was decreed by fate. Many already believed that the old gods were fighting a losing battle. There was a growing feeling that something new and better was coming. All people now let Odin's tribe go. I'm also constrained to part from the kin of Njord, sings Hallfred Vandre das Skald. About Thorkel Mani Logsogumthor in Iceland 970 to 985, the Landnama book says, in his last sickness he caused himself to be carried out into the sunshine, where he recommended himself to the God who had created the sun. But he also lived as pure a life as any Christian who has the purest morals. The clash between Christian European culture and northern paganism had already begun in this vague but irrepressible conflict of ideas. Only one step was still lacking. If the wall of paganism, which isolated the farthest north, could be broken at any point, if the growing interest in Christian ideas should culminate in an enthusiastic acceptance of the new faith by some influential leader, adherents would rally to his support, and the final combat between the two systems would be on. This was soon to happen both in Norway and in Iceland, the only remaining abodes of primitive Germanic life. An Icelandic leader who openly espoused the Christian cause was Thorvald Codransson, the far traveller. He had visited many lands and is said to have been baptized in Germany, probably in 981. Of still greater importance was the conversion in England of Olaf Tryggvason, who in 995 ascended the throne of Norway. The work of Christianizing the north was soon under way. The rather passive opposition of the stolid masses, as well as the more hostile resistance of a few determined chieftains, had to be overcome, but because of the indifference and even the friendly attitude of many of the leading men, Christianity was established with remarkable ease and rapidity when we consider the almost total absence of missionaries who could instruct the people in the new faith. According to the sagas, Thorvald was born in Vatsdal in northern Iceland, but his father, who was attached to the older brother Orm, did little or nothing for him. Finally, the father was prevailed upon to give him a ship so that he could visit foreign lands like other young men of good family. Thorvald left his native country and spent many years as a restless roamer and warrior in foreign lands, at first in the service of the Danish king Svein Tajugaskeg, and later as Viking chieftain in the North Sea and the Baltic. On his journeys he also reached Saxony, Germany, where he was converted to Christianity. Fired with great enthusiasm for the new faith which he had embraced, he resolved to turn missionary. Accompanied by the same Bishop Frederick who had baptized him, he returned to Iceland in 981 for the purpose of converting his people to the Christian faith. They came to Gilja, to Thorvald's father, and remained there the first year. Since the bishop did not know the language, he could only act as assistant and adviser, while Thorvald preached to the people. The saga says that Thorvald's father, Kodran, was so impressed by the Christian ceremonies, the singing, the ringing of bells, the burning of incense, the white vestments worn by the missionaries, that he and his wife Jangirda accepted the new faith together with all their people. Thorvald's brother Orm, however, did not receive baptism. Many others were also turned to Christianity already the first winter, especially in the northern districts. In the spring the missionaries moved farther west to Vididal. Here Thorvald married and settled at Lake Jamet, where they remained during the next 4 years. Through their work many had been led to accept Christianity, and others who had not wholly abandoned the old faith became so indifferent to it that they ceased to worship the heathen gods and refused to pay the prescribed temple toll. This aroused bitter resentment, especially among the chieftains. Still greater became the ill will when Thorvald appeared and preached Christianity at the Althing in 984. Hedin from Svalbard, one of the most determined opponents of the missionaries, stirred the people to such anger that they hired poets to make lampoons about them. This so exasperated Thorvald that he slew 2 of the lampoonists, but Frederick bore all with patience. Through continued labors new converts were gained in the northern districts, but so hostile a public sentiment had been aroused that the missionaries were outlawed and had to leave Iceland. They sailed to Norway in 986. While they were lying in the harbor, Hedin from Svalbard, their old opponent, arrived. Thorvald watched his opportunity and slew him while he was cutting timber in the woods near by. Because of this violent and unchristian act, Bishop Frederick parted from him and returned to his native country. Thorvald became a merchant and traveled through many lands. Visiting Greece and Constantinople, he finally died as a monk in Russia in a monastery which he is said to have founded. These early missionary efforts, the example of baptized Christians in the days of colonization, and especially the conversion of the northern kingdoms, made Christianity well known in Iceland and created a religious unrest which is clearly reflected in the sagas. The faith in the old gods was waning, although the chieftains did what they could to uphold the old worship, so essential to their own power and authority. That a new age was approaching was instinctively felt by all who in any degree possessed the ability to forecast events. Many who returned from foreign lands as baptized Christians told of the wonders wrought by the new faith, and prominent men declared themselves in favor of Christianity from general conviction of its superiority, even without having received instruction in its doctrine. Njal of Berg Thorshval, widely known for his wisdom and legal learning, was a friend of the new faith. Njal Saga says, "It was also rumored that the people of Norway had changed religion, that they had discarded the old faith, and that King Olaf had Christianized the western colonies, Shetland, the Orkneys, and the Faroe Islands. Many said within the Njal hearing that they thought it strange that people would abandon their old religion, but Njal said, 'It seems to me that the new faith must be better, and that he is fortunate who possesses it. If the men who preach it come to Iceland, I shall assist them according to my ability.'" As soon as Thangbrand the missionary arrived, Njal was baptized with his whole family. A similar predisposition to accept the Christian religion is told also of other prominent men. As a missionary field, Iceland was indeed white unto the harvest, but the work was still to be done, as the power of the old faith was unbroken. The Icelanders might have remained for centuries in pagan isolation had not King Olaf Tryggvason undertaken to direct the missionary efforts here as in all the other Norse colonies. About Olaf Tryggvason's early years very little is definitely known. When he finally emerges from the twilight of romance woven about his youth by numerous legendary tales, he enters the historical arena as a young man, tall, beautiful, strong, and athletic beyond all Norsemen ever mentioned, says Snorre. After spending many years as Viking chieftain, especially in the Baltic, he had organized a great Viking army with which he began the conquest of England, an undertaking in which he was joined by the Danish king Svein Tjugskeg. Everywhere these 2 great leaders were victorious, but even in the midst of their advance Olaf yielded to the persuasions of Bishop Alfea of Winchester. He accepted the Christian faith, was confirmed by the bishop, and concluded a treaty by which he solemnly pledged himself never again to wage war against the English. A new ambition now inspired him to worthier undertakings. He would turn crusader, regain the throne of his fathers, and introduce Christianity in the north, a great undertaking probably suggested to him by Bishop Alfea. In 995 Olaf sailed to Norway with a small fleet, accompanied by a few missionaries, among whom were Stephanie Thorgilson and Thangbrand, who later became missionaries in Iceland. Olaf soon gained the throne of Norway and entered upon his work of introducing Christianity with true crusading zeal. Not only was the Christian faith to be introduced in his own kingdom, but also in the western colonies and other distant settlements. The independence maintained by the settlers in Iceland so strengthened the self-assertiveness of the chieftains that a new patriotism soon manifested itself. They considered themselves a distinct people and took pride in calling themselves Icelanders when they traveled in foreign countries, but the most intimate relation with the mother country continued to exist. Many leading men from Iceland visited Norway every summer as merchants, and young men sought the royal court as skalds and hearthmen to win honor and distinction. Though all allegiance to the royal house had been severed, the kings of Norway still regarded the Icelanders as Norse colonists, an integral part of the nation for whom they continued to feel a deep paternal interest. But after the death of King Harald Haarfagre, no attempt was made to exert any direct influence on affairs in Iceland until Olav Tryggvason ascended the throne. In his zeal for the cause of Christianity, he paid special attention to the visiting Icelanders, whom he sought by various means to convert to the Christian faith. Prominent among these were Kjartan Olafsson, the son of Olaf Pa of Hjardarholt, and his foster brother Boli Thorleikson. According to the saga narrative, they bought part interest in a ship owned by Kalf Asgeirsson, and the three sailed to Norway in the summer. They landed at Agnes near Trondheim, where they learned that Olaf Tryggvason had ascended the throne of Norway and sought to convert all the people to Christianity. Many Icelanders were in Tryndelagen at this time. The skald Halfred Otarsson and others had anchored their ships at the wharves before Kjartan and his companions arrived. The saga says that they had entered into an agreement among themselves not to accept the Christian faith. They also asked Kjartan to join in this agreement, and he promised to do what the others considered best in the matter. The king was in Tryndelagen at this time, engaged in erecting churches and other buildings in the city of Nidaros, which he had just founded. One fine day in the autumn, when Kjartan and the Icelanders went to the river Nid to look at the swimming contest, they saw a man who excelled all others. Kjartan asked Hallfrid, Otarsson, and Boli if they would risk a swimming match with this man, but they would not attempt it. Kjartan then undressed and went into the water, but in the contest he proved much inferior to the athletic stranger, who ducked him under several times until he had to acknowledge his defeat. After they came ashore and dressed, the stranger revealed his identity, saying that he was King Olaf Tryggvason. He praised Kjartan for his great skill as swimmer, and gave him his own costly mantle as a token of his friendship. But the Icelanders were not well pleased because he accepted the present, as they considered it a sign that he had become the king's man. Not long afterward the king summoned them to a thing and spoke to them of the Christian faith. He made a special appeal to Kjartan, asking him if he would receive baptism. The Icelanders told him to make such reply as he thought proper, and he said that since the king had treated him so well, since he had neither forced him nor threatened, he would accept the new faith and would show the god Thor little honour on his return to Iceland. At Christmas both he and Boli were baptized and became members of the king's hearth. The skald Hallfrid, mentioned in connection with Kjartan and Boli, was in all respects a typical Viking. From youth he had been a lover of adventure, self-willed and combative, gifted as a skald, but of a saucy disposition, and always ready for bloodshed at the first challenge. Before he came to Norway he had been involved in a feud with a rival, Gris Semmingson, who married Golfinna, a lady of whom Alfred was enamoured. In settlement of this difficulty he had to promise to leave Iceland for a period, a punishment which must have been a favour rather than a hardship, since he was now of an age when he would naturally spend some years abroad to obtain suitable training and distinction. One day, while he was staying in Nidaros, King Olaf Tryggvason met him and entered into conversation with him. When the king learned that he was a skald, he asked if he, who was so brave and frank a man, would accept the Christian faith. Hallfred answered that he would not receive baptism without some reward. The king asked what he desired. He replied that the condition should be that the king himself should be his sponsor. The king consented, and Hallfred and his companions were baptized. Hallfred was placed under the tuition of Jostin and Karl Schofti, who were to teach him the Paternoster and the Credo. Also Bard Orvi, the sons of Bred Skeggi, and all the other Icelanders who were in Nidaros accepted the Christian faith, says the saga. This system of conversion, consisting chiefly in baptism urged on pagans who were wholly unfamiliar with the Christian doctrine, could not effect any real change of heart in the new converts, as they had not even had the opportunity to associate with Christians, like some of the early settlers in Iceland who came from the western colonies. Their sojourn in Norway had been short, and even here Christianity was preached for the first time. When they accepted baptism, it was usually for some ulterior motive, or because they regarded it as an interesting adventure. The chief reason seems to have been that they wished to be on friendly terms with the popular and powerful King Olaf. If they humoured him, he showered favours upon them, invited them to his court, and made them his skalds and hearthmen. If they opposed him, they would be made to feel his displeasure, and might not even be allowed to enter the harbours. To some, baptism represented a sort of conversion to the new faith. To others it might mean very little. But the king himself was so little familiar with the inwardness and true character of Christianity that he regarded baptism as conversion, and imposed no restrictions on the subsequent life and conduct of those who had thus given their allegiance to the Christian Church. Hallfred, Ottar's son, is quite a typical representative of this kind of baptized but unconverted pagans. After his baptism he was with the king and enjoyed his special friendship, but about the Christian religion he knew little and cared still less. One day he stepped before the king and asked if he would listen to a song which he had made in his honour. When the king declined, Hallfred said that if he would not listen to it, he would abandon the new faith which he had received, for that was not any more poetic than the song. The king replied, "You shall be called Vandredasskald, because you are hard to please, and I will listen to the song." After Hallfred had recited it, the king was well pleased, and asked him to join his hearth, an offer which Hallfred accepted on the condition that the king should not dismiss him from the court for anything which he might happen to do. He had formerly been in Hakon Jarl's service. Now he became King Olaf's hearth-skald, and was since known as Hallfred Vandredasskald. He continued to lead an adventurous life, and committed violent acts with the same heartless nonchalance as before. In a quarrel he killed the king's hearth-mother, Ottar, a deed punishable by death, but his life was spared because the king was his sponsor. Not long afterward the king gave him the unpleasant task of punishing a personal enemy, Thorleif Spaki, whom Hallfred attacked and blinded in one eye. An adventurous journey finally took him to Sweden, where he married a lady by the name of Ingjorg, who accepted the Christian faith and accompanied him to Nidaros. After her death he again visited Iceland, where the feud with his old rival Gris broke out anew. In order to disgrace Gris, he ravished his wife Kolfinna, a deed for which he was sentenced to pay a fine to his rival. In all his conduct there is not a trace of Christian spirit. The only attractive quality shown by the skald is the old pagan virtue of faithfulness to his lord the king. When he learned of King Olaf's death in the Battle of Svolder in the year 1000, he hastened to Norway and made a song in his memory, in which he voiced the king's praise and his own deep sorrow. There is a ring of real sadness in these verses, which shows how deep was the attachment which he felt for the great king. Desolate are the Northlands now that the king has fallen. Break will the earth and the heavens, ere a king as good as the glad Olaf shall again be born. It is said that he attempted to kill Erik Jarl, who had fought against King Olaf at Svolder, that he was seized and laid in fetters, but received his freedom as a reward for a song which he made in the Jarl's honour. Under these circumstances he could hope for no further favours in Norway. He set out for Iceland, but died on the return voyage. During his last moments he showed a certain Christian mindedness which had never come to light in his conduct. Now he said he would gladly die if he knew that his soul would be saved. In 996, Stephanie Thorgilsson, a descendant of Kettle Flatnef, was sent as missionary to Iceland. He was an Icelander by birth, but as a young man he had journeyed abroad, and after receiving baptism in Denmark he had joined King Olaf in the British Isles. He was brave and well intentioned, but as he lacked both Christian knowledge and true piety, he was ill prepared for so important a mission. When he arrived in Iceland, shortly before the opening of the Althing, he began to preach publicly with great zeal. Had he possessed the necessary tact and self-restraint, his labour might have borne fruit. But the opposition which he encountered aroused his anger, and as he was more skilled in the use of arms than in the art of persuasion, he undertook with the aid of his men to pull down the heathen temples and burn the images of the gods. Toleration in religious matters was still regarded as a well-established principle of personal freedom. The question of religious belief was usually considered a private matter to be settled by every person according to his own conviction, and few examples are found of persecution or religious bigotry. But an open attack on the established institutions naturally aroused general resentment. When the Althing was assembled, a law was passed which condemned to punishment any one who did violence to the temples or offered insult to the gods. Stephanie was outlawed, and he had to leave Iceland. With nothing accomplished, he returned to Norway, and the saga state that he met his death in Denmark at the hands of Sigvald Jarl, one of King Olaf's enemies. Upon Stephanie's return, King Olaf sent his chaplain Thangbrand to preach Christianity in Iceland. The newly baptized Kjartan Olafsson had also been requested to undertake this mission, but declined, as he feared that he might arouse the enmity of his friends and kinsmen. Thangbrand, who is said to have been the son of a German count, had been compelled to flee from his native land because of a murder committed in a quarrel. In England he too had met King Olaf, and after taking holy orders accompanied the king to Norway, where he became parish priest in the first organized Christian parish on the island of Moster. His knowledge of the Christian doctrine might have made him a valuable man, had not his violent temper and vicious habits rendered him unfit for so sacred a calling. He not only squandered the income of his parish, but he organized piratic raids to replenish his depleted stores, an unchristian conduct for which the king finally called him to account. Due repentance saved him from banishment, but he was sent instead as missionary to Iceland. The story of Thangbrand's mission is told in several sagas with some variation in details. According to the Olaf saga, Tryggvasonar, he was not well received by the people of Iceland, possibly because of the impression made by former missionaries. But the chieftain Siddu Hall of Vota, who was friendly disposed to the Christian faith, welcomed him and invited him to his home. A tent was raised in which religious services were conducted. Hall is said to have spent much time in talking with the missionaries about Christianity. He supplied them abundantly with all necessaries and was finally baptized, together with his whole household. In the spring of 998, Thangbrand began more active work. Accompanied by Siddu Hall and his assistant, he undertook an extensive missionary tour and seems to have had notable success. But determined opposition was also encountered, which kindled the martial spirit of the combative priest. At Staffafell they met a man by the name of Thorkel, who was so violently opposed to Christianity that he challenged Thangbrand to a duel. The doughty missionary advanced to the combat with a crucifix attached to his shield and slew his antagonist, a sort of missionary work quite in his style, nor was it the last time that he resorted to this sort of argument. At Arnarstokshede, his assistant Gudleif Arason slew another opponent, Galdra Hedin, and at Flotslid the poet Vetra Lidi, who ventured to compose lampoons about them, suffered the same fate. Thorvald Vali, who had gathered a band and planned to attack them, was also slain, but in spite of his violent methods, duels, and homicides, Thangbrand was able to continue his labors from 997 till 999, and many leading chieftains were baptized. Besides Siddu Hall and Jarl of Bergthorshval are mentioned Gizur the White, Hjalti Skegjason, Hilded the Old, Ingald, Thorgesson, and others. On his first missionary journey, Thangbrand travelled from Thuvota through the southern districts to Bergthorshval and Grimsness. When the Althing assembled, he also appeared at the Thing and preached Christianity. This he could now venture to do because the Christians had already become so numerous that even at the Thing they appeared as a strong party led by such chieftains as Siddu Hall, Gizur the White, and Hjalti Skegjason, who were able to hold in check the adherents of the old faith. His appearance at the Thing caused the greatest excitement. The Althing outlawed him, and the relatives of those whom he had slain would have seized him had he not been defended by Njal of Bergthorshval and other influential Christian chieftains. After the Althing he accompanied Siddu Hall to Thuvota. He made a trip into the northeastern districts, where he baptized a few persons, but because of growing opposition he could accomplish little, and he returned to his friend Siddu Hall. The Olav saga Tryggvasonar states that he now made ready to leave Iceland, but that his ship was driven by contrary winds to the Björgafjord, where he was invited by Gizur the White, one of the leading Christian chieftains, to stay with him at Skalholt. Here he spent the winter 998 to 999. It seems more likely, however, that Gizur had given him such an invitation at the Althing in the summer of 998 that his going to the Bogarsjord was not due to any such accident as mentioned by the saga. It is quite certain that while at Skalholt he baptized Gizur the White, his son-in-law, Hjalti Skegjason, and other chieftains. That winter he is also said to have met Steinum, the mother of Skaldruf. The saga says that she began to preach paganism to him, asking him if he had not heard that Christ had been challenged by Thor to a duel, and that he did not dare to fight. "I have heard," replied Thangbrand, "that Thor would be but dust and ashes if God would not let him live." As this incident is mentioned only in the Njal saga, it may be an invention of later writers. His ship lying in the Bogarsjord had been damaged by the winter storms, and while it was being repaired he made a trip into the western districts, proceeding as far as Hagi in Bardastrand, where Gest, oldest son, received the sign of the cross and aided him in his work. Gest advised him not to go farther west, says the saga, as the people there were hard to deal with. "If the new faith is to be introduced," said Gest, "it will be accepted at the Althing, when all the chieftains are present." Thangbrand answered that he had preached Christianity at the Thing, and that nowhere had he met stronger opposition. "You have nevertheless done the greater part," said Gest. "Even if it shall be granted some one else to have it formally accepted, it will then only go according to the old adage that the tree is not felled by the first stroke." New clashes occurred between the two parties at the Althing in the summer, when the skald Hjalti Skegjason, in open challenge to the yet heathen populace, recited a song in which he called Odin and Freya dogs, an unseemly outburst which could only hurt the cause which he was trying to further. For this insult to the gods he was sentenced to banishment for 3 years, and he and his father-in-law, Gizur the White, sailed to Norway. After spending some time in the southern districts, Thangbrand visited his friend Njal at Bergthorshval. His ship was now ready, and in the summer of 999 he sailed to Norway, accompanied by his assistant Gudleif Arason. Upon his return, Thangbrand represented conditions in Iceland in the darkest colours. King Olaf was angry and disappointed because this new attempt to Christianize the island had also failed. In a resentful outburst, he ordered that all the heathen Icelanders in the harbour of Nidaros should be seized and put to death, but several influential Christian Icelanders, among whom were Kiartan Olafsson and also Gizur the White and Hjalti Skegjason, who had just arrived from Iceland, pleaded with the king to show greater forbearance. They promised that all heathen Icelanders in Nidaros should receive baptism, and undertook to have Christianity fully established in Iceland. This wise counsel appeased the king. The heathen Icelanders were baptized, and Gizur and Hjalti remained at the king's court till in the summer of the year 1000, when they returned home to carry out their important mission. It is very likely that they were acting as agents for the Christian party in Iceland in soliciting aid from the king, as matters were sure to come to a crisis between the two parties at the next meeting of the Althing. They so timed their voyage that they arrived in Iceland while the Althing was assembled. Although Hjalti had been outlawed, they hastened at once to the Thing, where all their friends and followers were assembled. Being well aware of the resistance they would encounter, they marched to the Thing in battle array, says the saga. The heathens rushed to arms, and a battle between the two factions was averted with great difficulty. But the following day the priests who accompanied Gizur and Hjalti, after singing mass to a great concourse of people, were nevertheless allowed to march to the Mount of Laws in their sacred vestments to burn incense, the fine odour of which spread over the assembly. Hjalti and Gizur now began to explain to the people very carefully their mission and what King Olaf desired them to do. It is very likely that Olaf sought to establish overlordship over Iceland in connection with the introduction of Christianity, and with the aid of the Christian party, as he had done in the Orkneys and the Faroe Islands under similar circumstances. No one could doubt that behind the messengers who now spoke in favour of the Christian faith and on behalf of the Christian party stood the powerful and energetic King Olaf. They probably made it clear what serious results it might lead to if the Icelanders continued to thwart the king in a matter which he had sought so earnestly to further. A numerous party in the assembly continued to make violent demonstrations and sought to resist Christianity at all points, but Gizur's and Hjalti's message and their explanation of the situation made a profound impression on all who had a better understanding of national affairs. Christianity had now been established in all lands. In Norway and the western colonies it was being introduced. Even in Iceland a strong party had declared in its favour. Since 965, when the new Thing organization was effected, some Gothar who in some way had identified themselves with the new faith had remained outside of the state organization. Since they could not take the heathen oaths or take part in the sacrifices, they could not belong to the Things, and they and their adherents were virtually outside of the law of the land. Some chieftains had been baptized by Thorvald Kodrensson and Bishop Frederick, and several had been baptized by Thangbrand. 9 Gothar now stood outside of the old state organization. The number of new converts was growing, and since these would use their legal right to sever their allegiance to the heathen Gothar and give themselves under the chieftains who supported Christianity, a complete division had taken place in the Icelandic state organization. The 9 Gothar and their followers were no longer satisfied to remain outside all law and social organization. They had now met in full force at the Althing to hear what message Gizur and Hjalti brought from Norway. They had chosen their leader, Siddu Hall, as their own Logsogumother, and threatened to set up a state organization of their own, independent of that of the old Gothar. The critical moment had come when the Icelanders would have to accept Christianity or face the responsibility of rejecting it. This explains also the rather curious circumstance that Hjalti Skegjesson, who was still under the sentence of banishment, was not only allowed to appear, but even to speak at the Althing. Both parties, no doubt, felt the gravity of the situation. Through the efforts of Siddu Hall and other leading chieftains, the Logsogumother, Thorgir Lyas Vetnegagodi, was finally persuaded to agree to a compromise. Though still a heathen, he ascended the Mount of Laws and made an eloquent plea in favour of Christianity to the assembled Althing. No one attempted to oppose him, and it was finally decreed that the Christian party should abandon the idea of establishing their own state organization with their own Logsogumother, and that Christianity should henceforth be the official religion in Iceland. The people who were yet heathens were to receive the sign of the cross and were to be baptized at the earliest opportunity. All temples and images of the gods were declared unholy and were to be destroyed. But since the greater part of the people were yet unconverted pagans who had never heard or seen a Christian missionary, the official acceptance of Christianity was regarded mainly as a compromise between the two parties, and many heathen customs were suffered to remain. It was made a punishable offence to worship the heathen gods openly, but secret or private worship of the old deities was not forbidden, nor were such heathen customs as the exposing of infants and the eating of horse flesh to be interfered with. This compromise agreement probably saved the Icelandic state from disruption, if not from foreign overlordship. What plans King Olaf Tryggvason had entertained with regard to Iceland, or what agreements he had made with Gizur and Hjalti, never became known, as he fell in the battle of Svolder the same summer that they returned to Iceland. The concessions made to non-Christians were possible only as a temporary arrangement, as Christianity could not fail to demand the official repudiation of paganism. This was soon to be accomplished through the influence of King Olaf Haraldsson, Olaf the Saint, who ascended the throne of Norway in 1016. He directed an appeal to the Christian Logsögumathur Skapti Thorodsson that the Icelanders should purge from their laws such provisions as still permitted offensive heathen practices. This appeal was heeded. The last legal recognition of heathen customs was revoked, a step which marked, at least in an outward way, considerable progress towards the establishing of a Christian social order. The king was so well pleased that he sent to Iceland a bill and timber for a church to be erected at Thingvellir. He also took steps to provide bishops for the Icelandic church. Bishop Bernhard, who had accompanied him from England, was sent to Iceland, probably also Bishop Rudolf, who is mentioned both by Ari Frodi and the Hergjarstygi. This aid encouraged the struggling Christians and won new support for the cause, but the progress toward real conversion was very slow. The enforcement even of a rudimentary observance of the rules of the Church proved difficult. Burials and the celebration of church holidays retained the character of corresponding heathen festivals. Feast days were not observed, and marriages were solemnized without regard for the church rules governing the permissible degrees of relationship. Few churches had been erected, as the building of churches had been left to private initiative. Chieftains who had received baptism or were in any way disposed to further the cause of Christianity built churches on their estates as they had formerly built heathen temples, the assistance of the state being limited to the passing of regulations that the churches once built should be kept in a proper state of repair. The Iberg saga states that the priests encouraged men to build churches by promising that as many would enter the kingdom of heaven as could find standing room in the churches which they built. Through such private effort many had been provided, though the number was still inadequate. Snorri Godi built a church at Helgafell, and his relative Sturr erected another at Hron. Churches were also built at Skalholt, Froda, Thingvellir, Snapsteider, Borg, and other places, but the priests were few, and without anyone to preach, the gospel churches were of little real value. Missionaries from the continent or the British Isles rendered such assistance as they could without the knowledge of the language, but it was evident that little could be accomplished before the Bible and other religious literature should be translated into Icelandic, and native young men could receive proper training in Christian schools. The fact that the churches had no endowments or fixed sources of income also made it difficult to provide the necessary means for active church work. But the main difficulty after Christianity was officially established was the lack of parish priests. In an effort to overcome this obstacle, two alternatives suggested themselves. The chieftains who built the churches could receive holy orders and conduct religious services, thus adding the dignity of priesthood to that of chieftain, as in pagan times. Many chose to increase their influence in this way, though they were wholly unfit for the calling. Others hired as priests for their churches untrained young men who were willing to work for a small compensation and were joined to the chieftain's household like other servants. Often the chieftains selected for this calling young boys and kept them in their families. until they arrived at such an age that they could be ordained by the bishop and attached to their home church. In either case, the priesthood became an office of secondary importance, so low in rank and devoid of all qualities of leadership that it could exercise but small influence on the intellectual and social life of the people. So little dignity attached to this office that even after they had received holy orders, the priests were often kept in a strange state of dependence and inferiority verging on serfdom. According to the church code, the chieftain could demand that no one, on pain of being outlawed, should harbor a priest who had run away from his church, and his return could be demanded like that of any other slave. The Icelandic clergy continued to live in married state. Some priests even kept concubines, as in the days of paganism, without offending prevailing public sentiment. An important step towards the remedying of the most serious defects in Icelandic religious and social life was the appointment of native bishops and the establishing of permanent dioceses. Islik Gizurson, son of Gizur the White, who built the first church at Skarholt, was called bishop in 1055, being the first native Icelander elevated to that important office. He had studied in Germany and was installed in his office by Archbishop Adalbert of Bremen by order of the Pope. No diocese had yet been organized in Iceland, but Islif became a resident bishop as he stayed on his father's estate at Skarholt, where he also organized a school for preparing young men for the priesthood. A small income was provided for defraying the expenses of his household, a toller, probably a head tax levied on all the people of the island. But for the support of himself and his family he was nevertheless dependent chiefly on his own means. Several bishops, some of them impostors, appeared in Iceland in his time and created much trouble. But matters improved in the days of his son and successor Gizur Isleifsson, who was bishop of Skarholt from 1082 till 1118. He possessed marked qualities of leadership and love to rule. He accepted the office of bishop only when the chieftains who elected him at the Althing promised to submit to all church regulations which he might make. And so it came to pass, says an old writer, that every one had to sit and stand as he commanded, young and old, rich and poor, men and women, and it can be truthfully said that he was both king and bishop in the island as long as he lived. Gizur secured the passage of a law making Skarholt a permanent bishop's seat, and the Skarholt estate, together with other lands and property, was given as an endowment to the new diocese. In 1096 the system of tithes, giving the church fixed revenues, was introduced through his efforts. For the proper administration of this measure, the first enumeration was made of all the taxpayers in the land. They were found to number 4,500, possibly representing a total population of about 50,000 people. Gizur also gave his consent to the creation of a second bishopric of Holar for the northern districts of Iceland. With the consent of the clergy and the people, he selected the priest Jan Agmundsson as the one to be elevated to this new diocese. Jan, who was consecrated bishop by the Archbishop of Lund in Skane in 1106, proved to be a pious and able man and was held in high esteem. He built the cathedral church at Holar and also organized a school where young men received instruction in Latin, poetry, and music in preparation for the priesthood. Bishop Gizur maintained order in the church and was able to exercise such authority even over the turbulent chieftains that Ari Frodi says of him that he was more honored by his countrymen than any other man whom we know to have lived in this island. So many tears were shed at the bier of Bishop Gizur, says another old writer, that it will never be forgotten by those who shed them as long as they live. All agreed that his death was an irreparable loss. It has also been the opinion of all men of good judgment that because of his rare gifts and unusual talents he was the greatest man in Iceland, both of laymen and clergy. The final step in the organization of the Christian church in Iceland was the adoption in 1123 of a code of church laws compiled by the bishops Thorleik Runnelsson of Skarholt and Kentil Thorstensson of Holar, the successor of Gizur and Jan. A few years earlier, a new civil code, the Haflioaskra, was compiled under the general supervision of the able jurist and great chieftain Haflidi Marson. Both these codes are found as part of a later digest, the Gragas. The bishops were elected by the Althing and were consecrated by the head of the church province of which Iceland formed a part, the Archdiocese of Bremen-Hamburg, later by the Archbishop of Lund in Skane, and finally by the Archbishop of Nidaros in Norway. As the priesthood occupied so inferior a social position, the bishops alone could be said to exercise any religious authority. As members of the Lagretta, they were also able to influence lawmaking, but the legislation for the church was done by the same secular body which legislated for the state, and in all cases, except purely disciplinary matters, the clergy was amenable to the same laws and subject to the jurisdiction of the same courts as other citizens. In this way, the Church of Iceland became strongly national, but the official position of the clergy, as well as the social standing and private lives of the priests, made it so wholly secular in spirit that it failed to curb prevalent evils or to exercise any marked spiritual leadership. The priestly office, even when exercised by men of rank, was usually regarded as of secondary importance, and was combined with secular callings of various kinds. Priests would hold the high office of lagsogumather, or would act as heads of gothurs. Some were merchants or sailors, managers of estates, or overseers superintending the erection of buildings. The nickname of half-priests applied to one of them seems to have fitted them all, observes J. E. Sars. In their moral life they rose little above the general social level. Even those of the highest standing and ability were tempted to yield to the old spirit of lawless violence. Ketil Thorstenson, who succeeded Jan Agmundsson as the second bishop of Holar, 1122 to 1145, was married to a daughter of Bishop Gizer of Skalholt. When a rumor was circulated that Gudmund Oddsson had attempted to lead his wife astray, Ketil, provoked to jealousy and forgetting the dignity of his ecclesiastical office, attacked Gudmund on the public highway, with the result that he was worsted in the encounter and lost an eye. This episode seems to have calmed the spirit of the combative prelate. He was afterward as eager to show Christian forbearance as he had hitherto been violent and vindictive. When Gudmund at last lost everything and became dependent on others, Ketil offered to care for him as long as he lived. The outward religious forms which had been substituted for the old pagan faith had not yet become a force able to control public sentiments and morals. As a rule, they were only an imperfect covering of a state of agnosticism and religious indifference, which manifested itself in a low moral tone and in continued spitefulness and violence characteristic of pagan social life. It was through the impressive ceremonies of the Catholic Church, through its fasts and penances, through its church laws backed by the powerful organization of the Roman hierarchy, rather than through religious conviction and moral teachings, that Christianity exerted its first influence on the people of Iceland. A new day was to dawn through the coming of Christianity, and new opportunities for intellectual and social progress were created through the closer connection with all Christian nations established by the Church. But the leaven of the Christian faith had to work for centuries before the pagan mind of Iceland yielded fully to its spiritualizing and ennobling influence. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Climate and natural conditions in Iceland. Early social life. The rapid colonization of Iceland shortly after its discovery was mainly due to conditions which forced many chieftains to leave Norway and the western colonies to seek new homes in this faraway island. If circumstances had remained favorable to the aristocracy, they would have remained at home. Only the poorer landless class would have emigrated, and centuries might have passed before the colony would have reached any degree of strength, as the island possesses few features which could attract settlers. It lies in latitude 63 degrees 30 minutes, so snug up against the Arctic Circle that at midwinter the sun does not rise above the horizon for a week in the northern districts, and in the southern part the day is only 3 hours long from sunrise to sunset. At the summer solstice the day in the southern districts is 20 hours long, and in the northern part the sun does not set for about a week. The average temperature is higher in Iceland than in corresponding latitudes elsewhere, except on the west coast of Norway. But because of the high latitude, the summer is short, and especially in the northern districts the climate is generally raw and cold. The Greenland current, which moves from the frozen Arctic regions in a southwesterly direction north of Iceland, often carries large floes of ice to the northern shores, accompanied by fogs and a chilly atmosphere. On the high plateau of the interior, which is covered in many places by immense glaciers, the climate is cold and stormy. Little vegetation is found on this barren waste, but it is illuminated by the brilliant, many-colored northern lights prevalent in high latitudes. Few regions of the earth equal it in wild grandeur. Frequently, too, the ice fields and snowy mountain summits are lit up by the lurid fires of the numerous active volcanoes which stud the plateau, for Iceland still hangs like a boiling cauldron over the unextinguished subterranean fires to which it owes its origin. 130 volcanoes have been counted in the island, of which 25 have been active within historic times. Among the largest and best known in southern Iceland are Katla, which since the time of colonization has had 14 eruptions, and Hekla, with a record of 18 eruptions or more since 1104. Measured by the violence of the eruptions as well as the material ejected, Hekla is probably the largest active volcano in the world. In the northern part, in the region of Mývatn, are also found a number of large volcanoes, among which are Krafla, Haverfjall, Lerknúkur, and Viti, with a crater 1,000 feet in diameter. In the east central part, Askja, and near the southeasterly coast, Orefjökull, tower prominently. The southwestern part of the island is especially a center of volcanic activity. Great volcanoes abound in these districts, and in Arnesla are also found numerous hot springs and geysers, 50 in all, of which the largest is Geyser, which ejects a column of boiling water to the height of 100 feet. Throughout the island, numerous volcanoes, both dead and active, solfataras, fumaroles, hot springs, hot waterfalls, rifts, and lava beds bear evidence of the volcanic forces which have convulsed it, and which since the time of its first settlement have filled Icelandic history with many a woeful catastrophe. Numerous mountain streams have cut their paths from the high glacier-covered, snow-capped interior, and leap in large waterfalls to the sea. They add to the scenic grandeur of the landscape, and in the future they may be destined to play an important part in a new economic development, when their hitherto unused forces shall be tamed to the useful labor of turning the wheels of industry. Among the most noteworthy waterfalls is the Dettifoss in the river Jökulsá in northern Iceland, the largest in the island. This great mountain stream makes a perpendicular plunge of 350 feet, forming an imposing cataract. The Gull Foss in the river Havita in southern Iceland is also a very large waterfall, as the stream plunges into successive falls over a precipice about 190 feet high. The Skogafoss, south of the Eyjafjallajökull, has a fall of about 200 feet, but a smaller volume of water. Very noteworthy also are the Eldeyjarfoss, Godafoss, and Ullrfoss in the river Skjaldbönduflot in northern Iceland, also the Hengifoss in Fljótsdal in eastern Iceland, 360 feet high, but with a relatively small volume of water. The total area of Iceland is 40,426 square miles, but the inhabitable portion is limited to the valleys and lowlands fringing the coast. Here the climate is mild and pleasant, considering the high latitude, as the neighboring Gulf Stream greatly influences the temperature. This ocean current flows northward between Iceland and the British Isles, but south of Iceland a subsidiary stream, the Denmark current, is shunted off and passes along the southern and western coasts up the Denmark Sound between Iceland and the Greenland current. In the eastern, southern, and western districts the climate is so modified by these warm currents that the average temperature falls but little below the freezing point, even during the coldest winter months, January to March, while in summer the heat may at times be quite intense. In eastern Iceland the thermometer is known to have registered 86 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, though that is quite unusual. Eastern, southern, and western Iceland have on the whole a genial insular climate with a relatively low summer temperature. The climate in northern Iceland, on the other hand, is of a distinct continental type, severe and cold. Great ice floes are often carried to this part of the island by the cold polar current, which flows in a southwesterly direction toward the coasts of Greenland. Not only during the winter months, but often far into summer cold and foggy weather prevails, caused by the ice drift piled close against the shores. The average temperature in northern Iceland is therefore considerably lower than in other parts of the island. The following figures on the temperature of Iceland in the southwestern district of Reykjavik and the northern district of Eyjafjord have been compiled by Mr. Petermann in the Journal of the English Geographical Society, volume 22. Reykjavik, lowest temperature February 28 degrees, highest temperature July 56 degrees. Eyjafjord, lowest temperature February 16 degrees, highest temperature 46 degrees. As the real productive summer heat is wanting, grain is not raised in Iceland. The sagas tell indeed about the early settlers that they were sowing grain. The Njala saga speaks of the yellow harvest fields, and the Icelandic writers, both from the Middle Ages and from later periods, state that grain was raised in former times in a few places. But the testimony of all these writers makes it clear that grain has never been raised in Iceland to any considerable extent, and in modern times it has ceased to be cultivated. The only agricultural products are turnips, some varieties of cabbage, and potatoes, which have been raised with success since 1759. With the almost total absence of grain and the potato yet unknown, it is clear that Icelandic agriculture at that time was of no real importance. It may be said to have taken its beginning with the introduction of the potato, which has become a very valuable agricultural product. The food plants which grow in a wild state in Iceland are the huckleberry and the crowberry, which are found in great abundance. In some places strawberries are also found. In the mountain highlands is found the edible Iceland moss, and along the sea coast grows the dulse sole and the lime grass, Elymus arenarius, a species of wild rye yielding a grain from which bread can be made. But the fine grass, mixed with beautiful and fragrant flowers, which abounds in the valleys and sea-coast lowlands, has always been the most important product of the soil in Iceland, as good grazing and a sufficient supply of hay has enabled the Icelanders to keep large flocks of domestic animals, which constitute one of their chief means of subsistence. The raising of sheep has always been one of the leading branches of husbandry in Iceland. In early ages some chieftains are said to have owned flocks of 600 to 2,400 sheep, though such cases must have been exceptional. Usually the more well-to-do owned from 200 to 400 head. In modern times the number of sheep has been constantly increasing until there are now over 600,000 head, and sheepskins, wool, and tallow continue to be leading articles of export. Cattle have decreased in number, so that few homesteads now have 20 cows, while in early ages many had 50, 60, or even 100 head. In 1700 there were about 36,000 head of cattle in Iceland. In 1896 the number had fallen to 23,000, with the result that 136,000 pounds of butter had to be imported. The decline is chiefly due to the development of sheep herding, which has proved more profitable. Even in early times horses were numerous and were often left to range in droves in the mountains both summer and winter. Since no vehicles could be used on the roadless lava beds, everything had to be transported on horseback, and each farmer needed a number of head. Some of the settlers had 150 to 200 horses. Great attention was paid also to the breeding of trotters and fine saddle horses, and to the training of stallions for the horse fights, which was a favorite national sport. The horse has continued to be one of the most important domestic animals in the country. In 1700 Iceland had 27,000 horses. In 1896 43,000. Not a few are now exported to England and Scotland, and of late years horse flesh has come into general use as an article of food. Goats and hogs were also kept in considerable number by the early settlers. At present hogs are found only in towns and trading places along the coast, but goats are found here and there throughout the whole island. Chickens, ducks, and geese are also raised at present, as in days of old, but not in sufficient number to be a factor of much importance in domestic economy. From early ages, the fisheries have been of great importance to the Icelanders, as fish and herring have been staple articles of export since the early part of the 14th century. The catching of sharks, from which train oil is made, is also a paying pursuit, and the lakes and rivers yield a good supply of trout and salmon. In 1896, the fish export brought a total income of over $1 million, but want of boats, ships, and proper equipment has hitherto so handicapped the people that this important pursuit has not been developed to the margin of its possibility. The Icelandic fisheries have been to a great extent in the hands of foreign nations, especially the English and French, though of late years an increasing number of the native population have found occupation in this industry. In 1850, 82% of the people were engaged in agriculture and only 7% in the fisheries. In 1890, 64% were farming and 18% were occupied in the fisheries. Wild animals are few in Iceland, but they are not wholly wanting. Foxes are quite numerous, and the polar bear is an occasional visitor, being carried to the island on cakes of drifting ice. The early settlers occasionally captured young polar bears and tamed them, and they were then regarded as precious pets, fit presents for kings. We read in the la saga that Ingemund the Old gave bears as a present to King Harold Hairfagr, and Easleif Gizurson, who later became Bishop of Iceland, brought with him a polar bear and presented it to Emperor Henry III. In 1563, the King of Denmark made the regulation that all bear skins in Iceland should be sold to the king, and the governor of the island was instructed to buy them for the royal household. Reindeer, introduced from Norway in 1771, are now found in considerable numbers in the inland wilds, but they have been of little economic importance, as the problem of hunting them is connected with almost insurmountable difficulties. Efforts have also been made to introduce the rabbit, but without success. Along the coast various kinds of seals are found, and walrus also appears occasionally on the drifting ice floes. Of other aquatic animals, the whale was for a time of such importance that the Norwegians maintained 9 whaling stations in Iceland, which yielded handsome profits, but the Icelanders did not devote themselves to this pursuit. Only one Danish Icelandic whaling establishment was found in Dyrafjord in northwestern Iceland. At present there is scarcely any whaling in Icelandic waters. Birds are found in large numbers, especially along the coasts. Fulmars, guillemots, gulls, kittiwakes, puffins, and other aquatic fowl inhabit the bird cliffs in such vast assemblages that the people derive a considerable income from the catch of birds, eggs, and feathers. Eiderducks, ducks, geese, and swans are also numerous, and gathering of the costly eiderdown is a paying pursuit. In 1880, 7,600 pounds of cleaned eiderdown was exported. Inland, the ptarmigan, a bird of the grouse family, is hunted extensively. In the Middle Ages, the falcons, too, were much sought for the hawking sport carried on by lords and ladies in all lands. The Iceland falcons were regarded as superior to all other varieties, as they could be used for the hunt, sometimes for the period of 12 years. If they were a pure white, they were regarded as great treasures, and were usually secured for the royal family. King Christian IV of Denmark Norway made the regulation that falcons could be exported from Iceland only with the king's permission, and every year he sent a ship to Iceland to bring home the necessary supplies of these birds. When the hawking sport finally died out in the latter part of the 18th century, the falcon ceased to have any commercial value. At the time of colonization, Iceland was better forested than at present. Large areas seem to have been covered with woods, as many of the sagas, even the most reliable, emphasize that in early periods the island had extensive forest areas. The Icelandic book states that at that time Iceland was covered with woods between the mountains and the sea. At present the forests of Iceland are very limited in area, and consist only of birch trees, with here and there a mountain ash, which seldom attains a height of 28 or 30 feet. Other varieties, as willow and dwarf birch, appear only as brush and shrubs. The ravages of grazing herds, fires and volcanic eruptions, as well as the forced use of the scant wood supply during periods of inadequate commercial intercourse, tended to denude the wooded areas, since the extremely slow growth of trees in this latitude makes the forests unable to resist the inroads of destructive forces. On the other hand, it should not be overlooked that many of the sagas exaggerate the importance of woods found in Iceland in early times. It is quite evident that even in the period of colonization Iceland possessed no forests of any great value. The varieties of trees were the same as at present, and though they were undoubtedly found in larger quantities and also of larger size, there is nothing to show that either the flora or the fauna has been affected by any permanent change in the climate. Even the first settlers were dependent for the most necessary building material on the driftwood which is carried to the shores of Iceland by the ocean currents, or they imported timber from Norway. We read in the Vatnsdæla saga that Egimen Old went to Norway to get building timber and brought 2 shiploads back to Iceland. Likewise, the Rey de la Saga tells that 2 ships loaded with timber came to northern Iceland, and the settlers sought to outbid each other to procure it. The importation of timber is mentioned so frequently in the sagas that it is clear that a general want existed of this important commodity. Iceland is not rich in minerals. Some iron ore is found, but it is of poor quality, and for want of fuel no smelting furnaces can be operated. A limited supply of this mineral was obtained by the early settlers from the bog ore, which occurs in many places. The Egil saga states that Skalla Grim was a great blacksmith, and that in the winter he was engaged in smelting iron, a process carried on by means of charcoal which was burned in the early forests. Real coal deposits are few, but lignite occurs in considerable quantities, especially in the western part of the island, and peat is cut for fuel here and there in all parts of Iceland. The Iceland spar, Silfurberg, is found in Helgastadjal, in Reyðarfjord. Many kinds of beautiful crystals also abound, especially the almandite. Lime is found in considerable quantities in large mountain fissures, and rich sulphur deposits occur in some places, a product which was exported from Iceland quite early. According to the Arni Biskupassaga, the Archbishop of Nidaros in Norway had a monopoly on the sulphur export from Iceland in 1284, but the trade in this commodity, at one time quite extensive, has decreased in recent years and is now of no importance. No domestic trade of any importance was developed in Iceland in early ages, since inland travel and transportation were difficult, and the products were about the same in all districts. The Hensa-Thoris saga narrates as an unusual occurrence that a man by the name of Thorir in the summer time travelled from place to place, selling in one district what he bought in another, and that in this way he acquired much property. At one time, when he crossed the mountains, he brought chickens from southern Iceland and sold them together with other goods in the northern settlements. From that time forth he was known as Hensa-Thorir, Chicken Thorir. With such rare exceptions, all trade was an import and export trade with foreign lands. Sometimes the Icelanders themselves would engage in this traffic, but as no native merchant class had been developed, it was usually in the hands of professional Norse traders who brought their wares from Norwegian and British seaports, after they had first imported them from far-off foreign markets in France, Spain, or Russia. These merchant mariners usually crossed the sea only once each summer. When they arrived in Iceland, they raised a tent in the harbour and stored the goods until they could gradually be sold during the next 12 months. The ship was usually pulled ashore, as they intended to remain in the island over winter. The nearest Gothi was the first to visit the trader to inspect his wares and fix the prices for which they were to be sold. He could also select for himself such goods as he might want, and the merchant, together with the ship's crew, was usually invited to spend the winter as guest at his home. The most common articles of import were timber, flour, cloth, iron or ironware, copper, weapons, tar, wine, beer, wax, and honey, for which they would receive in return wool and woolen cloth, sheepskins, hides, pelts, meat and tallow, butter and cheese, train oil, falcons, fish, and sulphur. Among the Icelanders, trade was usually coupled with travel in foreign lands, but only as a matter of subsidiary importance. All young men had to spend several years abroad to acquire the necessary training and culture. In order to defray the expenses of such travels, the father would equip his sons with a supply of woolen cloth and other home wares, which were to be sold in foreign ports. But the young man who possessed no business training and had no desire to enter the profession of trader usually showed little interest in this part of the enterprise. It was his ambition to enter the circles of the courts as skald or hearthmaker, where he could win distinction by skaldic art and courtly bearing. On returning home he married and settled permanently as a bondi on the acres of his fathers. In private life as well as in state organization and public institutions, the Icelanders adhered with great fidelity to the ways of their ancestors. This conservatism, which had been adopted as a distinct program by the early settlers, was strengthened through the isolated location of the colony, as well as through a natural environment which made innovations difficult. Some slight modifications were indeed necessitated by local conditions, but in all essential features Norwegian life and customs were more carefully reproduced and successfully perpetuated in Iceland than in any other Norse colony. In the erection of dwellings, some new features were developed owing to the want of building material, but the general Norse plan was preserved as far as possible. In Norway, where timber was plentiful, each farmstead consisted of a number of separate houses, each one erected for a special purpose, the chief ones being the living and dining house proper, stofa, the sleeping house, skalli or svefnebur, the kitchen, eldhus, and the storehouse for food and provisions, bur. About these were grouped other minor houses for various purposes, and farther in the background were the stables for horses and cattle. In the modern dwelling, several houses have been united into a single structure under the same roof, but in Iceland the system of a group of houses erected for different purposes has been maintained even to the present. They are not built entirely separate, but are arranged side by side in one or two rows, each house opening like a separate chamber into a transverse hall, which extends the full length of the row from one end to the other. The roofs are of turf, and for want of timber, which is used only for framework, the walls are constructed of sod and rock. The more important rooms have wooden floors and are wainscoted on the inside. In early times the stofa was often so large that feasts for several hundred guests could be held in it. In Norway it had an open fireplace in the middle of the floor, and on festive occasions the walls were hung with tapestries. The early Icelandic settlers undoubtedly arranged the stofa in the same way, but for want of fuel the custom of heating it was soon discontinued, and the Icelanders soon found it necessary also to reduce the size of the room to save the heat. On the larger farmsteads, however, separate festive halls, Væslhúsgalli, were erected of timber imported from Norway. These were usually large and beautifully decorated. Some of the leading families also had a bathhouse furnished with a stone stove, which was heated until very hot, when water was poured over it to produce steam for the vapor baths. Bathtubs were also used, and the numerous hot springs were much used for bathing. Two principal meals were served each day in the stofa, usually for the whole household, the dagverþor at 9 o'clock a.m., and the more elaborate nattverþor in the evening when the day's work was over. The head of the family would then occupy the high seat, while the other members of the household would be seated on benches to his left and right, with another row facing him along the opposite side of the room, the place being regarded the more honorable the nearer it was to the high seat. A small table, skutil covered on festive occasions with a white linen tablecloth, was placed on trestles before each person, and was removed as soon as the meal was over. Finger bowls and towels were passed by maid servants, as it was customary to wash the hands both before and after the meal. The food consisted of meat, fish, game, and milk products, together with a limited supply of bread. Sour milk was the common everyday drink, but on festive occasions beer, mead, and even imported wines were served. Wooden plates and spoons were commonly used, but forks were yet unknown, and the knife was carried in a scabbard suspended from the belt. That the spirit of hospitality and love of festive social entertainment, which always characterized the Norsemen, should continue to flourish in Iceland is natural. This old custom not only gave zest to life in an otherwise bleak and comfortless environment, but it developed grace and skill in conversation, and fostered in the stern and apathetic popular character the traits of generous kindness which continue to distinguish the Icelandic people. Festivities of various kinds were of common occurrence, especially in the leading families. During pagan times the yearly religious festivals were the Vetnötur, or beginning of winter, October the 14th, the Midsvetturblot, January 12th, and Sumarþjóðir, or first day of summer, April 14, when sacrificial feasts usually took place in the temples, accompanied by general social pastime. Weddings and funerals were always elaborately celebrated. Occasionally, too, the Gothi and his retinue had to be entertained for several days when he made his tour through the district, and private parties were often arranged for a large number of invited guests. On such occasions the walls of the stofa were draped with woven tapestries. Fire was kindled on the fireplace, and cushions were placed on the benches for the guests. Great quantities of food were provided, as the tables had to display liberality and plenty. Great care had to be taken to place the guests, according to rank and dignity, at the proper distance to the right and left of the high seat, since mistakes on this point might lead to serious misunderstandings. The women occupied the pallor, or thufir pallor, a bench extending from one wall to the other toward the rear end of the hall. But at the drinking feasts which followed the meal, men and women would often sit together by couples, and as meat and beer were served in abundance, overindulgence in these strong beverages was not uncommon. Over the mead cup the spirit of conviviality gained full sway. Songs were declaimed, sagas were recited, or sharp, irritating word duels were indulged in, which often ended in quarrels and bloodshed. At greater festivals it was customary for young men to empty the braggarful, or promise cup, to make a solemn vow to do some notable deed. At the termination of the feast, which often lasted several days, the host would give the guests presents and accompany them on the way, where the final formal leave was taken. The number of guests at weddings, funerals, and other festive gatherings was often very large. The saga says that when Halgerd, the daughter of Hoskuld Della Colson, was married, not less than 120 guests were invited. But far more pretentious were the funeral festivities arranged upon Hørskuld's death by his son Olaf Pa of Hjordherhoth. All the leading men who promised to be present arrived at the appointed time, says the saga, and there were so many that, according to general opinion, there were fully 900. 1080. This was the second largest festival ever held in Iceland, the largest being the funeral which the sons of Hjalti celebrated at the death of their father, when the guests numbered 1,200, 1,440. As the guests had to journey on horseback, even from far-away districts, they often travelled in imposing cavalcades, which attracted an attention not wholly unwelcome. For love of display, connected with the proud class consciousness and martial temperament of mediaeval Europe, characterized the leading Icelanders as well as the jousting knights on the continent. Knight-errantry had indeed not been introduced, and in so bleak and barren a land life naturally fell along simpler lines than in more favoured countries, but the time-spirit manifested itself here as elsewhere. The native aristocracy of proud chieftains and high-born ladies were no less fond of fineries and the customary trumpery of rank and station than the floors and blanchifleurs in southern lands. At festive social gatherings the ladies would usually appear in costly gold-brocaded garments. The hair, which was scrupulously cared for and treasured as a special adornment, fell loose over the shoulders, with only a ribbon tied around the head to hold the locks in order. The men would wear mantles of scarlet or other striking colours, and ornamented helmets and fine swords were greatly coveted as special marks of distinction. Now the Njal, the saga, says of Gunnar of Hiladerendi that one day when he rode from the Thing, he saw a well-dressed woman approaching. When they met, she greeted him. He returned her greeting and asked her what her name was. She said that she was Helgerda, the daughter of Hoskuld Della Colson. She was rather forward in speech, and asked him to tell her about his travels. This request he did not refuse, and they sat down and talked together. She was dressed in the following manner. She had a red skirt, well ornamented, and over it a red scarlet mantle embroidered with gold. Her hair hung over her bosom, and it was both long and beautiful. Gunnar wore the scarlet clothes which King Harald Gormson had given him, and on his arm he had the ring of gold which he had received from Hakon Jarl. Making allowance for the fact that the saga writers are often guilty of the anachronism of picturing costumes and manners of their own time as if they belonged to past ages, it is nevertheless clear that on festive occasions the chieftains and ladies of Iceland wore the finest attire obtainable. The Landnamabok tells that Knut Gjerset sighted the skald Ottar before the Thorksfjord Thing Od's sons came to help their father, and they were so beautifully attired that the people thought that the gods themselves were coming. Sharpfedin, the son of Njal, of birth the Gosval, was dressed as follows at the Althing, according to the saga. He had a blue mantle, blue striped trousers, and high shoes. He had a silver belt and carried a large shield. In his hand he had the battle axe Rimu-Gairi, with which he had killed Thracian. His hair was combed back behind the ears, and a gold-embroidered silk ribbon was tied around his forehead. About Gisli Sursum it stated that he wore a blue mantle and was very beautifully dressed. Thorleif Kimba, says the saga, had a richly ornamented sword, a gold adorned spear, a dark blue shield richly decorated, and very fine clothes. Costly mantles were often given as presents by chieftains who wished to show their munificence and desired to do a friend special honour. The Njala saga states that in the fall Hoskuld went to Svinfell to visit Flossie. When he departed on his homeward journey, Flossie gave him a scarlet mantle embroidered with gold brocade to the waist. The custom of giving costly presents like scarlet mantles, saddle horses, or large sums of money was quite universally practised throughout Europe in the Middle Ages, and conformed, no doubt, to the conception of a liberality worthy of princes and men of high station. We read of Gjartan Olafsson that King Olaf Tryggvason gave him a costly mantle, and the skald Gunnlaug Ormstunga received a scarlet mantle from Ethelred, King of England, as a reward for a song with which he had entertained the court. To receive such tokens of royal favour was the highest ambition of young Icelanders who travelled abroad. The display of such fineries was sure to attract attention on their return home, and it was in keeping with the highest standards of good manners when they themselves practised a like munificence. Aside from the more formal pastime connected with festivities and social parties, the playing of chess and kindred games was in great favour as private recreation, especially in the winter, when there was little opportunity for outdoor amusements. The dance seems to have been unknown in early ages, but it was introduced from the Scandinavian countries, where it developed in connection with romantic folk songs in the 12th century, and it soon became a popular public amusement. Men and women would join hands in a large circle and would move with rhythmic steps to the chanting of some favourite ballad. This pastime was on all its features a distinctly new departure. Before the introduction of Christianity, even singing was unknown except in magic incantations, and music which was limited to the simplest instruments, the harp, the flute, and the trumpet, was little practised. These new social features of foreign origin, music and the dance, as well as the singing of romantic love songs, could gain entrance only in the face of adverse public sentiment, but they heralded a time when the chief interest should be transferred from the duelling ground to the drawing room, when the old martial spirit should be tempered with new social ideals. According to the old conception, all amusements were to subserve the one prime purpose of strengthening the body and training the mind for feats of arms by developing physical skill, courage, and martial spirit. Swimming, hunting, skating, ski running, wrestling, jumping, and training in the use of weapons were regarded as the proper pastime for young men, as bravery was the virtue most to be desired. The same spirit also pervaded the distinctly national sports, the playing of ball, connaddle, liquor, and horse fighting. The game of ball was evidently very different from its present form, though the details of the game are not known. Two men were pitted against each other. A wooden ball was thrown by one of the players and struck by the other with a wooden mallet. Strength and agility rather than skill decided the outcome, and the temper of the players was often so aroused that the game developed into a violent personal encounter. The glass saga, Sonar, gives the following description of such a game. They now began to play as if nothing had happened. The brothers-in-law, Gisli and Thorgrim, were usually pitted against each other, and people did not agree as to who was the stronger, though the greater number thought that it was Gisli. They played ball at Sifjorn, where many people usually assembled. One day, when there were unusually many people present, Gisli asked them to play the game by turn. This they agreed to do, but they also asked him not to hold back when he played against Thorgrim. It is rumoured, they said, that you are not exerting yourself when you play against him. But we should like to see that you win the honour if you are really the stronger. We have not yet done our utmost in the contest, said Gisli, but possibly we may now do so. When they began to play, Thorgrim was unable to hold his own against Gisli, who threw him down and carried the ball away. Gisli sought again to take the ball, but Thorgrim held it fast. Then Gisli threw him down so violently that he skinned his knees and knuckles, and blood was running from his nose. Thorgrim rose slowly, looked towards the burial ground of Veststein, and said, "The sword pierced your heart, which is not to be complained of." Gisli took the ball in one jump, threw it between the shoulders of Thorgrim, so that he fell forwards, and said, "The ball on broad shoulders broke, which is not to be complained of." Thorkel said, "We can now see who is the strongest and most agile. Let us now stop." The game closed, but they were not as good friends as before. Horse fights seem to have been an especially favourite pastime among the chieftains who raised and trained horses for this purpose. The Njal saga gives the following description of this sort of amphitheatrical exhibition. People now rode to the horse fight, and there were many people assembled. Gunmar and his brothers, the sons of Sigfus, Njal, and all his sons were present. Also Starkad, Egil, and their sons. They now told Gunnar to let the horses start the fight, and he let them do as they wished in the matter. Skarphedin said, "Will you, Gunnar, let me have charge of your horse?" "No," replied Gunnar, "I will not." "But that would be the better way," said Skarphedin. "There would then be valiant men on both sides." "You would not say or do much before there would be a fight," said Gunnar. "With me it is not so easy to start a quarrel, though the outcome may be the same." The horses were now brought forward. Gunnar was ready to drive, and Skarphedin led his horse. Gunnar wore a red mantle. He was girded with a broad belt, and had a big horse stick in his hand. The horses rushed to the attack. No one needed to urge them, and it caused the greatest merriment. Thorgir and Kol had agreed that when the horses reared for the attack, they would rush forward and push their horse, and thus throw Gunnar. When, therefore, the horses reared to attack each other, Thorgir and Kol pushed against the back of their horse, but Gunnar also pushed against his horse so hard that both Thorgir and Kol fell backwards, and their horse on top of them. They jumped up to attack Gunnar, but he jumped aside, grabbed Kol, and threw him to the ground so hard that he lay senseless. Thorgir struck Gunnar's horse and blinded him on one eye, but Gunnar knocked Thorgir down with his horse stick and bade Kolskeg kill the horse, for he would not let it live now that it was maimed. Kolskeg then beheaded the horse. Thorgir was now on his feet again, and sought to attack Gunnar with the sword, but the people restrained him, and there was the greatest uproar. "I am tired of this noise," said Skarphedin. "It is much better that we fight with the sword." But Gunnar was so cool that one man held him, and he did not say a word. Njal sought to arrange a peaceful settlement, but Thorgir said that he would neither accept nor grant a peaceful understanding, that he would see Gunnar dead first. Kolskeg replied, "Gunnar has stood too firm to be felled with words, and it will be hereafter as it has been heretofore." The people now rode home from the horse fight. No one dared to attack Gunnar, and so the winter passed. The contest was undoubtedly viewed as a most successful event. Not only the strength of the horses, but the courage and fighting spirit of the men were put to a test which aroused the greatest excitement. It was a carnival of conflict as well suited to awaken the martial joy of the spectators as the shivering of lances on the blood-stained lists of England and the Continent. The most strongly knit unit of social life in the Icelandic state, as elsewhere among Teutonic peoples, was the family, which embraced not only parents and children, but all other persons of nearer and remoter kinship. Whatever might be the relation of the individuals to each other in daily life, they would act together in time of trouble, giving each other aid and support whenever some member or a group of the family became involved in a feud. If one was slain, it was the duty of the remaining relatives to exact due reparation or to execute vengeance upon the slayer or his kindred. In a society where feuds were so common, and where the families through intermarriage were gradually united by some tie of relationship, the principle of loyalty of kinship could not always be maintained. It is evident that it was gradually weakened until in the Sturlung period, 1200 to 1265, even the nearest of kin would wage war upon each other. But in the earlier days this venerated principle usually remained inviolate. The relation between parents and children, generally friendly, was often so cordial that the sons would remain under the paternal roof even after marriage. We read that Skarphedin, the son of Njal, that his father asked for him the hand of Thorhild, daughter of Radvi of Thoralfsfell. Skarphedin married Thorhild, but continued to stay with his father at Bergthorshval. His younger brother Grim married a rich widow, Astrid of Dyukpabaki, but he too remained at home with his father. As in the case of Skarphedin, the son often left it to his father to select a bride for him, though this was always done with the son's consent. The right of the son to choose his own bride was unquestioned, but the courtship was not carried on by the young people directly, but between the bridegroom and his representatives and the bride's father or guardian. Only when all the details of the marriage contract on the amount of dowry and other stipulations had been arranged was the bride asked to give her consent. At times the saga writers will picture with great skill the tender sorrows of true affection, some sad love tragedy where the human heart records its protest against the tyranny of established social custom with such vigor that the events growing out of it deeply influence the life story of the whole family or even of the whole community. Some impetuous skald, in defiance of the rules of good conduct, has made personal visits to his lady love, like the violent Thermode, cold run skald in the Frostbred saga, who received the sobriquet of Cold Narsskald because of the love songs he made to his beloved Kolbrunna. Or he might seek the hand of his lady love in marriage from no other motive than pure affection, like Gunnlaug Ormstunga in the beautiful love story Gunnla Saga Ormstunga, or like Cormac, the hero of Kormla Saga, the greatest lyricist among the skalds, who never forgot his beloved Steingerd and refused to wholly give her up even after she was married to another. But such relations were exceptional and were always regarded as a misfortune. Marriage was a mere business affair into which no sentiment was allowed to enter. It was based wholly upon the idea that the contracting parties should be of equal worth and rank, that the marriage should be advantageous and profitable. A young woman might be given away in marriage even against her wish, though such instances seem to have been few. But in spite of the wholly unsentimental and businesslike way of entering into the married state, the sagas show that the majority of marriages were happy, and that the tenderest affection often existed between husband and wife. If woman had little to say as to the arranging of the marriage, she enjoyed extensive rights and privileges as wife. The management of the household was left to her, and to a large extent also the employment and control of domestic servants. As a sign of her authority in the home, she carried in her belt a bunch of keys, as all stores and valuables were entrusted to her safe keeping. In the marriage contract it was stipulated how much of a dowry, heimafalgaye, the bride should receive from her parents, and a like amount, munder, had to be given her by the bridegroom. On the day after the wedding he had also had to give her a morgensjaft, which seems to have corresponded to the modern wedding present. All the property thus specified in the marriage contract belonged to the wife, and could be held by her either jointly with her husband or in separate ownership, but in case of divorce it reverted to her under all circumstances. In pagan times the husband might lawfully keep concubines, but he had to treat his wife with the kindness and respect due to her as his wedded spouse. Any wilful discourtesy or violence against her person was regarded as just cause for divorce. The husband, too, might put away his wife for almost any trivial reason. No legal action was required to make the divorce effective. The only proceeding necessary was a public declaration renouncing the marriage relation. The following incident, narrated in the Vigasta saga of Akhaidvarbiga, shows how little sacredness still attached to the marriage bond. It happened one morning that they were both in the bedchamber. Bardie wanted to sleep, but his wife, wishing to keep him awake, took a small pillow and threw it in his face for fun. He threw it away, and they kept this up for a while. Finally he threw it back in such a way that he let the fist follow the pillow. This made her so angry that she grabbed a stone and threw at him. The later in the day, after refreshments had been served, Bardie arose and declared himself separated from Aud, stating that he would not tolerate any such treatment either from her or any one else. It was useless to speak in opposition to it, and the matter was thus settled. In spite of the ease with which the bonds of matrimony might be severed, divorces seem to have been so rare as to attract quite general attention. Then, as now, true affection and mutual interest gave stability and protection to this important relation. Where these failed, in the spirit of faithfulness and devotion to duty, yet so strong in early society, was the final sheet anchor which saved many a marriage from threatening shipwreck. With the conspicuous faults which attach to moral life and also to the marriage relation, marriage was nevertheless highly respected and fostered with remarkable success the tender attachments and lasting family ties which proved to be the chief strength of Icelandic social life. The heathen ideals, which continued to live long after the formal acceptance of Christianity as a state religion, were maintained, especially in the method of rearing the children and educating the youth. If the child was reared in the home, it was entrusted to the care of some servant or subordinate member of the household. But very frequently the boys especially were sent away to be reared by some friend of the family, who in this way wished to show the parents a special favor. It was natural that the closest attachment should exist between the child and its foster parents, and it was a common saying that a child thus reared favored its foster father by 1/4 fjord thungi, Brethor tit fosters. Children who were reared together acquired the same mutual affection for each other as children of the same family. Foster brothers often clung to each other with a friendship so lasting and intimate that in imitation of it a similar relation, the Faust Bræðralag, was established by special ceremonies between young men who wished to be closely associated for life. The children were given the greatest freedom. No effort was made to curb their self-will or to restrain their recklessness or cruel instincts. They had to read and carve runes, study the laws, and acquire skill in public speaking and the art of poetry, but the chief ambition of a young man was to become skilled in the use of arms, athletic, physically strong, able to endure hardships, hunger, wounds, and pain, and to meet danger or death without flinching. For this reason, the various sports, as hunting, swimming, glima, or wrestling, and especially the violent knatleikur, or game of ball, were favorite pastimes. Any rash act, even homicide, was readily condoned. Young men were encouraged to all sorts of hazardous adventures, and he who could show the most arrogant self-reliance and perform the most remarkable stunts of reckless daring would receive a nod of approval as a very hopeful lad. It is very natural that such a system of education should perpetuate the warlike Viking spirit which filled every Icelandic history with strife and bloodshed. But it developed also a race of bold adventurers and daring voyagers who visited all lands and spread their sails on every sea in quest of new exploits. To their courage and enterprise was due the colonization of Greenland, the first discovery of the American continent, the Vinland voyages, and the establishing of the earliest transoceanic sailing routes between Europe and America, some of the greatest achievements in the history of navigation. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Discovery and colonization of Greenland, discovery of the American continent, the Vinland voyages. The strong individualism and impatient dread of restraint bred in the Norsemen by their social life and ideals were further intensified in the Viking Age through the excessive love of adventure which characterized that period. The great movement of emigration from the mother country and the planting of overseas settlements was largely due to a restless national spirit, which even in the western colonies continued to urge the more venturesome onward from one outpost to another. Hardly had the Icelanders thatched their first cabins in their new homes when they began to scan the sea, if perchance some new land might be found beyond the Ultima Thule of which they had taken possession. It was rumored that a man by the name of Gunnbjorn, on a voyage to Iceland about 900, had been driven from his course, and that to the westward he had seen a new land which the settlers called Gunnbjarnarskr. Gunnbjornskuris. It is not impossible that Gunnbjorn may have been driven so far to the west that he had seen the coast of Greenland, but he may have seen also only a mirage or a drifting ice floe. The rumour, nevertheless, aroused an interest which led to the discovery of Greenland by Eric the Red in 981. About this stout voyager the sagas give so detailed an account that he is better known than most other early explorers. He belonged to a wealthy and powerful family in Urdern in southern Norway, but because of some homicides committed in a feud, he and his father, Thorvald Asvaldsson, fled to Iceland and settled at Drangar, north of the Isfjord in the northwestern district. When his father died, Eric married Thorhild or Theordild, the daughter of Jorund Aglason, and settled at Erikstad, east of the Hvammsfjord, one of the best districts in western Iceland. While clearing land here, his slaves let a landslide fall upon the house of a neighbor by the name of Valthjof, killing him. To avenge his death, a relative of Valthjof, Eyjolf Sour, killed the slaves, but the vindictive Eric slew both Eyjolf and another neighbor, Holmgongu Hrafn. For this deed he was cited before the Thing and banished from the district. After changing his residence a couple of times, he finally settled at Erikstad in Uxny. But as he became involved in new feuds, he was finally outlawed by the Thing for a period of 3 years. As he was now compelled to leave Iceland, he resolved to attempt to find the land seen by Gunnbjorn. He set sail from Snæfellsjökull, continuing his voyage until he approached the east coast of Greenland. Finding this uninhabitable because of vast glaciers, he turned southward, rounded Cape Farewell, and reached an island on the west coast, which he called Ericsea, in what was later known as the Eastern Settlement. The following spring he entered a fjord, which he called Ericsfjord, where he established his home. He spent the summer in exploring the coast as far as 64 degrees 65 north, 64 degrees 65 degrees north latitude. The second winter he spent on an island since called Eriksholm, near the southern extremity of Greenland. The following summer he proceeded still farther northward to a place called Snæfell, the location of which is not known. He then sailed back to Eriksfjord and spent the winter there. He had now spent 3 years in exploring that barren northern region, and as the term of banishment had expired, he returned to Iceland the following summer. The land which he had discovered was called Greenland, in the hope, as the saga puts it, that such a name would attract settlers, as it was his aim to bring out colonists and found a permanent settlement. The glowing account which he gave of the country seems to have appealed strongly to the adventurous spirit of the Icelanders. In the spring following his return, 25 vessels sailed for Greenland from the western districts of Bredafjord and Bogarfjord. 14 of these reached their destination. Of the others, some were shipwrecked and some returned home. Eric established himself at the head of the Eriksfjord on the southwestern coast of Greenland, 60 degrees 61 degrees north latitude. In the present Julian Hab district, where he built a residence called Brattahlid, most of the colonists also settled in this district, forming the Eystribergd, or Eastern Settlement, but some proceeded farther along the coast to 64 degrees 65 degrees north latitude, where the Vestribergd, or Western Settlement, was established in the present district of Godthab. In spite of the cold climate and the dangers connected with navigation in these northern seas, the colonies continued to grow until the Eastern Settlement had 190 farmsteads, 12 churches, and 2 monasteries. The Western Settlement had 90 dwellings and 4 churches. Together the 2 settlements probably had, at the time of their greatest prosperity, about 2,000 people. The settlers found no native inhabitants in Greenland, though numerous traces of human habitations convinced them that the country was inhabited. The old Icelandic historian Ari Frodi says, "They found remnants of human dwellings both eastward and westward in the land, stone weapons and fragments of boats, from which it was evident that the same people who inhabit Vinland, and whom the people of Greenland call Skrælings, had also journeyed here." But the Skrælings, or Eskimos, who inhabited this region must have moved to other hunting grounds, as they did not return until a later period. The climate and general conditions in Greenland were found to be much the same as in Iceland. The winters are long and cold, and the sea is usually strewed with icebergs even late in the spring, but in the summer a green belt of vegetation stretches along the western coast. During this season of the year the weather is agreeable and the scenery beautiful. No woods exist, but there is an abundance of grass, flowers, berries, and brush of dwarfed birch trees. The clear air and blue fjords, the glaciers and snow-covered mountains give the region in summertime a serene and tranquil beauty equal to that of any region of the far north. Fish are found in great abundance in the streams as well as in the sea, and seals, walrus, polar bears, and fur-bearing animals are plentiful. Cattle, sheep, goats, and horses thrived well, and were kept in goodly numbers by the settlers. For want of other building material, the houses were erected of stone, and as the dwellings were usually structures of considerable size, with separate stables for sheep, horses, and cattle, many remnants are still to be seen in Greenland of the buildings erected by the early settlers. In the eastern settlement, the ruins of several churches and of about 100 dwellings have been found. The Icelandic colonists in Greenland established a social organization, copied as might be expected, without innovations from that of their homeland. The Icelandic laws were introduced, and a general thing was assembled every summer at Gardar, the present Igaliko, situated not far from Brattahlid, on a neck of land between Eiriks Fjord and Einars Fjord. The Logretta, consisting of the chieftains and their assistants, the Guthordsmen, exercised the law-making power. The usual judicial tribunals were established in connection with the thing, which was presided over by the Logsogumathor, who recited and interpreted the laws. At first the old pagan worship with the customary religious ceremonies and sacrifices prevailed, but Christianity was introduced so soon after the founding of the colony that we hear nothing about the erection of heathen temples. This event, which took place at the time when the Christian faith was being established in Norway and Iceland through the efforts of King Olaf Tryggvason, was due chiefly to the energetic leadership of the family of Eric the Red. Eric had 3 sons, Leif, Thorvald, and Thorstein, and the illegitimate daughter Freydis. The 3 brothers were great sailors and explorers, but Leif Erikson, famous as the discoverer of Vinland, or the mainland of North America, was especially prominent as the greatest navigator of his age. Hitherto the route into Greenland had been by the way of Iceland, but in 999 he struck boldly across the Atlantic, sailing directly from Greenland to Norway. This was the first direct transoceanic voyage, an achievement not repeated later by voyagers of other seafaring nations till in the time of Columbus. En route, Leif is said to have stopped a while in the Hebrides, where he became enamored of a young lady by the name of Thorgunna, who, according to the saga, bore him the son Thorgils, who later came to Greenland. But Leif could not marry her, as her relatives opposed the match. Neither did he dare to carry her away against their will, since he had only a few men with him. When he arrived in Norway, he was cordially received by King Olaf Tryggvason and remained at court during the winter. The king, who was actively engaged in Christianizing his kingdom and all its dependencies, soon prevailed on Leif Erikson to receive baptism and to undertake the task of introducing Christianity in Greenland. Leif sailed from Norway the following summer, but on the return voyage he was driven out of his course and came to a land which he had not before seen. He found there self-sown wheat fields, grapevines, and also a tree called Mosur, says the saga. Of all these things they took some samples. Some trees were so large that they used them for house beams. This country could only have been the coast of America. They also found some men on a wreck, whom they rescued and brought back to Greenland. He had shown great high-mindedness and good qualities. He brought Christianity to the country and saved the men on the wreck, and he was henceforth known as Leif the Lucky. He landed in Eriksfjord and came home to Brattahlid, where he was well received. He immediately began the work of Christianizing the people of Greenland, according to the promise which he had given the king. His father, Eric the Red, refused to accept the new faith and did not hide his antagonism to the movement. The two things may be regarded as equalizing one another. He is said to have stated to his son that you saved the man on the wreck and that you brought hither this hypocrite, meaning the priest. He does not seem, however, to have openly resisted the work of Christianity. Leif is said to have brought several priests with him to Greenland, and the conversion of the people, at first a purely formal matter, was soon accomplished. Theohild erected a church called the Theohild Church at Brattahlid, and parted from her husband because he refused to accept the Christian faith. The Church of Greenland, like that of Iceland, was at first placed under the supervision of the Archbishop of Bremen, later under the Archbishop of Lund in Skane in southern Sweden, at that time a Danish province. But when a new archbishopric was established at Nidaros in Norway in 1152, Greenland, as well as Iceland, was joined to this archdiocese. Leif Erikson's voyage and the introduction of Christianity established also permanent connections between Greenland and Norway, so important to the new colony which had to import many necessaries of life from abroad. The King's Mirror, Konungs Skigsja, written in Norway about 1250, mentions the trade with Greenland, which had then flourished for 250 years. Some go to Greenland because of the renown which they gain by exposing themselves to dangers, says the writer. Others go to satisfy their curiosity, but some for the sake of profit. The Greenlanders have to import nearly all things needed in the colonization of the country, iron, building material, and other necessaries, but they sell hides, seal skins, walrus tusks, and rope of walrus hide. Among other necessaries, grain was also a leading article of import. The trade which the new colony carried on with Iceland must have been small, as the products of both countries were about the same. But the sagas show that goods which had been imported to Iceland were again exported to Greenland, and that intercourse between the two colonies was maintained. The Erik saga Rotha gives an interesting description of a trading expedition to Greenland by Thorfinn Karlsefni and his companions in 1002. He was of a well-to-do and influential family, the son of Thjord Heststofda and his wife Thorun, living at Reinins in Skagafjord. His chief assistant in the undertaking was Snorri Thorbrandsson. One summer he fitted out his ship for a voyage to Greenland. Says the saga, Snorri Thorbrandsson from Alptafjord accompanied him, and there were 40 men on the ship. Bjarni Grimolfsson from Breda Fjord and Thorhall Gramelsson from eastern Iceland also prepared their ship to sail to Greenland, and they too had 40 men. As soon as they were ready, both ships set sail. How long they remained at sea is not known, but it is said that both came to Eriksfjord in the fall. Erik and many of the settlers rowed to the ships, and a pleasant trade was soon established. The masters of the ships invited Erik to take what he might want of their goods, but he showed himself equally generous, for he invited them and their men to spend the winter with him at Brattahlid. The traders accepted this invitation, and the goods were brought to Brattahlid, where there was no lack of good houses to store them in. The traders were much pleased with their stay at Erik's home during the winter, but when Christmas approached he grew more gloomy than usual. One day Karlsefni spoke to him and said, "What troubles you, Erik? It seems to me that you are more reticent than you have been. You have been very hospitable to us, and we should like to reward it according to our means, if you will only let us know what makes you sad." Erik answered, "You have been very friendly and easily satisfied. Now I am not afraid that you shall have the greatest advantage of your stay here, but it is rather this which troubles me, that it may be rumoured that you never spent a duller Christmas than the one which now is approaching." Karlsefni said, "That shall never happen. We have malt, flour, and grain on the ships, and you have the right to take what you may desire. Prepare then a Christmas feast as sumptuous as you deem proper." This offer he accepted, and a Christmas feast was prepared, so fine that people thought that they had never seen a finer one. Later in the winter, when Karlsefni married Gudrid, the daughter of Thorbjorn Vifilsson, the festivities were renewed, and there was much merriment at Brattahlid that winter. Other expeditions are also mentioned. The Flomannasaga tells of Thorgils Orabine Svorstri, who sailed from Iceland to visit Erik the Red at Brattahlid. Thorgils had come to Iceland from Norway, but he had known Erik, and when he received an invitation to visit him, he sold his home and sailed for Greenland, accompanied by his wife Thori, the manager of his estate, Thorin, and many slaves. Encountering stormy weather, they were driven about on the sea until they finally landed far north on the east coast of Greenland in the fall. Here Thori gave birth to a son, and they had to spend the winter there. Before spring most of the slaves had died, and even when summer came they were unable to get away because of the pack ice. Thori was slain by the slaves, but Thorgils, with his son and a few other survivors, finally reached Brattahlid after 4 years of adventures and suffering. Though much in this saga is undoubtedly fabulous, there may be a kernel of truth in the story of Thorgils' unlucky voyage. Disasters of this kind must have happened frequently to the early navigators, who had to sail the polar seas without compass and in open boats. Much more reliable, however, is the account given in the Faust Saga about expeditions to Greenland and of conditions there. One of the leading men in the eastern settlement was Thorgrim Anarsson Trolle. In 1022 he went on a trading expedition to Norway, Denmark, and England. On his return he stopped for a time in Iceland, where he slew Thorgeir Havarsson and brought his captured ship with him to Greenland. When Thormod Kolbrunnar Skald learned that his foster brother had been killed, he resolved to avenge the deed. He went to Norway, where he found the Greenlander Skuff ready to sail on his return voyage. Thormod accompanied him, arriving in Greenland in the fall. After wreaking vengeance upon the slayers of Thorgrim, he sailed again to Norway and entered the service of King Olaf the Saint as Herd Skald. He fell in the battle of Stiklestad in 1030. It is natural that the Greenlanders, who were so dependent on seafaring for many necessaries of life, should devote themselves also to the exploration of their own land and the neighbouring coasts. In the summer they sailed northward to a place called Norðursetur to hunt and to gather the driftwood carried thither from Siberia and the coast of America. How far north they penetrated is not known, but a rune stone found in 1824 on the island of King Igtorsuak, 72 degrees 55 minutes 20 seconds north latitude, shows that they reached that latitude. Booths or huts for hunters and seamen who visited Norðursetur were erected at Greipar and Krogsfjarðarheiði, probably in the present region of Holstenborg, as most of the driftwood gathers there. These icy regions were called Oberthur wilderness by the settlers, and are represented as lying far to the north of the Greenland colonies. A vestry Obigo is also mentioned, which Eric the Red is said to have visited during his first stay in Greenland, but the location of this land is not known. The voyages between Greenland, Norway, and Iceland led also to the discovery of Vinland, or the mainland of North America. In the Erik Saga Ratha, Leif Erikson is credited with this discovery, but in the Flateyjarbók, Bjarni Herjolfsson is said to have been the first discoverer of Vinland. He belonged to a good family in Iceland, took to sea early, and became a noted trader and voyager. One winter, while Bjarni was in Norway, his father Herjolf emigrated to Greenland and settled at Hojarfinsnes. When Bjarni found upon his return that his father had left Iceland, he did not unload his cargo, but resolved to follow him if his men would undertake the voyage. This they agreed to do, and they soon put to sea again. After they lost sight of Iceland, the weather became so foggy for several days that they strayed far from their course. When they were again able to make nautical observations, they continued to sail in a westerly direction until they finally came in sight of land. But they saw that it was not Greenland, as it was forest covered. Turning northward, they followed the coast for some time, and at last they succeeded in reaching Greenland, where Bjarni was welcomed by his father at Herjolfsnes. According to the same source, Leif Erikson bought Bjarni's ship and set out to explore the land which had thus been discovered. He persuaded his father, old Eric the Red, to become the leader of the expedition. After some hesitation he consented, but when they rowed to the ship his horse stumbled, and he was thrown off, hurting his foot. This he evidently regarded as an unfavourable omen. It appears, he said, that I am not destined to find any more lands than the one which we now inhabit, and that we may not all travel together any farther. He returned to Brattahlid, and Leif had to undertake to lead the expedition. With a crew of 35 men, among whom was his foster father Turkur, he set sail. They found first the land which Bjarni had seen last, says the saga. They sailed to land, lowered a boat, and went on shore, but they found no grass there. The higher part of the land was covered with ice and snow, and from the shore to the glaciers seemed to be but one flat rock. The land seemed useless, and they called it Helluland, Stone Land. This description fits the region of northern Labrador. They continued their voyage and soon found another land, where they also went on shore. This land was forest covered with low, sandy shores. They called it Markland, woodland, probably southern Labrador. They now hastened to their ships, says the saga, and sailed away with a north wind. They were out 2 days' sail before they saw land. They came to an island which lay to the north of the land, went on shore, and looked about in fine weather. They noticed that there was dew on the grass, and it seemed to them that they had never tasted anything so sweet. Thereupon they embarked and sailed into a sound that lay between that island and the Ness. Here they landed at a place where a stream fell into the sea from a lake, says the saga. They built booths or temporary huts, but later, as they decided to stay, they erected a large house there. They found the climate so mild that they thought that the cattle would not be in need of fodder during the winter. They also observed that night and day were of more equal length there than in Greenland. In exploring the country they found wild grapes. They cut a cargo of timber with which they loaded the ship, and after filling the ship's boat with grape they sailed back to Greenland. Leif called the country Vinland because of its products. That the discovery of a forest-covered land to the southward should arouse great interest among the settlers in Greenland is natural, and when the Audiobook describes several attempts made by them to explore and colonize the new land, it accords with what we might expect them to do under the circumstances. But the population of the Greenland settlements was so small and their means so limited that these undertakings would have proved difficult even if the new region had been uninhabited. On the American coast, however, they encountered a warlike native population against whose fierce attacks the small bands of Norsemen must have been well nigh helpless, as firearms were not yet in use. In Greenland the settlers had been able to maintain a foothold in an unfavorable environment because the land upon their arrival was uninhabited, but it is probably true, as shown also by the saga narratives, that further extension of colonization to the American mainland was prevented mainly by the natives, whose resistance the Norsemen lacked the means to overcome. According to the source already mentioned, there was much talk in Greenland about Leif's voyage to Vinland after his return. His brother Thorvald was of the opinion that the country should be explored still further. Leif offered him his ship for a Vinland voyage, and Thorvald made ready, sailing from Greenland with a crew of 30 men. He seemed to have followed as closely as possible the route established by Leif, striking out across the sea from the eastern settlement to Helluland, or northern Labrador. They came to Leif's booths in Vinland and spent the winter there. The following summer was spent in exploring the country. In the spring Thorvald sent a few men westward with a boat to search out that region. In the summer he, with the rest of the crew, sailed eastward and to the north of the land. Hard weather came upon him and his men off a Ness. His ship was damaged, losing its keel, and some time had to be spent in repairing this damage. On the highest point of the promontory they raised the old ship's keel, evidently as a guide to later voyagers, calling the place Kiar Larness, Keelness. On continuing their voyage they found 3 skin boats and 3 men under each boat. They killed 8 of the men, but 1 escaped, and soon they were attacked by a large band of natives. Thorvald was mortally wounded by an arrow and died soon afterward. They buried him according to his wish on a jutting promontory, placed crosses on the grave, and called the place Crowsanus. They then sailed back to Leif's booths to their companions, spent the winter there, and returned to Greenland the following summer. The Audiobook tells also of an unsuccessful attempt by Thorvald's brother Thorstein Ericsson to sail to Vinland. Because of storms he lost his way and was driven back. Later he went to the western settlement, where he died of an epidemic shortly afterward. A brief account is also given of Karlsefni's attempt to colonize Vinland, and finally the story is told of the brothers Helgi and Finnbogi, who had gone from Norway to Greenland, evidently on a trading expedition. Eric the Red's daughter, Freydis, persuaded the brothers to join her and her husband Thorvald in an expedition to Vinland. The voyage seems to have been undertaken for the purpose of gain, chiefly perhaps for securing timber, which was very valuable in Greenland. But they seem also to have had in mind the planting of a colony, as a number of women went along. Freydis and her husband entered into a sort of partnership with the 2 brothers, according to which they were to share equally in all the good things which they might secure. They were to have an equal number of men, 30 on each ship besides the women, and Leif Erikson granted them the use of his cabins while they were in Vinland. From the outset Freydis showed her selfishness and evil disposition. Contrary to the agreement, she had 35 men on her ship, evidently for the purpose of having an advantage over Helgi and Finnbogi, who did not discover this breach of good faith before they reached Vinland. As they arrived first, they unloaded their supplies and stored them in Leif's booths, but when Freydis came, she compelled them to withdraw and build a cabin of their own. One morning early she came to see Finnbogi. She asked him if he would trade ships with her, as he had the largest ship, and she wished to sail back to Greenland. Finnbogi said that he was willing to remain behind and let her have the ship, but her evil mind was maturing a dark plot to get possession of both ships with their cargoes. Upon returning to her cabin, she pretended to be greatly offended, claiming that Finnbogi and Helgi had struck and abused her. She succeeded in so stirring up her husband that he fell upon the brothers, and they were killed together with all their followers, both men and women. In order to hide the crime, she threatened with death any one of her followers who should venture to say a word about what had happened. The ships were then loaded, and Freydis and her followers returned to Greenland, but in spite of her threats, the news of her crime leaked out. When her brother Leif heard of it, he took 3 or 4 men and forced them to make a full confession. When he had learned the whole truth, he said that he would not treat his sister as she deserved, but he prophesied that her offspring would not fare well. Such voyages to Markland and Vinland, or the coast of North America, as those here described, must have been made frequently by the Greenland settlers for the purpose of bringing home timber, of which they were in great need. Of this we have quite positive evidence also in an entry in the Skalholt Annals for the year 1347. There came also a ship from Greenland, smaller in size than the smallest vessels which sailed to Iceland. It came to the outer Strom Fjord. It was without anchor. There were 17 men on board. They had sailed to Markland, but afterward they were driven hither. Since these annals were written not long after this event occurred, there is no reason to doubt the truth of the statement. But such voyages, made for commercial reasons by men of no great note, were not regarded as exploits, and would not attract the attention of the sagamen, who were interested mainly in preserving the traditions of the leading families. The account of the Vinland voyages found in the Flateyjarbók seems to be based on the tradition about the discovery and exploration of Vinland, as it was preserved in Greenland, as it describes the part played by the Greenland colonies in these events. Another form of the tradition is found in the Erik saga, Rautha, which represents Leif Erikson as the discoverer of Vinland, and describes only one attempt at exploration and colonization, that of Thorfinn Karlsefni. We have already seen that Karlsefni came to Greenland as a trader together with his companions, and that he spent the winter as Eric's guest at Brattahlid, where he married Eric's daughter-in-law Gudrid. They spoke much about Vinland, says the saga, and thought that it might prove very profitable to go thither. The result was that Karlsefni and Snorri prepared their ship for a voyage to Vinland in the summer. Gudrid accompanied her husband on the expedition. Bjarni and Thorhall also prepared their ship and made ready to accompany them with the men who came with them from Iceland. Freydis, Eric's daughter, her husband Thorvard, and many others also accompanied them with a ship manned by a crew from Greenland. Thorhall, the hunter who had accompanied Eric on expeditions many summers and was well acquainted with the sailing routes, also accompanied them. Together they had on the 3 ships 160 men. Instead of following the route established by Leif Erikson, Karlsefni sailed first to the western settlement and the Bjarnithar, whence he turned southward to Helluland and Markland. After leaving the Bjarnithar, they first came to a land where they found large flagstones and many foxes, says the saga, and they called it Helluland. They then sailed to Deger, veering to the southeast, and found a land which was well wooded and had many deer. This land they called Markland. When they had sailed 2 more Deger, they sighted land and sailed under the land. There was a promontory where they first came. They followed the coast, having the land on starboard. It was without harbours, and the shores were long and sandy. They tacked along the coast, having the land on the starboard. They went on shore in boats, and found there on the promontory a ship's keel, and called it Kjarlarnes, keelness. The shores they called Furdastander, because it took a long time to sail by them. South of the Furdastander, the coast was indented by bays. Sailing into one of these, Karlsefni put on shore 2 runners, which he had received from Leif Erikson, the man Haki, and the woman Hekja. He ordered them to run southward and examine the land, and return before 3 days had passed. He cast anchor and waited during their absence. When 3 days were past, they came running down from the land. One of them had grapes in his hands, and the other had self-sown wheat. Karlsefni said that they seemed to have found a fertile country. They sailed along the coast and came to anchor in a fjord. There was an island outside, and round the island strong currents. They called it Stromsey. There were so many birds there that one could hardly put one's foot between the eggs. They held up the fjord and called it Stromsfjord, and unloaded the ships and established themselves there. They had with them all kinds of cattle, and sought to make use of the land. There were mountains there, and fair was the prospect. While they were staying at Stromsey, they ran short of food and were forced to eat the flesh of a dead whale which drifted ashore. Thorhall the hunter was much disappointed with the outcome of the expedition, and it was evident that they had not found Vinland. He quarrelled with Karlsefni and wished to go northward in search for Vinland, while Karlsefni wished to continue southward. With 1 ship and 9 men, Thorhall left the expedition and proceeded northward. But they were caught in a storm which carried them out into the ocean. They drifted to Ireland, says the saga, where they were sold as slaves and ill-treated. There Thorhall lost his life, as merchants have reported. Karlsefni, with Snorri, Bjarni, and the rest, continued southward along the coast. They sailed a long time until they came to a river which flowed down from the interior into a lake and thence into the sea. There were great sandbars before the mouth of the river, so that it could only be entered at high water. Karlsefni and his people sailed to the mouth of the river and called the country Hop, that is a small landlocked bay. There they found self-sown wheat fields where the land was low, but vines wherever they saw heights. As every brook was full of fish, they dug trenches on the shore below high water mark, and when the tide went out there were halibuts in the trenches. In the forest there was a great number of animals of all kinds. They were there half a month, amusing themselves and suspecting nothing. They had their cattle with them, but early one morning when they looked about them they saw 9 hide boats, and wooden poles were being waved on the boats, making a noise like thrashing flails, and they were moved with the sun. Karlsefni's men took this to be a token of peace, and bore a white shield towards them. Then the strangers rowed towards them and wondered, and came ashore. They were smaller, black men, and ugly, and they had ugly hair. Their eyes were big, and they were broad across the cheeks. They stayed there a while and wondered, then rowed away and went south of the headland. Karlsefni had built their houses above the lake, some nearer and some farther off. Now they stayed there that winter, 1004 to 1005. No snow fell at all, and their cattle were out at pasture. When spring came, they saw early one morning a number of hide boats rowing from the south past the headland, so many that it seemed as if the sea had been sown with coal in front of the bay, and they waved wooden poles on every boat. Then they set up shields and held a market, and the people wanted most to buy red cloth. They also wanted to buy swords and spears, but this was forbidden by Karlsefni and Snorri. The Skraelings gave them untanned skins in exchange for the cloth, and the trade was proceeding briskly when an ox, which Karlsefni had run out of the woods, and began to bellow. The Skraelings were scared and ran to their boats and rowed south along the shore. After that they did not see them for 3 weeks. But when that time was past, they saw a great multitude of Skraeling boats coming from the south as though driven on by a stream. Then all the poles were waved against the sun, and all the Skraelings howled loudly. Then Karlsefni and his men took red shields and bore towards them. The Skraelings leaped from their boats, and then they made towards each other and fought. There was a hot exchange of missiles. The Skraelings also had catapults, Valslanger. Karlsefni and his men saw that the Skraelings hoisted upon a pole a great ball about as large as a sheep's paunch, blue in colour, and slung it from the pole upon the land over Karlsefni's people, and it made a great noise when it came down. At this great terror smote Karlsefni and his people, so that they had no thought but of getting away and up the river, for it seemed to them that the Skraelings were assailing them on all sides, and they did not halt till they had reached certain crags. Then they made a stout resistance. Freydis came out and saw that they were giving way. She cried out, "Wherefore do you run away from such wretches, ye gallant men? I thought it likely that you could slaughter them like cattle. Had I but arms, I believe that I should fight better than any of you." None heeded what she said. that Freydis tried to go with them, but she fell behind, for she was with child. She nevertheless followed them into the woods, but the Skraelings came after her. She found before her a dead man, Thorbrand Snorrason, and a flat stone was fixed in his head. His sword lay unsheathed beside him, and she took it up and defended herself with it. Then the Skraelings came at her. She then took her breasts out of her sark and whetted the sword upon them. At that the Skraelings became afraid and ran away back to their boats and went away. Skarlsefni and his men met her and praised her happy device. 2 out of Karlsefni's men fell, and 4 of the Skraelings, but nevertheless Karlsefni had suffered defeat. They then went to their houses to bind up their wounds, and to consider what swarm of people it was that came against them from the land. It seemed to them now that there could have been no more than those who came from the boats, and that the other people must have been Glamour. The Skraelings also found a dead man, and an axe lay beside him. One of them took the axe and struck at a tree, and so, one after another, it seemed to delight them that it bit so well. Then one took and smote a stone with it, but when the axe broke, he thought it was of no use if it did not stand against stone, and he cast it from him. Karlsefni and his men now thought that they could see that, although the land was fertile, they would always have trouble and disquiet with the people who dwelt there before. Then they prepared to set out, and intended to go to their own country. They sailed northward and found 5 Skraelings sleeping in fur jerkins, and they had with them kegs with deer's marrow mixed with blood. They thought that they could understand that these were outlaws, and they killed them. Then they found a headland and a multitude of deer, and the headland looked like a crust of dried dung from the deer lying there at night. Now they came back to Strom's Fjord, and there was abundance of everything. It is reported by some that Bjarni and Gudrid remained behind there, and 100 men with them, and did not go farther. But they say that Karlsefni and Snorri went southward with the 40 men, and were no longer at Hop than barely 2 months, returning the same summer. Karlsefni then set out with 1 ship in search of Thorhall the hunter, but the greater part of the company remained behind. They sailed to the northward around Kjarlarnes, and then bore to the westward, having the land to the larboard. The country there was wooded wilderness as far as they could see. When they had sailed a long time, they came to a stream that flowed from east to west into the sea. They laid the ship along the south bank in the mouth of the stream. One morning Karlsefni and his men saw something that glittered in the forest above a clearing. They called to it, and it moved. It was a uniped. It hopped down to the bank of the river where they lay, and shot an arrow into the entrails of Thorvald Ericsson, who sat at the helm. A little later Thorvald died of this wound. The uniped ran away northward. They hurried after him, and thought that they saw him now and then, but he seemed to get away, and at last he ran out upon a bay. They then turned back. They then sailed northward, and on the way they thought they saw the land of Unipeds, but they did not want to risk the lives of their people. It appeared to them that the mountains that they saw here and those that they had seen at Hop were the same, and that from Strom's Fjord here and to Strom's Fjord at Hop was the same distance. They returned and stayed at Strom's Fjord the 3rd winter. There was disagreement, and the people divided into 2 parties. Karlsefni's son Snorri, who was born the first fall that they were at Strom's Fjord, was now 3 winters old when they went away. The narrative of the Erik saga, Ralphus, or Karlsefni's saga, describing the discovery of America by Leif Erikson and the attempt of Thorfinn Karlsefni to colonize Vinland, evidently rests on traditions preserved in Iceland regarding these events, as it describes the part played by the Icelanders in these voyages. Regarding the relative merit of the 2 traditions and the value of these sagas as historical sources, no unanimity exists among historians, but all agree that the mainland of North America was discovered by Norse colonists and voyagers from Iceland or Greenland. That is proved by reliable accounts outside of these saga narratives. The entry in the Skalholt Annals for the year 1347, stating that a ship carrying 17 men came to Iceland from Markland, has already been mentioned. The 17 men on board the ship could give the annalist full information, the correctness of which cannot well be questioned. Another entry in the Icelandic Annals, Annales Regii, for the year 1121, states Eric, the Bishop of Greenland, went to search for Vinland, This is the last record of voyages to Vinland. Eric may have been the first bishop of Greenland. He must have lost his life on the expedition, and nothing more is heard of him. And in 1122 and 1123 the Greenlanders were making efforts to secure a new bishop. In his work Audiobook, and the old reliable Icelandic historian Ari Frodi says, "The land which is called Greenland was discovered and colonized from Iceland. Eric the Red, a man from Breda Fjord, went thither and took land in a place called Eric's Fjord. He gave the land name and called it Greenland, saying that it would entice people to go there if the country had a fine name. They found human dwelling places both east and west in the land, remnants of boats and stone implements, from which they could judge that the same people had wandered about there which inhabit Finland, and which the Greenlanders call Skrælings. But he began to colonize the country 14 or 15 winters before Christianity was introduced in Iceland, according to what was told Thorkel Gellison in Greenland by one who had accompanied Eric thither." Vinland is mentioned also in the Landnama book about 1250, a most interesting reference to Helluland. Markland and Vinland is found also in an old Icelandic geography, thought to have been written in part at least by Abbot Nicholas Bergson of Thavera, who died in 1159. South of Greenland, he says, lies Helluland, then comes Markland, and not very far from there lies Vinland the Good, which some believe to be connected with Africa. But if this is the case, then the great ocean must come between Markland and Vinland. It is said that Thorfinn Karlsefni chopped a tree for a husa snotra, an ornament on a building, and that he afterwards set out to find Vinland the Good, and came to a place where this was supposed to lie. But he was not able to explore it, and did not establish himself there. Leif the Lucky first discovered Vinland, and he rescued some merchants whom he found in the sea in great danger. He also introduced Christianity in Greenland, which so prospered that a bishopric was established at Gardar. Vinland is mentioned also in the Erebig Yag-Saga, in the Heimskringla, and in several other sagas from the classical period. Vinland is first mentioned by Adam versus Bremen about 1070 in the 4th chapter of his church history of the Archbishopric of Hamburg, the Gesta Hamma Burgensis. He, the king of Denmark, mentioned, and also another island which has been discovered by many in this ocean, which is called Winland, because grapevines grow wild there and yield the best wine. The discovery of the American continent by the Norse traders and voyagers was, furthermore, so natural an event that no ground can exist for questioning this varied and reliable testimony. After the Norsemen had established permanent colonies in southern Greenland, and had opened routes of trade from Norway to Greenland by way of Iceland, and from Norway to Greenland directly across the Atlantic, it would indeed be strange if some voyager should not also find the neighboring American coast while groping his way in these foggy and dangerous waters. But admitting, as we must admit, that the mainland of North America was discovered by the Norsemen, what should stand in the way of accepting as fairly reliable such features of the saga narratives as stand supported in part also by other evidence? The repeated trips to Markland and Vinland to get timber, the efforts to colonize the coast, the trade with the natives, the battle with them, in which the Norsemen were defeated and forced to abandon the projected colonization. These features are as realistic and natural as any other page of American colonial history. The question of the location of Vinland remains a matter of controversy. All original sources agree that Markland was the name given to the first forest-covered region found by the Norse voyagers as they sailed southward along the coast. This enables us to determine approximately the location of this land. But where was Vinland? No discussion of this question can here be entered into. It should be remembered, however, that the Greenland colonists had but few ships and lacked the materials for building new ones. The population of the colonies was small, and their resources were in every way very limited, a circumstance which would scarcely encourage the settlers to undertake voyages of discovery on a large scale by sailing to the distant coast of New England, or even still farther along the American seaboard. After all, the statement of the old geographer Nicholas Bergson of Thavera, that not far from Markland lies Vinland, sounds very natural. The Norwegian historian Gustav Storm, in his work Studie over Vinlandisern, places Vinland on Nova Scotia. Dr. Andrew Fossum, in his work The Norse Discovery of America, places it at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, and Professor H.B. Steensby, in a recently published work The Norseman's Route from Greenland to Wineland, places Helluland and Markland on Labrador, and Hop at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. These writers agree insofar as to limit the activities of the Norsemen on the American coast to the basin of the St. Lawrence Bay, a feature which commends itself to a thoughtful reader. But the question regarding the location of Vinland has not been, and probably never can be, definitely settled. The Greenland colonies continued to flourish so long as the intercourse with Iceland and Norway was maintained. Greenland became a bishopric in 1110, though Arnold, who was ordained in Lund in Skane in 1124, is the first bishop of Greenland known to have been ordained. A cathedral was erected at Gardar, of which ruins are still found. In 1261, in the reign of King Hakon Hakonson, Greenland became a Norwegian dependency or crown colony. Traffic between Norway, Iceland, and Greenland was quite well maintained till in the 14th century, but great harm was done when the trade with the colonies was made a royal monopoly, so that no trade with these distant settlements could be carried on except by a few vessels in the king's service. The Black Death, which reached Norway in 1349 and carried away over one-third of the population of the country, gave the traffic with the colonies a blow from which it never recovered. When the Hanseatic merchants gained control of Bergen, the chief Norwegian commercial city at that time, and swept Norwegian commerce from the sea, the colonies in Greenland were cut off from all communication both with Norway and Iceland. At this time the Eskimos also seem to have returned from the north to their old haunts in Greenland and to have attacked the settlers. In 1341, Ivar Bardsson went to Greenland, returning in 1370. According to his report, he went to the western settlement with a small force to aid the settlers, but he found no one there, either Christian or heathen, only a few almost wild sheep and cattle. The colony had been entirely destroyed. The Icelandic annals for the year 1379 contain the following notice: The Skrælings attacked the Greenlanders, killed 18 of them, and carried away 2 boys whom they made slaves. Throughout the 14th century, some efforts were made in Norway to maintain communications with the Greenland settlements. In 1367, Bishop Alf came to Greenland after the people had had no bishop for 19 years. He was the last bishop in Greenland and died there in 1377. After 1385, an old priest is known to have acted as bishop. In the beginning of the 15th century, all communication with Greenland ceased. In 1406, a ship sailing from Norway to Iceland strayed from its course and finally came to anchor in Greenland, where it remained till 1410, when it returned to Norway. This is the last definitely recorded visit to Greenland. The last mention of the colonies is found in a letter issued by Pope Alexander VI in 1492, the same year that Columbus set out for the New World. For 80 years or thereabouts, says the Pope, absolutely no bishop or priest has governed that church of Greenland in personal residence. The result has been that most of the inhabitants have fallen away from the Christian faith. The letter indicates that news from Greenland had been received not many years previous to the publication of the letter, an assumption which is rendered almost a certainty by a recently discovered letter in the government archives in Copenhagen. This letter shows that in 1475 an expedition was sent out under the leadership of the voyagers Pining and Pothorst to search for the new lands. From a station on the mountain of Havitsark in Greenland, says the writer, Pining fought with the Greenland sea robbers, which infested the seas, which indicates that the expedition must have reached Greenland. But the Norse colonies on the island disappeared. When John Davis in 1585 reached the coast of Greenland, the land of desolation, he found no white settlers and thought that he was the first discoverer of the country. What was the ultimate fate of the Norse colonists is not known. Cut off from all communication with the rest of the world, they could exist in that region only by adopting the mode of life of the surrounding native tribes. Norse loanwords and traditions found among the Eskimos indicate that the colonists finally joined them. An entry in the Gisli Odsson's Annals, written in Iceland in 1637, says the people of Greenland fell away from the true faith, and after having lost all good customs and true virtue, they returned to the American people. This can only mean that they adopted the ways of the native inhabitants, but the statement is probably unhistorical. Their fate remains shrouded in mystery, but numerous ruins of churches and dwellings in both settlements, which they founded, still bear evidence of their life and activity in Greenland. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This recording is in the public domain. Development of Skaldic song and saga literature. The rapid advance of the Norsemen during the Viking era, their conquests and naval exploits, their activity in trade and colonization shaped their early history and reveal the basic traits of their character in practical pursuits. Their intellectual life manifested itself chiefly in their mythology and their skaldic poesy, which gave expression to the pagan spirit of the North after it had reached the height of self-conscious vigor through the stirring events of the Viking Age. In the motherland Norway, the skaldic art had flourished long before the discovery of Iceland. The names of many skalds prior to the period of King Harald Harfager have been preserved, but it was especially his illustrious reign and his own interest in skaldic poetry which caused it to blossom into new growth. Inspired probably by the example of Charlemagne and Alfred the Great, he showed special fondness for the skalds, making them members of his hearth, where they could lead a life free from care in full enjoyment of royal favour. Several skalds are known to have been connected with King Harald's hearth, as Thjodolf of Hvin, Thorbjorn, Hornkollofi, Alvar, Hanufa, and others. These herd skalds, who lived in the attractive court circles and became devotedly attached to their royal patron, would naturally extol his valour and achievements in drapas, or laudatory songs. Such expressions of gratitude and esteem became part of their vocation as court poets. In time, as the royal hearth gradually became the centre of literary life, a new kind of poetry developed, the hearth skalds' poetry, martial in spirit and narrative, historical in contents, and characterized by the very intricate verse form, the drottkvedt strophe, or drottkvither hatter, in which it was produced. The number of skalds who could stay at the king's court was naturally limited. Many who had no opportunity to court royal favour continued to cultivate their art in the old way, uninfluenced by the new departure of the herd skalds. They still used the older and simpler verse forms, Forn, Earthislag, Malahatter, and Ljorth Ahatter, and turned into poetry the old myths and heroic traditions, the most cherished intellectual heritage of the people. Their greatest achievement is a collection of old songs known as the Elder Edda, the greatest work in Old Norse poetic literature. None of the authors of these poems have become known to posterity, probably because they were not connected with the court circles, but chiefly perhaps because they regarded their songs not as new creations to which they could lay claim of authorship, but as a common national inheritance which they had only been instrumental in preserving in poetic form. In this way, two distinct branches of skaldic song has been developed, the Elder Edda group, which is of chief interest as mythology and poetry, and the skaldic songs proper by known authors, which are chiefly of historical contents, constituting the first recorded history of the North. The last great Norwegian herd skald was Edvind Finsen, known as Eyvind Skaldespiller, who stayed at the court of King Hakon the Good and fought in the battle of Stord, where the king fell. It is evident that skaldic poetry continued to flourish also in Norway, as the greater number of the Elder Edda songs must have been written there from the 9th to the 11th century. But after Eyvind Skald-Espiller's time, a general decline seems to have made itself felt in Norse skaldic poetry, as the herd skalds, both in Norway and elsewhere after that time, were almost exclusively Icelanders. The leadership in literature was passing to the colony, though the influence of the mother country was still strong. Many of the early Icelandic skalds were of Norse birth or parentage. As skaldic song was their heritage from the homeland, The poetry which blossomed forth in Iceland was but the continuation of an old art of song already so well developed that it underwent no subsequent change even in an era of vigorous growth in a new environment. The Drottninghavn Hatter, in which these skaldic songs were generally composed, had reached a stage of intricacy and artificiality which to the modern mind makes these stanzas appear like puzzling word riddles difficult to decipher. All principal ideas are set forth figuratively through metaphoric expressions, Kenningar, which presuppose an intimate knowledge of mythology and other elements of thought employed in the comparisons. That the expression "the dragon's bed" means gold is evident enough when we know the Fafnir myth. So we can also analyze the expression "Burnie thing's tree" and see that it means a hero, since the Burnie thing means the meeting of the Burnies, or battle, and the tree of the Burnie thing is the hero who stands in the battle as the tree stands in the storm. But the analysis of such figures is rendered still more difficult by the fact that the words do not follow each other in the natural order, but are thrown about promiscuously in such a way that it is often difficult to determine to what part of the sentence or to what sentence the word belongs. To compose lengthy poems in metres so involved and artificial was a difficult task. A drapa had to consist of at least 20 stanzas, and often they were much longer, numbering 40 or 50 stanzas. The work of composing these long and intricate songs, in which the historical events dealt with also had to be told with the greatest accuracy, seems to have been done chiefly at night, when the skald could be undisturbed in his labour. We read of the great skald Egil Skallagrimsson, that in one night he was able to compose the great song Hafuthalasson, by which he saved his life when he fell into the hands of his enemy King Eric Bloodaxe. On another occasion his younger contemporary Einar Skallaglam paid him a visit, and as he was not at home he left a shield at his door. At this Egil became angry, saying, "Does he think that I will sit up nights to compose a poem about his shield?" This he nevertheless did. He wrought a song about the shield, in which all the figures in the decorations are carefully described. "About my renowned lord I make a song while others sleep," says Einar Skallaglam. The second great task of the skald was to commit his poem to memory, so that he could recite it with vigour and effect. Considering the length of the drapas and the intricacy of the metre, it is clear that the task of composing them and committing them to memory was an arduous one, requiring both patience and talent. The skald naturally considered a well-made drapa an achievement worthy of praise and reward. Bitter must have been his disappointment if, after his painstaking labour, his royal patron should fail to appreciate the song, or even refuse to hear it, as King Olaf Tryggvason did with Hallfred Vandre the Skald. Against this slight Hallfred protested so vigorously that the king consented to hear the song, and rewarded the skald liberally for it. Few skaldic songs have been preserved in complete form. For the most part only fragments are found as quotations in later prose works, so that, according to Finnur Johnson, not over a 100th part of the old skaldic poetry has been preserved. These fragments deal principally with historical events, the warlike achievements of the kings and chieftains in whose honour the songs have been written. But it is clear that the interest of the skalds was not limited to this general thing, though the laudatory martial verses give the general tone and character to skaldic poetry. Not infrequently did the skalds devote their entire poems to quite different themes, as did Egil Skallagrimsson in his Sona Torek and Ulf Uggason in his Hesdrapa. Love songs, though condemned by the social etiquette of those times, were nevertheless composed by many noted skalds like Cormac Onenson, Thormod Kolbrunnar Skald, and Bjorn Hit de la Skapi. Often the skalds would encourage their hearers to wisdom, moderation, justice, faithfulness, and other manly virtues. They taught the young men what virtues were to be admired and what vices would bring dishonour and contempt. At times they were able also to strike more tender chords, which gave expression to the deepest emotions. Their art projected itself into every field and stirred the national spirit to daring and adventure. It became a conventional mode of public utterance, giving expressions to the people's thoughts and sentiments, a force so great that even kings would bow before it in silence. The Skalds were of importance not only as poets, but as men of prominence, who played a leading part in public affairs in shaping the national life of their people. Through extensive travels abroad, they became the representatives through whom the Icelanders as a nation remained in close touch with European life and culture. Other chieftains would also travel in foreign lands, but few became so well known or maintained so close relations with rulers and men of note as the Skalds, who in many instances exerted a marked influence even on the affairs of foreign countries. When they returned home, they naturally made a great impression on their own local circles through their proud bearing and the display of costly presents which they had received from royal patrons. The spirit of adventure and restless energy, the proud self-assertive vigor which characterized the Icelanders during the period of their national independence was largely fostered by the Skalds, who were the exponents of whatever was most typical in northern social and intellectual life. For centuries they remained the chief representatives of their people's intellectual culture, and often the leading actors in those events which made the deepest impression on the public mind. It is natural that the herd skalds, as a rule, should be the best known, as they were found in the entourage of ruling princes, and often played a conspicuous part in public affairs. Their connection with the court would not of itself prove that they were more gifted than others who had won less distinction, but it showed that, aside from their poetic talents, they possessed personal qualities which enabled them to win the favor of rulers and the esteem of the highest circles everywhere. They were high-spirited men, jealous of their honor, equal in polish and courtly etiquette to the best men who graced the royal halls in all lands. As they were welcomed by the rulers, they appeared at every court where language did not stand in the way. We find them in England, Ireland, Scotland, Denmark, and Sweden, as well as at the courts of the ruling jarls in the western Norse colonies. But from reign to reign their best representatives were usually grouped about the throne of the kings of Norway. A martial figure who carried his helmeted head high above all other Icelandic skalds and chieftains in his day was Egil Skallagrimsson, born at Borg in Borgarfjord about 900. His grandfather Kveldulf Bjarlfason of Firdeljelk in Norway was a chieftain of the old school, a giant in stature, ugly and morose, but possessing to some degree the gift of song which seems to have been a family heritage. He had two sons, Thorolf and Skallagrim, Egil's father. We are told that Thorolf, who was a friendly, fine-appearing man, joined King Harald Hairfager's court as Hearthmother, but Kveldulf and Skallagrim persisted in their opposition to the king. When they finally had to flee, they brought their families and household goods on board the ships and sailed for Iceland. Kveldulf died on the voyage, but Skallagrim reached his destination and settled in the western districts, where he built a residence called Borg, from which the Bjorgafjord derived its name. The saga narrative makes it clear that Egil resembled in all respects his father and grandfather. He was very tall and broad-shouldered, with a big head and homely features. The following description is given of him as he sat in King Ethelstan's hall in England. He had a big face, high forehead, and bushy brows, a thick and not very long nose. The bearded part of his face was prominent. He had a broad chin and cheeks, a heavy neck, and broad shoulders. When angry, he looked very fierce. He was well built and taller than all others. His hair was thick and of a wolf-grey color, but he grew bald very early. He had dark eyes and black eyebrows. With great physical strength, Egil combined a restless and violent temper, productive of bloodshed and contention throughout his whole career. While a child of 7, he slew his playmate. At 12, he killed the manager of the estate in revenge because his father had caused the death of his governess. Wherever he went, trouble was sure to follow, but as a poet he stood unexcelled, and he must be classed as one of the greatest of all known skalds. At the age of 20 he went to Norway in company with his brother Thorolf, but as trouble soon arose between the brothers and King Eric Bloodaxe, who had been elevated to the throne by his father, King Harald Hairfager, Thorolf and Egil had to flee. After spending some time on Viking expeditions, they entered the service of Ethelstan, King of England, who was at the time engaged in a war with the combined forces of Scots and Vikings. In a great battle with these forces Thorolf fell, but Egil is said to have received from the king 2 rings of gold, and also 2 chests filled with silver, which he was to divide with his father and other relatives in compensation for their loss. The event seems to have so endeared Egil to the king that he was invited to spend the winter at the court. The following summer he went again to Norway, where he married his brother's widow, and after an absence of many years he returned to Iceland with his wife and treasures. On a second trip to Norway, which he undertook in order to secure some property to which his wife had fallen heir, the quarrel with King Eric was renewed. The king was probably too preoccupied with weightier matters to pay much attention to the rather insolent chieftain, as he was soon driven from the throne by his brother Hakon the Good. But fortune once more brought the two face to face under altered circumstances. Eric had to flee to England, where he became ruler of Northumbria as King Ethelstan's vassal. While he sat at York, Egil was shipwrecked on the Northumbrian coast and had to surrender himself into his hands. He was condemned to death and would have been speedily executed, but through the intercession of his friend, the powerful Arinbjorn Hersey, who was King Eric's chief adviser, a respite was granted till the following day. In the night he composed the song Herfo o Lawson, in praise of the brave and gallant Eric, which so pleased the king that he spared his life and allowed him to depart unharmed. After his fortunate escape from King Eric, Egil again went to King Ethelstan of England and later to Norway. On the island of Herodland, on the coast of Surdmer, he visited the widow Gyda, a sister of his friend Arinbjorn Hersey, who lived here with her daughter and a son called Friggeir, a rude Viking warrior by the name of Liat. A Swede by birth, who was pressing an unwelcome suit for the daughter's hand, had challenged Friggeir to a duel because he opposed the match. When Gyda told Egil her plight, he promised to meet Liat in the duel. In his arrogance, Liat formally challenged Egil, but lost his life in the encounter. After another successful duel with Alti Skemmi, Egil gained possession of his wife's inheritance and returned to Iceland. For many years he continued as before in hazardous undertakings, but when he grew older he finally abandoned life of adventure, remaining quietly at home. In spite of his warlike appearance and his love of strife and adventure, Egil was at times moved by great feelings which reveal a tenderness of heart strange in a man so inured to danger and bloodshed. While dwelling quietly at Borg, he had the misfortune to lose his favourite son, Bodvar, who was drowned in the Bilgars Fjord, not far from home. Shortly after the accident he found the body and interred it in his father's burial mound. But he was so overwhelmed with grief, says the saga, that he shut himself up in his room, refused food and drink, and would allow no one to see him. Finally his daughter Thorgerd persuaded him to take nourishment and to compose a song in memory of his sons. In this poem, Sanatoric, he pours forth his grief with a depth of lyric sentiment quite marvellous when we consider how seldom real sentiment found expression in early Germanic song. Poetry had not yet risen to be an expression of man's inner life. It was not poetry in the modern sense, but an art of narrative setting forth in an objective way, in well-wrought and properly ornamented form, such traditions and events as might be of general interest. Egil, however, was too strong a personality, too gifted and original a poet to be confined within the narrow limits of oppressive rules. In his song Sonatoric, his sorrow overflows the conventional borders like a mad torrent, and he composes a tear-laden song full of the tenderest emotion. Egil died at the ripe old age of over 80 years. He was not a herd skull, but as his strong individuality rendered him as unfit as he was unwilling to serve anyone in any capacity. When not engaged in perilous adventures, he chose to stay at home as a powerful magnate on his own estates, as did many other chieftains and poets of less note. He was of importance not only as skald, but as a typical Icelandic chieftain whose personality and achievements are written large in the annals of his people. Of special importance at the beginning of the 11th century were the two skalds and chieftains Gunnlaug Ormstunga and Hrafn Onundsson, whose tragic rivalry is narrated in the Gunnlaug saga Ormstungu. According to this saga, Gunnlaug, the son of Iludi Sibarti of Gilsbaki, was betrothed to Helga the Fair, a granddaughter of Egil Skallagrimsson. He had already arranged to go abroad to spend some time in foreign lands, but an agreement was made with the bride's father and relatives that he should return and consummate the marriage within 3 years, or the engagement should be considered cancelled. Gunnlaug went to Norway to the court of Eric Jarl, where he met other Icelandic skalds who were members of the Jarl's hearth, among others Halldor Orkristni and Skuli Thorsteinsson, Helga's brother. Skuli took a friendly interest in him and introduced him at court, but through his arrogant behaviour the haughty Gunnlaug so offended the Jarl that he had to leave Norway. He sailed to England, where he was well received by King Ethelred, who seems to have had a special fondness for Icelandic skalds and chieftains. A song which Gunnlaug composed in his honour so pleased the king that he gave him a scarlet mantle and made him a member of his hearth. Through these royal favours his success as hearth skald was assured, and he remained at court during the winter. In the spring he went to Dublin to King Sigtryg Silkbeard, where he was cordially received. Here his songs were no less liberally rewarded, as he received from the king a scarlet mantle and an arm ring of gold. From Dublin he went to Sigurd Ludvigsen, Jarl of the Orkneys, and shortly after he sailed to Sweden and spent the winter at the court of Sigurd Jarl of Gotaland. The following spring he arrived in Uppsala. At the royal court, where he found a welcome, he met his rival Hrafn Onundsson, who had spent the summer in Norway and had arrived in Sweden in the fall. Their rivalry is described with dramatic vividness in the saga narrative. Both sought eagerly to win the king's favour and asked to recite songs in his honour. Hrafn asked the privilege to appear first in the contest, as he had been longest at the court, but the king decided that Gunnlaug should have the first opportunity, as he would become angry if he could not have his own way. He then stepped forward and recited a drapa to the king. "What do you think of the song, Hrafn?" said the king. "Well, my lord," answered Hrafn, "it is boastful and not very beautiful, just like Gunnlaug's own character." "Now you recite your song, Hrafn," said the king. Hrafn did so. When he had finished, the king said to Gunnlaug, "What do you think of the song?" "It is pretty, but very insignificant," said Gunnlaug. Justice Hrafn himself is a handsome man. Their rivalry soon led to open enmity. Hrafn told Gunnlaug that since he had insulted him in the presence of the court, he would henceforth do what he could to harm him. Hrafn became a member of the hearth and received valuable gifts from the king. The following spring he went to Trondhjem, Norway, returning to Iceland in the summer. Gunnlaug seems to have been less successful. The saga says that he too received gifts from the king, but what these were is not stated, neither does it appear that he became a member of the hearth. He returned to England to King Ethelred, where he remained during the summer and the following winter. The next summer he went to Norway and found opportunity to sail with Hallfred Vandrædaskald to Iceland late in the fall. As his 3 years' leave of absence had long since expired, his rival Hrafn, who knew his pledge, had used the opportunity to sue for the hand of Helga the Fair. Against her will she was given him in marriage, the wedding being solemnized shortly after Gunnlaug's return. In sullen gloom the wronged and outwitted skald had to nurse his wrath in his parental home during the winter, but the following summer he challenged Hrafn to a duel. This was fought at the Althing without decisive results, since it was apparent that a new encounter would soon follow. A law was passed by the Althing forbidding duels in Iceland. The two rivals then repaired to Norway, where duelling was not yet prohibited, and in a final contest both lost their lives. Helga later married a good and well-to-do man, the skald Thorkel Hallkelsson, but in this otherwise happy marriage she never forgot her love for Gunnlaug. It was her greatest pleasure, says the saga, to look at a scarlet mantle which Gunnlaug had given her. At one time there was much sickness in Thorkel's home, and many were ill for a long time. Helga, too, had become sick, though she was not in bed. One Saturday evening, as she sat in the living-room, leaning her head upon her husband's knee, she sent for the scarlet mantle. When it was brought, she spread it out and looked at it a while, sank back in her husband's arms, and died. As Egil Skallagrimsson distinguished himself as a warlike chieftain, and Gunnlaug and Harafen as courtiers and herd skalds, Sigvat Thordsson, usually known as Sigvat Skald, distinguished himself especially as statesman and counsellor. He had been reared in Iceland, but at the age of 18 he came to Norway, where he met his father, Thord Sigvald the Skald, at the royal court in 1015. Through a poem which he composed to the king, he won his special favour. Upon nearer acquaintance there grew up between King Olaf and the Skald a friendship so intimate that Sigvat slept in the king's own apartments and acted as his counsellor in cases which no one else ventured to bring before him. When Olaf sent his men to collect the landaurar tax from the Icelanders who were staying in Norway, they went to Sigvat Skald and asked him to help them, says the saga. Sigvat's noble character, his even temper and good judgment so endeared him to the king that in spite of his youth he was sent on important missions as the king's own representative. In 1018, when 20 years of age, he was dispatched on a difficult diplomatic errand to Ragnvald, Jarl of Vestergotland, as the Swedish king had broken his agreement with Olaf regarding his marriage to the Swedish princess Ingigerd. King Olaf had gone to Konghell, where the wedding was to be celebrated, but the bride did not appear, and it was learned later that her father had promised her in marriage to Grand Duke Yaroslav of Garderic in Russia. This wanton breach of faith made King Olaf very angry, and it became Sigvat's task to bring about a settlement by which the king might be appeased and war averted. At Ragnvald's court he met the beautiful Princess Astrid, Ingigerd's sister, and entered into negotiations with the Jarl about a possible marriage between her and King Olaf. When he had obtained Astrid's consent and the Jarl's promise of assistance, he returned to King Olaf. He told him of the beautiful princess and praised her charms so highly that the king forgot his dudgeon. His marriage to Astrid was celebrated at Sarpsborg in 1019. This new proof of tact and ability placed Sigvat so high in the king's esteem that he was elevated to the position of Steller, the highest office within the hearth. In 1025 to 1026 he travelled in England and France. When he returned, King Olaf expressed his displeasure because he had visited his enemy, King Knut, the Great of England. To this Sigvat replied in a song, "Knut asked me if I would be his man as I had been yours. But I answered truthfully that it was proper for me to have only one lord at the time." This pleased the king, and Sigvat was reinstated in the office of Staller. In 1029 he made a pilgrimage to Rome in company with Bersi Skald Torfusen. In August the following year he began the homeward journey, but on the way he received the news that King Olaf had fallen in the battle of Stiklestad. When he reached Norway, the Danish king, Svein Alfvason, who had seized the throne, invited him to join his hearth, but he refused. His deep sorrow for his friend King Olaf he has expressed in numerous songs. In one of these he says, "The high mountains throughout the land seemed to smile while Olaf lived. Now the dreary mountain sides are no longer beautiful." Sigvat remained with Olaf's widowed queen Astrid and joined the party which planned to drive the usurper King Svein from the throne. This was successfully carried out in 1035. Svein was driven away, and Olaf's son Magnus was placed on the throne. Sigvat now returned to court and resumed once more his former position as chief counsellor to the king, an office in which he rendered his young patron the most valuable services. Before he had been elevated to the throne, King Magnus had given a promise that he would not persecute those who had fought against his father at Stiklestad. But during the early years of his reign he seemed disposed to break his word on this point. Sigvat was then asked by the magnates to admonish the king. This he did in a song called Bergsöglisvisur, that is, plain speaking song. He reminded the king of his promise, told him of the enthusiasm with which the people had elevated him to the throne, that they felt as if they had grasped heaven with both hands when they got Magnus, the son of St. Olaf, for their king. But now they did not know whether to rejoice or feel sad, since he had broken his pledge. A king especially, says the poet, ought to keep his word, and now the people complain that he deprives them of their odel by seizing their property through unjust persecution. These words sank deep into the young king's mind. From that time forth he began to rule so well that he was known as Magnus the Good. Not long after this Sigvat died. His work was finished. For the second time he had averted war, and had rendered the greatest service to his royal friend and patron. Sigvat's reputation did not rest wholly on his poetic talents, as others undoubtedly equalled, if they did not surpass him, in the exercise of the skaldic art. It was not less his personality and lofty character, his wisdom and prudence, through which he won the confidence of the king, which made him one of the most conspicuous figures in public life in his own day, and transmitted his name with special veneration to succeeding ages. With the gifts of a poet, he combined the high qualities of a leader and the clear vision of the proper course of conduct under trying circumstances, qualities of real greatness which raised him high above those who had little but their poetic gifts to recommend them to their own generation or to preserve their names to posterity. Prominent at the court of King Olaf Haraldsson was also Thormod Goldbrunnar Skald Bursison, one of the best known hearth skalds, whose life story is told with interesting detail in the Faustbridra saga. Thormod was born at Isafjord in northern Iceland in 997. From youth up he was very courageous and active, of middle size, with dark curly hair, says the saga. He entered into the closest friendship, Faustbreithralag, with Thorgeir Havarsson, and the two indulged in all sorts of reckless deeds until they parted because of some misunderstanding, as Thorgeir's heartless arrogance seems to have known no bounds. Thormod returned to his parental home, but Thorgeir continued his life of adventure till he was slain by a Greenland merchant. One of the most interesting episodes in Thormod's career was his infatuation of the beautiful Thorbjorg Kolbrunna, the daughter of a widow in Isafjord. To her he composed a number of love songs, which earned for him the sobriquet of Kolbrunarskald, by which he was since known. The same restless spirit which characterized his youth led him to undertake a voyage to Greenland, where he took a cruel revenge for his fallen friend Thorgeir Havarsson. Before his voyage he had spent some time at the court of King Olaf Haraldsson. On his return to Norway he was again attached to the king's hearth, where he remained until King Olaf fell at Stiklestad in 1030. Thormod and all other Icelandic herd skalds at the king's court took part in that battle and fought valiantly under the royal standards. Many Icelanders also served in the king's army in that memorable battle. Snorri Sturluson says that before the battle began, an enemy reconnoitring detachment of 30 men under Harut of Vig was attacked by the Icelanders and destroyed. This shows that they must have been present in the royal army in considerable force. Thormod was mortally wounded and died at the close of the battle. Much of his renown is due to his brave conduct and heroic death at Stiklestad, through which his name has become associated with King Olaf's last heroic struggle on that memorable field. This brief account of men like Egil, Gunnlaug, Hrafn, Sigvat, and Thormod will serve to illustrate the general character of Icelandic skalds and the influence they exerted at home and abroad. A great number of talented Icelanders devoted themselves to the skaldic art, especially during the Viking Age. 15 are known to have remained at the Norwegian court during the reigns of Magnus the Good and Harald Haardreiste. But after the Norman conquest of England in 1066, skaldic poetry suffered a rapid decline. For the kings and nobles of the north, the opportunity for further conquest now disappeared, and with it faded away the glories of warlike expeditions to foreign lands. The lively intercourse which hitherto had been maintained between Norway, Iceland, and England was to a large extent interrupted, since Olaf Kyrre, who succeeded his father, King Harold, on the throne, not only inaugurated a distinct peace policy, but was almost exclusively interested in codifying and revising the laws of the realm. Skaldic poesy was no longer in harmony with the prevailing spirit of the times. Its decline was due primarily to fundamental changes in the cultural life in the north, wrought by the development of new social ideals. But the art itself had limitations which, in a period of intellectual growth, soon rendered it archaic and hastened its decay. It had not sought to give a comprehensive picture of life, even of the aristocratic upper classes. It had dwelt on the heights, dealing mostly with isolated contemporary events and persons of rank and renown. In versification it had reached the limit of artificiality, and as the most intricate of all, the draught, caveat, strophe had gradually been established as the standard poetic form, in which nearly all poems were composed. There was little opportunity for creative originality. In early times this art had reflected clearly the soul of a primitive age, but to younger generations born after the introduction of Christianity it gradually lost much of its original charm. No longer versed in the details of the old myths, people found difficulty in understanding the vague allusions, the curiously turned phrases and artificial verses of the skalds. The need was felt of a more popular form of literary art. This was found in the developing saga literature. The early settlers in Iceland brought with them from the mother country the knowledge of prose narrative as they had brought that of skaldic song, though this form of literary expression existed at that time only in a primitive and rudimentary form of development. Prose narrative in some form had flourished in Norway from very ancient times, but it was in the Icelandic colonial settlements that it first developed into a distinct literary art, giving rise to the great prose literature known as the sagas. It is true that in the period during which the sagas were produced, prose composition was no less highly cultivated in Norway than in Iceland, but with comparatively few exceptions the sagas, as we now possess them, are of Icelandic origin. The reasons for this rather anomalous literary development may be many and difficult to trace, but the explanation must be sought chiefly in the peculiar environment surrounding the Icelandic settlers and in the intellectual renaissance which developed in Iceland after the introduction of Christianity. In the isolation of colonial life, the love for the homeland and the old ancestral traditions was often intensified among the colonists. News from abroad, every rumor of what happened in their old home districts or elsewhere in Norway, was eagerly sought for and as eagerly repeated. Storytelling, which in Norway had been largely confined to the kitchen or the nursery, became in Iceland a chief source of information as well as a favorite entertainment in the home and at festivals and public gatherings. In such an environment the storyteller would gradually assume a quasi-professional character similar to that of the skald, but his activity would be limited to his own environment. The tales told by returning traders and travelers furnished an abundant supply of interesting material, and it is natural that this form of literary entertainment should grow in favor, as it was well adapted to the public wants, far better suited to the simple cabins and rural life of Iceland than the more formal and pretentious skaldic poetry. The sagas were at first developed as oral narrative, especially during the period 930 to 1030, known as the Söguöld, or Saga Age. This was a period of great unrest in Iceland, filled with numerous bloody feuds among the warlike chieftains. Active overseas communications with foreign lands were maintained, and the news of violent upheavals in Norway, accompanied by frequent overthrow of rulers, helped to intensify the general unrest. Stories about all sorts of interesting events multiplied rapidly. Wise men and women who knew the old traditions were actively engaged in preserving the family genealogies in new and more carefully constructed tales about leading men. A rich store of prose narrative was thus created, a folk literature of oral tradition which bore as yet no imprint of distinct authorship. In the succeeding period, 1030 to 1118, the so-called Friðaröld, or peace period, it became possible to view past events in a more undisturbed perspective, as the internal struggles subsided and greater tranquillity began to prevail in political and social life. In this period, Froðir, or learned men, appeared who had studied in schools both at home and abroad, and possessed the necessary literary ability to gather the ready narrative material and give it permanent form in written sagas. Iceland had now been a Christian state for several decades. Pagan ideas were yet firmly enough embedded in the public mind, but the effect of increasing communication with the rest of the Christian world was beginning to show itself in the development of learning and a new literary spirit. The Icelanders were entering upon an epoch of intellectual growth, an era which culminated in the literary golden age of the 12th and 13th centuries, when the greater part of Icelandic history writing and other prose literature was produced. The leaven of Christianity had finally wrought its changes. Under its influence, young Icelanders were now flocking abroad, not as skalds and warriors, but as students seeking the learning of European universities and the distinction which could be won through scholarly attainments. A new type of national leaders appeared, schoolmen, historians, and high officials in the Christian Church, replacing the skalds who had hitherto been the chief representatives of the people's higher social and intellectual life. Not only bishops and higher ecclesiasts studied abroad. Many learned Icelanders of distinguished ability who could find no suitable positions in the Church entered the monasteries or lived as private men on their own estates, where they worked as teachers and devoted themselves to literary work. Learning was assiduously cultivated, and schools were organized not only in connection with the cathedral churches and at the monasteries, but also by private individuals. This love of scholarship, the schools at home, and the number of young men who studied abroad placed Iceland ahead of the other countries of the north in higher intellectual culture and launched the people upon a new national development. We have already observed that Knut Gjerset, the first native bishop, had studied in Germany and had visited Rome, that after his consecration as bishop he organized a school at Skalholt, where he prepared young men for the priesthood. Two of his pupils later became bishops, Kol in southern Norway and Jan Ogmundsson, who became the first bishop in the northern Icelandic diocese of Holar. Isleif's son and successor Gizur studied in Germany, visited Rome, and was consecrated bishop at Magdeburg. Jan Oddmundsson, bishop of Holar, also organized a school at his bishop's seat. The young saga Helga in Alsa says, when Jan had been bishop but a short time, he erected a school west of the church. It was well and carefully built, and remnants of the buildings are still to be seen. To manage this school and to instruct young men who came there, he took one of the best and ablest clerics, Gisli Finneson, from Gotaland. Bishop St. Jan took many young men as pupils and set good teachers to instruct them. Gisli Finneson, already mentioned, as teacher of grammar, and the priest Ricuna, his friend and chaplain, as teacher of song and poetry, as he was a very able scholar. Tiet Isleifsson, another son of the bishop who had also studied abroad, was a man of learning and recognized ability, though he held no position in the church. In his Islendingabook, Ari Frodi acknowledges his special indebtedness to him for much of the reliable knowledge of early Norwegian and Icelandic history, which he has embodied in that work. After his return to Iceland, Tiet lived at Haukadal, where he organized a school and worked as teacher. Semund in Frodi Sigfusson, 1056 to 1133, was a grandson of the Christian chieftain Sidu Hall, one of the leading men in Iceland. At an early age he went abroad to study and became so well versed in Latin learning that he seems to have surpassed all his contemporary countrymen in that line. This circumstance led the old writers to regard him as a sort of learned wizard who knew everything and wrote most of the great literary works, among others also the Elder Edda. He was even considered able to practice the black art. Such fictions belong in the realms of legend, but after his return to Iceland he became very influential, and his assistance was sought in matters of great importance. He was one of the prime movers in the introduction of the system of tithes in 1096, and he also helped to frame the system of church laws adopted in 1123. Semund took holy order and settled at Adi. There seems to be no reason to doubt, though it is nowhere expressly stated, that he was the founder of the school established there, the most noted of all early Icelandic institutions of learning. He married Gudrun, daughter of Kolbein Floason, and had several children. According to the Forlak saga, his son Eyjolf became headmaster of the school at Odi, and was then in a flourishing condition. Another son, Lopt, was the father of the great chieftain Jan Loptson, the foster father of Snorri Sturluson. These early schools created a general love of learning and fostered not only able church leaders, but also gifted authors who produced the great literature of Iceland. The monk Gunnlaug says that all the leading priests in the northern quarter who were remembered in his generation had been instructed for some time at Holar, some from childhood, others at mature age. Of these he mentions Isleif Grimson, who, but for his early death, might have become Bishop Jan's successor. Also Jan Svardi Billmund, the first abbot of Thingjar, Brine, the third abbot, Bjarni, Berg Thorson, the young Lady Ignan, who served as teacher especially of Latin grammar, Bjorn, the third bishop of Holar, and many others. The subjects taught were undoubtedly those common to all schools at that time, but at least in one important particular did the Icelanders make a notable improvement on the established curriculum. In Iceland, as in Norway, the mother tongue became the language of literature as well as of the Church. Careful instruction must have been given in it, since the Icelanders were able to produce their great prose literature in their own vernacular at a time when Latin was still the universal literary language. After the election of native bishops and the establishing of permanent dioceses, monasticism was also introduced in Iceland. The monasteries built by the different orders maintained schools with able teachers and became the centers of literary life. The Benedictine monastery of Thingjar, founded in 1133, became especially the seat of history writing. Towards the close of the 12th century, the monks of Old Snorrason and Gulaug Leifson wrote here their Olaf sagas under the direction of the learned abbot Karl Janssen, himself the author of several important works. The monastery of Thuvera, Munka Thuvera, was of special importance because of its abbot Nicholas Bergson, who died in 1159. He had traveled extensively in foreign lands and wrote the Liath Avarsir, or Itinerarium ad Terram Sanctum, the first original geographical work written in Iceland. The Benedictine order founded also the monastery of Reynistadir in 1295. A monastery of Hittardal is also mentioned, but little is known about it. In the 13th century there existed also the monastery of Sauber in the district of Eifjord, but it was soon discontinued. The order of St. Augustine established the monastery of Thikvadbir, where the learned Brand Janssen became abbot in 1247. Thorlak Thor Halson, who had studied in Paris and Lincoln and finally became bishop of Skalholt, was prior and later abbot of this monastery. A later abbot, Runolf Sigmundsson, was also an able scholar. Dr. Kuhlund thinks that the Njal saga in its final form was written here. The first attempt to translate the Bible into Icelandic was also made in this monastery. The Fleti monastery, founded by the same order in 1172, was moved to Helgafell in 1174. Here the learned Hall Gizurson, who is thought by some to have been the author of the Eyrbygg saga, was abbot from 1221 till 1225. He had formerly been Lögsogumathur from 1201 till 1209. The monastery of Viti, founded in 1226, and that of Modruviller, 1296, also belonged to the order of St. Augustine. And Kirk Ubur was founded, a cloister for nuns, in 1186, the first of this kind in Iceland. The last monastery founded in Iceland was that of Skrida in Flatsdal, erected in 1493. Besides the new learning which followed in the wake of Christianity, the Latin alphabet was also introduced through the schools and monasteries. The cumbersome runic alphabet was soon replaced by the new art of writing on parchment, so important to the new literary development. The greatest achievement of the Icelandic scribes was their history writing, a field in which they had little serious competition in contemporary European literature. They were preeminently the historians of their age, although history writing had begun to develop also in Norway and elsewhere in the north. In Denmark, Saxo Grammaticus, 1140 to 1206, wrote his Historia Danica, comprising the history of the Danish kingdom till 1185. In Norway, literature did not flourish as it did in Iceland, due in part perhaps to the bloody civil wars waged by the numerous pretenders to the throne. But 3 historical works nevertheless appeared, all of them written in Latin. The Historia Norwegiae, which probably dates from 1170, narrates the history of Norway and its dependencies, but is a production of little literary merit. The Historia de Antiquitate Regium Norwegensium, by the Norwegian monk Theodoricus, is a history of Norway during the period 878 to 1130, probably written in the years 1177 to 1180. The Historia de Perfectione in Terram Sanctum, written by an unknown Norwegian author, gives an account of a crusade undertaken by Danes and Norwegians after Saladin had captured Jerusalem in 1187. Fortunately, the growing patriotic sentiment soon led to the discarding of Latin as a literary language in the north. The writers began to make use of their own mother tongue, in which they developed so excellent a style in their sagas and other prose works. The fathers of Icelandic history writing were the two scholars Semund in Frodi Sigfusson and Ari Thorgilsson in Frodi, 1067 to 1148. Semund had become interested in chronology and turned his attention especially to the genealogies of the Norwegian kings and the events connected with their reigns. For the early period of Norwegian history, he established the Christian chronology up till 1047. He evidently wrote in Latin, but of his works nothing has been preserved. One of his works, however, the Noregs Konungatal, must have been translated into Norse, as it was well known both in Norway and in Iceland. Some time later, about 1190, an unknown Icelander turned Semund's work into verse in a poem called Noregs Konungatal, with continuation after Semund's time. Ari Frodi was of good family. He spent most of his youth at Helgafell with his grandfather Geller, as he had lost his father in early childhood. Later he came to Haukadal, where he associated for some time with Tiet Eslifson, the son of the bishop, who gave him much valuable historical information. He wrote his work Islendingabok in his own native tongue. In this book he gives a survey of the early political and church history of Iceland, including the colonization, the founding of the Althing, the establishing of the early courts of law, the discovery of Greenland, and the introduction of Christianity. The dates of these important events he has fixed carefully according to Christian chronology, and the information given is based on the most trustworthy sources. The work, which is very reliable, became a basis and pattern for Icelandic history writing. In the monasteries, learned monks were everywhere cultivating the new literary art. Erik Oddsson wrote the Hugjarstykki shortly after 1160, a work on Norwegian history covering the period 1130 to 1160. The work is lost, but we know of it indirectly through later works, especially the Morkinskinna and the Heimskringla, whose authors have used it as a source. A little later, Karl Jansson, abbot of Thingjar, while staying at the court of King Sverre of Norway, wrote the Sverre Saga under direct guidance of the king. The original is lost, but we possess a later copy of the work by Sturmer in Frodi. A continuation of the narrative is found in the Boglungasogur, or Sagas of the Three Kings, by an unknown author. Odd Snorrason and Gunnlaug Leifson, monks in the monastery of Thingjar in Karl Jansson's time, both wrote sagas of Olaf Tryggvason in Latin. The Olafssaga by Odd Snorrason is the shorter and better of the two, and is the author's only literary work of which we have any knowledge. Gunnlaug Leifson wrote, besides his Olafssaga, also biographies of the bishops Jan Agmundsson and Thorlaksson, the Jan Saga Helga and the Thorlak Saga. The sagas of many other bishops were also written, usually by unknown authors, and are found incorporated in the great collection known as the Biskupasögur, which, together with the Kristna Saga, constitute the early church history of Iceland. These men, and others like them, whose names as authors of important literary works have been clearly established, show distinctly the type of men who produced the Icelandic saga literature. But in a great number of cases, no knowledge of authors, even of the most important works in this literature, has come to posterity. A very important work dealing with the early history of Iceland is the Landnámabók, which gives the genealogies and to some extent the stories of the early settlers down to the 13th or 14th century. Neither the work of the original unknown author nor a later version by Sturmer in Frodi now exists, but we possess versions by Sturla Thordsson, 1284, the Sturlubok, and Hawk Erlendsson, 1334, who combined Sturmer's and Sturla's versions in his Hauksbok. The Icelandic writers devoted special attention to the history of Norway. About 1190 appeared a brief history of the Norwegian kings, written in the mother tongue by some unknown Icelandic author under the title A Grip of Noregs Konungasögum. To the material found in Ari Frodi's and Semund's works he has added many unhistorical accounts which rest on no other authority than on traditions current among the people. The work is a series of individual sagas, history of Norway written by an unknown Icelander about 1220, covering the period from the reign of Magnus the Good till about 1177. It is a rather uncritical compilation from various sources and possesses relatively little value as an historical production. The writer has been well acquainted with skaldic songs and has included many of them in his work, but he has not been able to use them properly as historical material. The Fagurskinna, another history of Norway written by an unknown Icelandic author in the period 1230 to 1240, covers the period from the time of the father of Harald Harsfager to 1177. The sagas of the Norwegian kings follow one another without much inner connection, but the events of each reign are told in an interesting way. The writer has known how to use the skaldic songs as source material. He has carefully avoided all stories, myths, and popular traditions, even where they might have served to give life and a color to his narrative. He shows strong Norwegian Icelandic sympathies, but he has not been inspired by any leading constructive thought, and his literary style is rather dull and colorless. High above all other Icelandic historians stands Snorri Sturluson, author of the Heimskringla, History of Norway from the earliest times to the Battle of Rey in 1177. Snorri, 1178 to 1241, was also a poet and scholar, and played a prominent part in the events of his own time as lawman and diplomat. In his historical writings he developed his own critical method, according to which he examines and evaluates his material. Although he inserts things which will not stand the test of modern criticism, he sought to eliminate all fables and to give a truthful and realistic account of persons and events based on the most reliable sources. In speaking of the Heimskringla, the German scholar Eugene Mohnke says, Snorri is an historian in the modern sense, not a tiresome analyst of historical events. His person, speak, and act, and in his dramatic conception of history, he surpasses even Thucydides. One is attracted by him and is tempted to read on. And then there is the pure and noble language, no intricate sentence construction, none of the clumsy expressions over which we often stumble in later historians, no useless elaboration of details, nothing which draws the attention from the main theme, or hinders a vivid character portrayal. His language is classical in the best meaning of the word. With his ability as writer, he combined also that of critical scholar. Towards the end of his work, as he approaches his own time, he makes more and more use of oral tradition and the writings of well-informed and reliable men. But whenever it was possible, he used as his chief source the skaldic songs, which he says he considers most reliable when they are well made and clearly understood. It was indeed customary for the skalds, he observes, to praise highly the men about whom they composed their songs, but none dared to tell things which everybody, themselves included, would know to be falsehood and irresponsible talk. This would not be praise, but mockery. This critical method was Snorri's greatest achievement, and enabled him to write an historical work which belongs to the centuries. Also in other fields he was able to achieve great things. In skaldic poetry he was a recognized master, although this old art was already beginning to fall into disuse in his time. It was especially through his scholarly prose work, the Younger or Snorri Edda, that he rendered this dying art his greatest service. This is a scientific treatise in which he gives a complete analysis of skaldic versification, with copious illustrations from the songs of the leading skalds. The book also contains a survey of Norse mythology, one of the best sources of our knowledge of this old religion. Snorri evidently wrote his work as a handbook for young poets to infuse new vigor into the decaying art of skaldic song. Sturmer Karason in Frodi, Snorri's contemporary, was a diligent but not very gifted writer. He was Lagsögumathor for a time, and died as a prior of the monastery of Viti in 1245. He wrote a saga about King Olaf the Saint, and also a version of the Landnamabok and a Severa saga, both of which works are lost. As historian, Snorri found a worthy successor in his nephew Sturla Thordsson, the son of Thord Sturluson, Snorri's brother. Sturla was not only a learned and able writer, but a peaceful man of noble character, who loved his country and sought as long as possible to preserve its independence. He also held his great-uncle Snorri in high esteem, and did much to preserve his memory untarnished through the bitter feuds in which the family was constantly involved. One of Sturla's greatest literary works is his Icelandingasaga, which constitutes the chief component part of the large historical work known as the Sturlungasaga. This collection of sagas, wrought into a single work, probably by Thord Narfrson, 1306, deals with the history of Iceland in the 13th century. Sturla's Islendinga saga, being the pivot of this great work, is the chief source of Icelandic history during this critical period. Sturla was also a noted skald, possibly less gifted as a poet than his older brother, Olaf Thordvardsson, a Vitaskald, but the two are the last masters in this old art of song. In 1250, Sturla was elected Lagsogumathur, but retired in a few years to private life. In 1263, he went to Norway and remained for many years at the court of King Magnus Lagabøter, who employed him to write a history of his father's reign, the Haganar Saga, Haganar Sonar. This work is based on letters and documents of the royal archives placed at his disposal by the king, and is the chief source of the history of the Scandinavian North in the 13th century. In 1271, Sturla returned to Iceland with a new code of laws, but in 1278 he again went to Norway, where he was employed to write King Magnus' own saga, the Magnuar Saga, Hakanar Sonar, of which only a few fragments have been preserved. As Sturla was the last of the skalds, he was also the last real historian of the old period. Of the many works which appeared after his day, many were copies or compilations of older works like the Hrakenskena, the Eispenil, and the Flatey Yarbook, but some valuable contributions to historical literature appeared in the form of sagas about the Norwegian colonies. The Erik Saga, Rautha, and the Greenlandinga Fodder, dealing with the colonization of Greenland and the discovery of America by the Norsemen, the Fairy Inga Saga, and the Orkney Inga Saga, dealing with the history of the Orkneys and the Faroe Islands. Sagas dealing with the history of Denmark, the Knut Saga Gamla, the Kjodunga Saga, and the Knitlinga Saga were also written. Through the diligent labors of the Icelandic scribes, a Norwegian national history had thus been written, together with important historical accounts of the Norse colonies and other countries. A national Icelandic history was also produced, but this was more fragmentary in character, as political and social life in Iceland found no center in an efficient national government. It was still the stories of individual skalds and chieftains, the dramatic incidents connected with the leading families, which constituted the most interesting features of Icelandic history. Since these traditions were too local in character to be wrought into a connected historical narrative, the scribes developed them as individual family sagas, more highly adorned with fictitious elements supplied by the writer's own imagination than the more critically written historical works. But in vivid character portrayal, in simplicity and force of diction, in dramatic power, in sombre realism of description, and finished skill in narrative, many of the family sagas belong to the most enduring works of literary art. Only in rare instances can any conjecture be ventured as to the authorship of these sagas. Even the reason for this strange anonymity is wholly enigmatic. The old writers have given us their works, but with a certain proud disdain they have left us no clue to their origin or to their own personal identity. In the western districts of Iceland appeared many family sagas of high excellence, as the Egil Saga, about Egil Skallagrimsson and his family, one of the best written and most reliable of the family sagas. The Gunnlaug Saga, about the skalds Gunnlaug Ormstunga and Hrafn Onundsson. The reliable and important Erbygja Saga, which narrates the history of a whole district. The Hardara Saga, or Homwerja. The Bjarnr Saga, Hit de la Kappa, which tells the story of the skald Bjorn, Hit de la Kappa, his love for Odni, light of the island, and his feud with his rival Thord Kolbensson. Also the Lax de la Saga, written about Kettle Flatnef's influential family. The Henne Thor Saga, also from this district, deals with the feud between the plotting and greedy chieftain Hense Thorir and Blunketil of Ornolfsdal, which finally culminated in the burning of Blunketil in his own house. Revenge for this deed was sure to follow. Blood feud raged till the death of Hense Thorir finally led to a reconciliation of the two contending parties. All districts had their popular heroes, and interesting local events, which were described in numerous sagas written by diligent monks in the Icelandic monasteries. Of special interest were the bloody feuds, which often involved so many families that they developed into a petty warfare of the bitterest and most vindictive sort. Such events were of more than local importance, as they made a deep impression throughout the whole land, helped to give national life in Iceland its distinctive features, and remained for all times indelibly imprinted on the annals of the people. The sagas describing them are not only interesting stories, but valuable historical documents throwing light on social conditions through centuries of Icelandic history. Of tragic local events which have grown into such national importance that they have occupied the imagination and swayed the feelings of the people through all subsequent times, the Njal saga from the southern districts furnishes most striking illustration. In epic dramatic power and psychological character portrayal, as well as in mighty sweep of descriptive analysis of early Icelandic life, this work surpasses all other sagas. It is the prose Iliad of Viking life, a narrative masterpiece unexcelled in northern literature. Gunnar of Hildarrendi, the most knightly figure pictured in the family sagas, and Njal of Bergthor Cheval, learned in the law, and a very noble character, of the two leading figures in the narrative. Gunnar is of special interest as the beau ideal of Icelandic heroes, being in this respect to the Icelanders what King Olaf Tryggvason was to the Norwegians. Gunnar, says the saga, was a man of great stature, strong, and very able in all sports. He could wield the sword or use the bow with either hand as he liked. With the sword he could play so dexterously that one seemed to see three in the air at the same time. He was the best bowman, and could hit everything he aimed at. He could leap more than his own height, fully armed, and equally far both backward and forward. He could swim like a seal, and there was no play in which anyone could compare with him, so that it was said that he never had an equal. He was beautiful in appearance, with a fair complexion. His nose was well formed, with the tip bent slightly upward. He had bright blue eyes, ruddy cheeks, and a rich growth of blonde hair, which was very becoming. He was courteous in manners, manly, fearless, kind, and faithful to his friends, but very critical in the selection of them. He travelled extensively in foreign lands, where he won great distinction. When he returned to Iceland, he rode to the Althing in a scarlet mantle and gilt helmet, girded with a beautiful sword, and wearing on his arm a heavy ring of gold. Here he met Hallgerd, the sister of Olaf Pa of Hjardarholt, tall and beautiful, attired in a red brocaded garment and a scarlet mantle, with a growth of hair so rich that she could wrap herself in it. Courtship and marriage followed close upon their acquaintance, but Hallgerd was as wicked as she was beautiful, and set her mind on nothing but mischief and the stirring up of feud. She had already been married twice, but with a fatal charm. She had used her blandishments as a wily coquette, only to abandon her husbands and admirers to death and ruin with the most cynical heartlessness. To Njal, her betrothal to Gunnar was no welcome news. "She will only cause trouble here," he remarked, "but our friendship she shall never destroy," answered Gunnar. Bergthora, Njal's wife, an able and upright but haughty and self-assertive lady, who would brook no affront, soon became the special object of Hallgerd's spite. The strife between the two began at a festival at Bergthorsval, where they bandied angry and insulting words. Soon after the festival, Hallgerd sent a servant to Kirkjubber to steal provisions, as it seems, with well-planned intent to create trouble. When Gunnar learned that she had compromised his honour in this way, he became so irritated that he gave her a box on the ear, saying, "It would be unfortunate if I should also become the harbourer of stolen goods. This you shall remember," she cried, and ran out of the house. The violent blood feud which was now set on foot by the two women spread among the relatives, servants, and younger members of the two families, and Bergthora knew well how to retaliate when her people fell victims to Hallgerd's evil plots. In the midst of these growing difficulties, Gunnar, guided by Njal's wise counsel, was able to arrange peaceful settlements. The two men seemed to draw closer in their friendship as the feud deepened. Gunnar was often attacked by large bands of enemies, but he defended himself heroically and slew or defeated them in every encounter. Finally, his adversaries were able to win a suit against him at the Althing, causing him to be banished for the period of 3 years. Njal advised him to go abroad. "If you violate this decision, it will be your death," he said. "But if you go abroad, you will have more honour of this journey than from all your Viking expeditions." Gunnar made ready to leave, but on riding to his ship his horse stumbled and he fell from the saddle. Looking back at his home, he said, "Beautiful are the mountain sides, so beautiful I have never seen them. The meadows are yellow, the hay around home is cut. I will ride home again. I will not go abroad." Fate seemed to have halted his steps. It was the first time that he had refused to follow Niall's wise counsel. His enemies, led by Geir Godi and Gezer the White, father of the later Bishop Isleif Gjersetson, now renewed their attacks upon him with increased determination. From his brother-in-law, Olaf Pa of Hjardarholt, he had received the dog Sam, so intelligent that he would bark at the approach of enemies, but never at friends. As his adversaries knew that they could accomplish nothing against Gunnar so long as Sam lived, they forced one of the neighbours to kill the dog. They now swept down on Gunnar's house, which was built of timber, but he defended himself so heroically that many lost their lives, and the assailants made no progress. Finally, one of them was able to cut his bowstring with the sword. Gunnar then asked his wife, Halgerd, to twist him a new bowstring from a lock of her hair, but she refused, saying, "I will now remind you of the box you gave me on the ear, and I care not how long you are able to defend yourself." "People have different ways of gaining notoriety," said Gunnar. "I shall ask you no favours." His enemies now closed in upon his house, and he fell after a most heroic struggle. After Gunnar's death, the tragedy only deepened. Njal's oldest son, the redoubtable Sharpheden, and Gunnar's son Hogni assumed leadership of their party and slew many men in revenge for Gunnar's death. Finally, Thrain Sigfusson was also slain by Njal's sons. This made the feud flame up with new intensity. Especially tragic was the slaying of Hogskuld Hivitnessingagodi by the sons of Njal, who were led to this deed by the evil machinations of Mord Valgardsson. This one thing touched Njal so nearly, says the saga, that he could never speak of it without shedding tears. When his sons asked him what he thought would be the result of it, he said, "My death, and the death of my wife and all my sons." An attempt to bring about a reconciliation at the Althing failed. Under the leadership of Flossie Thordsson, the enemies of the sons of Njal assembled in great numbers and proceeded to Bergthor's Fall, where they surrounded Njal's house on a windy autumn night. Women and children were offered quarters, but no fighting man was allowed to escape. "Go thou out, housewife," Flossie said to Bergthora. "Far be it from me to let thee burn within." But she was a wife worthy of her husband. "Young I was when I was given to Njal," she replied, "and we have promised that one fate should befall us both." The old couple lay quietly down in their bed with their little grandson, the son of Kari Salmonson, between them, spread an ox hide over themselves, and perished together when the enemies burned the house. Njal's sons perished in the fire, among them also Skarphedin, but his son-in-law Kari Salmonson managed to escape and lived to take a summary vengeance on some of those who had assisted in the burning of Njal and his family. The feud finally ended with a reconciliation between Flossie and Kari, after both had made a pilgrimage to Rome, where they did penance and received absolution for their sins. The events of the saga cover the period 930 to 1016. In its present form it dates from about 1250, but the author has undoubtedly made use of older narratives about Gunnar and Njal. Many other sagas about skalds and leading chieftains are of great historical value, as the Vatnsdæla saga from northern Iceland and the Hrafnakel saga, Freysigutha from the eastern districts, also the Gisla saga, Sursonar, the Haufreyder saga, and the Kormak saga, written about the skalds Gisli, Sursen, Hofred, Vandreydaskald, and Cormac Anundsen. But the fictitious romantic elements were increasing in the family sagas under the influence of the literary taste prevalent in Europe in the Middle Ages. In many of these stories, the historical nucleus became so small that the narratives assumed the character of historical romances of importance as works of literary art, but of little value as historical documents. In this class belong such stories as the Grettir saga, one of the most dramatic and interesting of saga narratives, dealing with the tragic life and death of the outlaw Grettir Asmundsson, the most interesting of all Icelandic outlaws. Also the Bandaman saga, the Svardela saga, and others belong to this sort of narratives. Such stories form the transition to the purely imaginative and fictitious tales, the romantic sagas dealing with early heroic Germanic tradition, or the romantic fiction of the knight-errantry imported from England and the continent. As these tales were written only for entertainment, they marked the decay of saga literature. Legal books and religious works of various kinds continued to be written by the monks in the quiet retreats of the monasteries, but history writing was no longer cultivated except in the form of annals, which continued to appear even to the 16th century. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. Civil strife in Iceland. Conditions in the Church. Snorri Sturluson. The introduction of Christianity was followed by a period of peaceful development known as the Friðaröld, 1030 to 1118. During this period, the bloody feuds subsided, churches and schools were built, and an intellectual life blossomed forth which elevated Iceland to the position of literary leadership in the north. Even the formal acceptance of the Christian faith must have helped to turn the minds of the people to more peaceful ways, though their progress toward true conversion was so slow that the Church at first could exercise but little intellectual or moral guidance. Its teachings were imperfectly known and little heeded, but indirectly it exercised great influence, especially through the early bishops. As these were members of leading families, talented and able men who could play a prominent part in all public affairs, the two bishops' seats, Skálholt and Hólar, soon became the centres of a new governing authority to which even the chieftains yielded some degree of submission. The local churches also helped to foster a spirit of peace. The Icelandic Church, though still weak, was a part of the great Church of Rome, subject to its guidance and supported by its authority. When the chieftains, as often happened, took holy orders in order to serve as priests in their home parishes, their sacred office made them amenable to the disciplinary authority of the Roman Church, and it became necessary for them to maintain at least a semblance of Christian conduct. Many also who went abroad to study returned to found schools or to devote themselves to literary pursuits. In many ways Christianity was completing its peaceful conquest, while the Icelandic people were emerging from a primitive colonial condition into a mature intellectual and national life. The peaceful development so auspiciously begun might have welded the loosely knit Icelandic society into a well-organized state if it could have continued uninterrupted, but the absence of the stabilizing influence of a central government, together with new evils growing out of faults inherent in the social system, enabled the spirit of discord to flame up anew with such violence that it finally broke down all legal and religious restraints, wrecked an established state of organization, and destroyed the people's national independence. Since the Icelandic state system was founded on the Gothorth, its stability naturally depended on the permanence of these fundamental units. Their number was finally fixed by the law of 1004, but they were of too indeterminate a character to form a satisfactory basis of political and social organization. We have already seen that they had no fixed boundaries, but consisted of the Gothi's personal adherents, who could transfer their allegiance from one Gothi to another as they might feel inclined. Under these conditions, the original equality of the Gothar could scarcely have been maintained, even if the Gothors had been strictly inalienable. Popular chieftains could find adherents everywhere, even in remote districts. Jealous rivalries would follow until a few powerful leaders could lord it over all the rest. This danger was further increased by the fact that legally the Gothorth was a private possession which could be divided, donated, sold, or inherited like other property, and that no limit was placed on the number of Gothorths which might be held by a single chieftain. As armed conflict was still the final argument in so many controversies, the Gothar were naturally eager to gain possession of new Gothorths whenever possible, in order to increase the number of their thingmen. How this method was used to satisfy personal ambition at the expense of the existing state organization is clearly seen in the case of Stirlings in western Iceland, who rose in this way to the greatest power, though at first they probably did not even possess a Gothorth. The real prominence of this family began with Sturla Thordsson, or Hvam Sturla, so called from the estate Hvam, which he had purchased. In his marriage with Gudni, daughter of Bodvar, Thordson of the Mirmin family. Sturla had 3 sons who became famous in Icelandic history: Thord Sturluson, 1165 to 1237; Sigvat Sturluson, 1170 to 1238; and Snorri Sturluson, the great historian, 1178 to 1241. Through marriage, Thord secured the estate Stad at Snæfellsnes, together with one half of the Thorsnesinga Gothorth, which belonged to it. The other half he received as a present from the priest Thorgils Snorrisson. Sigvat bought one half of the estate of Stadderhole upon the death of Einar, Thorgils' son, in 1185, and secured also the possession of Einar's Gothorth. He likewise obtained both the Sauerbyinga and the Rekensinga Gothorsts, which belonged to Einar's father. Snorri Sturluson received from his uncle one half of the Lundarmanna Gothorth, and from Thorstein Everson he received the Avalinga Gothorth, which belonged to northern Iceland. 7 Gothorsts, and possibly even more, had thus come into the possession of a single family, an accumulation of power in the hands of a few leading chieftains, which was proceeding rapidly all over Iceland. In the northern districts, Gudmundari Thorvaldsson already possessed the Merdruvelinga Gothorth, but in 1187 Jan Ketilsson and his brother Gasgrim surrendered to him also the Fljótamanna Gothorth in order to secure his aid against their personal enemies. About Kolbein Tumason, 1208, the saga states that he was the most powerful man in the northern districts and held all the Gothorsts west of Yngstadalshidi to the Avalinga Gothorth. North of Yngstadalshidi, Agmund Snees and Hall Klepjarsson possessed Gothorsts. Thorvald, the son of Gudmundiri, gave the Gothorsts which his relatives had possessed to Sigurd Ormarsson, but he gave them to Tumi Sigvardsson, who thus came to possess them in his time. This throws sufficient light on the way in which Gothorsts passed from hand to hand until they finally came into the possession of the most powerful and ambitious chieftains. The Thing organization, according to which 3 Gothorsts with their Gothar and Thingmen were united into a Thing district, which also seriously disturbed through the alienation of the Gothorsts. It became more and more customary to change the place for the assembling of the Thing, as this was not forbidden. The Thing districts could also be divided, or 2 districts could be united, if the chieftains, after reaching an agreement, obtained the consent of the people and made the change publicly known. Since the Thing districts were divisible, it became possible for any self-willed or dissatisfied Gothi to secede from it and establish a Thing of his own. But whether a single chieftain held possession of several Gothorsts within the district, or divided it to suit his own convenience, the courts would be under his personal control, and would be so manifestly unable to render impartial justice that they could only be viewed with general contempt. Respect for the law was destroyed in the same degree that the courts were deprived of their ability to act as impartial judicial tribunals, and arrogant chieftains gained such power that they could defy the courts and commit lawless acts with impunity. Instead of being the pillars of the state as members of the Ligretta of the Althing, as presiding judges in the local courts and privileged leaders in their communities, the Gothar often became dangerous exponents of lawlessness, cynical flouters of all authority, who shrank from no violence in their pursuit of selfish aims. Already upon the death of Bishop Gizur of Skaldholt, 1118, a serious conflict arose between the 2 chieftains, Hauflidi Marsson of Honafjord in northern Iceland, and Thorgils Oddsson from Breidafjord in the western districts. A violent and quarrelsome man by the name of Mar, a relative of Hauflidi, had killed many men, and Thorgils finally cited him before the Thing. Hauflidi defended Mar, but was able to obtain only a compromise verdict, according to which Mar was to pay a heavy fine. Among the adherents of the 2 chieftains the feud continued. Many were killed on both sides, and in 1120 the case was again brought before the Althing, where both chieftains appeared with large bands of armed followers. Hafliði sought to drive Thorgils and his followers from the Thing, but in the armed clash which ensued he was wounded in the hand and had to abandon the attempt. For shedding blood on the consecrated ground of the Thing, Thorgils was outlawed, but he paid no attention to the decree. On returning home, he gathered a large force of armed men and defended the mountain passes so well that Hafliði, who was advancing with a large band to carry into execution the decision of the court, had to return home with nothing accomplished. The following summer Thorgils appeared again at the Althing with an armed force of 800 men, in open defiance of the decree which had been passed against him. His antagonist, Hafliði, came with no less than 1,400 men. For a while it looked as if a pitched battle was to be fought on the Thing stead, itself a calamity which was finally averted through the intercession of the Bishop Thorlak of Skarlholt. Sigmund, Frodi, and other influential men, as the bishop threatened Hafliði with the ban of the church if he did not desist from his purpose, he finally agreed to a compromise by which order was again restored. The size of the armed bands employed by these chieftains shows that the power had already passed from the Gothar and the old aristocracy into the hands of a few powerful and ambitious magnates. Strife increased, as did also the moral laxity, the violence and heartlessness, the disregard for law and religion which always accompany bloodshed and armed conflict. Feud was rife everywhere, and more serious clashes occurred from time to time, revealing a constantly growing bitterness and general disregard for the established judicial tribunals. A long conflict was thus waged between the two chieftains, Einar, Thorgils' son of Hafliði, Marsin's opponent, Thorgils Oddsson, already mentioned, and Sturla Thordsson, or Havan Sturla, father of the historian Snorri. Their quarrel had been before the Thing repeatedly. Both had been sentenced to Fjorbaugsgjarðr, or minor banishment, for the period of 3 years, but neither of them paid any attention to the decision of the Thing. One summer, while Sturla was on his way to the Althing, Einar surrounded his houses with an armed band and burned them to the ground. Through the intercession of the Bishop Kling of Skarlholt, they were finally persuaded to agree to a peaceful settlement, but the reconciliation was not lasting. As Sturla, who was dissatisfied with the terms of the agreement, failed to pay the compensation for past wrongs which the bishop, acting as arbitrator, had awarded his opponent, the feud blazed forth anew. This time Einar and his band went to the home of Ingjald, Sturla's son-in-law, and seized all his cattle. This led to a bloody fight between the two chieftains at Sælingsdalsheid in 1171, in which Ingjald and many other men fell. Sturla, however, was entirely victorious, and Einar had to beg for peace, which was granted him. A final settlement was now arranged between the two with the aid of the great chieftains Jan Lapsen and Gizur Halsen. Havam Sturla had gained new power and prestige through his victory over his opponent. The decrees of the Althing he had successfully set at naught. Only when friendly arbitrators arranged a settlement agreeable to him did he consent to terminate the struggle. In 1163 occurred a most violent clash between the warring chieftains, to which a brief reference is made as well in the Sturlungas saga as in the Icelandic annals. At this time an armed conflict was waged in the very Logrette of the Althing. The priest Halldor Snorrisson was slain, and in the mad fury of the fight stones were thrown of such size that people afterwards were scarcely able to lift them, says the saga. This summer was since known as the stone-throwing summer. It is probable that the priest Halldor died fighting valiantly in this bloody riot, which desecrated the Thing's stead. The Church had now become so secular in spirit, so wholly subservient to the state organization, that it was no longer able to exercise any real restraint on the warlike spirit of the chieftains. Often the priests themselves would join, sword in hand, in the bloody feuds, like Odd, Lufina, and others, only to give the otherwise dark picture of social and political life a still more forbidding aspect. It should be observed, however, that Iceland was in no way an exception to the conditions generally prevailing in Europe at this time. The strife and bloodshed which rent Icelandic society differed only in magnitude from the 100 Years' War in France and the constant conflicts between French kings and nobles, the bloody struggles between Guelphs and Ghibellines in Germany, the incessant feuds between Italian condottieri and petty despots, and the wars between numerous pretenders, powerful nobles, and weak kings, which plunged Norway for centuries into anarchy and civil strife. Among the chieftains who, together with the two bishops, may be regarded as the leaders of public affairs in Iceland about the middle of the 12th century, John Lapson of Adi, in the southern districts, the foster father of Snorri Sturluson, was one of the most prominent. He was noted not only for his wealth and power, but also for his learning and love of peace and order. He was numbered also among the clergy, as he had been consecrated deacon or assistant priest, and belonged as such to the third major order of the Church. Gizur Halsson, who was regarded as the most learned man in Iceland in his day, was another powerful chieftain in this district. In his youth he had travelled extensively abroad, and for some time he had been Stallari at the court of King Sigurd Mund in Norway. The latter part of his life he spent quietly at home in his native land, where he died in 1206. In the western district, Thorgils Oddsson of Stadarhol and his son Einar were the most powerful leaders. Of equal importance was also Thord Thorvaldsson in Vatsfjord, who had married the daughter of Halflidi Marsson. Sigurd Ormsson of Svinefell in eastern Iceland, Tumi Kolbens's son in Skagafjord, and Onund Thorkelsson in Eyjafjord in the northern districts were also very powerful. The Sturlungs also rose to be numbered among the foremost leaders. So great became the power of this family, and so prominent a part did they play in the disastrous events which led to the loss of Icelandic independence, that the years 1200 and 1265 are known as the Sturlung period. After Hvam Sturla had defeated his rival, Einar Thorgilsson, he soon became involved in new struggles. In many controversies he met with humiliation and defeat in the form of sentences passed upon him by the Althing, but with nonchalant disregard for court decisions he pursued his course of feud and contention with a certain diabolic good cheer. When his turbulent, illegitimate son Svein abducted Valgerd, daughter of the priest Olav Solvason of Helgafell, shortly after her beautiful mother Halgerd had also been abducted by the chieftain Paul Thordsson, the people were greatly aroused, as Olaf and his brother Paul, the priest of Reykolt, belonged to the most prominent families. Jan Lapson, who was closely related to the two ladies, now took a hand in the affair and brought about an adjustment agreeable to all. But Hvam Sturla, who again had been compelled to agree to a reasonable settlement, soon found new opportunity to quarrel. This time he started a controversy with the priest Paul of Reykolt about an inheritance, and showed such cynical heartlessness that in a heated argument with him the priest's wife cried out, "If you are like Odin, that is cunning and heartless, I will make you like him also in appearance." She struck at him with a knife in an effort to blind him on one eye, but only succeeded in cutting an ugly gash in his face. This situation threatened to become very disagreeable for the priest. In his anxiety to settle the matter as soon as possible, he yielded to Hvam Sturla on the points in controversy, and left it to him personally to fix the compensation to be paid him for the wound which he had received. This mode of settlement pleased the greedy chieftain. He named a sum so exorbitant that the priest was forced to refuse to settle on such terms. The case was then brought before the Althing, where John Lapson again compelled Hvam Sturla to accept a reasonable settlement. But in order not to humiliate him by any appearance of personal defeat, Jan offered to rear his son Snorri Sturluson, the later historian. This generous offer helped to appease the saucy old chieftain. He brought the 3-year-old boy to Adi, where he remained for 15 years until Jan Lapson's death in 1197. It was especially fortunate for a youth with Snorri's talents to find a home where the interest in history and skaldic art was cultivated, where large collections of books and manuscripts were found, and where he could devote himself in peace to intellectual pursuits in this period of storm and stress. His father, Hvam Sturla, died at the age of 67, shortly after his controversy with the priest Paul in 1182. The lack of efficient organization, which gradually enabled lawless violence to undermine the state, was felt to some extent also in the Church. Moral laxity and open disregard for the most fundamental Christian teachings were everywhere apparent. The common clergy continued to be of a distinctly inferior type, and disciplinary authority was so feebly exercised that prevailing practices often deviated sharply from established church polity. Celibacy of the clergy had not been introduced in Iceland. The choice of bishops, which after the Second Lateran Council in 1139 had been left principally to the cathedral chapters, was here exercised by the Althing with the advice and assistance of the bishops, an arrangement which virtually placed the choice of bishops in the hands of the aristocracy. Priests would often assume the management of cases brought before the Althing, and took so active a part in the bitter quarrels that they were in danger of becoming hostile partisans rather than spiritual advisers and preachers of the gospel. A stricter general supervision was begun in 1152, when Iceland was joined to the new archdiocese of Nidaros in Norway. The gifted and powerful Norwegian Archbishop Eystein Erlendsson, 1157 to 1188, inaugurated a policy of reform. He sharpened church discipline and sought to eradicate flagrant abuses, but even he was able to accomplish but little in the face of the insolent opposition of the chieftains. In letters to the Icelandic bishops, he vigorously assailed the prevailing violence and immorality. "It has come to my knowledge," says he, "that there are men among you who have beaten, wounded, and even killed priests, while some have driven away their wives and have taken concubines instead. Some keep both their wives and concubines in their homes, and live licentious lives which tempt all Christians to sinfulness. And if the bishops attempt to reprove them, they take pride in defying them, and refuse to submit to any punishment for such offences. The reason that such abuses continue so long in your land is that those who conduct themselves in this manner are chieftains, both learned and unlearned. I could mention the names of many who are guilty of such great sins, but I will not at present expose them to the public. But I want to state that I will not long bear the responsibility for their sinful lives, now that I know their misdeeds and the names of the offenders." He forbids any one who has slain a person to conduct religious services of any sort. He also forbids priests to assume the management of suits in the courts, except in behalf of poor relatives, orphans, or defenceless women, and even then only for God's sake and not for profit. As it is contrary to God's ordinance, and many among you have lost both temporal and eternal life through assembling of partisan bands and the perpetration of deeds of violence, from all such things the clergy should abstain, as they ought to show no less obedience than they demand of the unlearned. The greater the punishment imposed for their ill treatment, the more the clergy ought to avoid everything which results in eternal harm to both parties. For he who does bodily harm to any member of the clergy is under the ban of God and the Pope, and no one can obtain absolution for the slaying of a priest or a monk except from the Pope himself, or from wounding or striking such a person only of us. But among you there are many who are in this sad plight, and still they act as if they did not care. Now I summon all who are under the ban for these things to come from your land hither to me, and I forbid all and every one to sit together with them at the table or in the church, or to greet them on the highway, unless they should be proceeding on a journey to obtain absolution. But if they show insubordination and will remain under the ban rather than receive absolution, then both those who have committed these wrongs which have made them subject to this punishment, and those who have continued in an intercourse with them, will all alike be under the ban from Olafsmus, following the publication of this command. If the people shall be unwilling to heed this salutary admonition, then I command the bishops in God's name to discontinue all religious services to which their consecration gives origin after said Olafsmus. And if they are unable to do so because of the opposition of unreasonable men, then they should appeal to the king and to us. In other letters he makes it punishable with the ban to bury in consecrated soil any one who has robbed churches or cemeteries, or has committed deeds of violence against pilgrims or persons who have sought safety in churches. He also sought to abolish private ownership of churches, and he forbade any one to receive priestly orders who held the office of Gothi, as these practices had helped to keep the Icelandic Church in a state of subserviency to the secular authorities. As Bishop Kling of Skalholt was now so old and sickly that he could no longer give proper attention to the duties of his office. Archbishop Eystein had given the people of his diocese permission to elect a new bishop. At the meeting of the Althing in 1173, 3 candidates were proposed: Abbot Agmund Kalfsson of Helgafell, the priest Paul, and Abbot Thorlak Thorhalsson of Thokvaber. The choice was left to Bishop Kleng, and he selected Thorlak, who was a general favorite. Born at Hlødarendi in southern Iceland, Thorlak had been reared and educated at Adi under the supervision of the priest Eyjolf Saemundsen. When he had taken holy orders, he went abroad to study and spent many years in Paris and Lincoln. On his return home, he became prior and later abbot of the newly established monastery of Thikvaber. After his election as bishop, he moved to Skalholt, but Kleng remained in charge of the diocese until his death in 1176. The people would not let Thorlak go abroad to be consecrated, says the saga, because of the hostility between Norway and Iceland, since the controversy arising from murders and robberies had not been settled. When Kleng died, however, he proceeded to Norway, where he was cordially received by the archbishop. At this time the old aristocracy, under the leadership of the great noble Erling Skakke, aided and supported by the Church, had gained control in Norway. A child king, Magnus, the son of Erling, had been placed on the throne by the hierarchy, and since no legitimate claim to the crown could be urged in his behalf, he was sure to be a pliant tool in their hands, the real ruler being Erling himself, who acted as the king's guardian. It was rumored that he was not favorably inclined to the consecration of Thorlak as Bishop of Skalholt, and Archbishop Eystein would not perform the consecration without his consent. It is not probable that in a purely ecclesiastical affair Erling should have deemed it expedient to oppose the great archbishop, who had been his supporter, had been instrumental in placing his son Magnus on the throne, and had been able to dictate terms of Erling regarding the weightiest matters of government. It was no doubt only a shrewd manoeuvre on the part of the archbishop, calculated to impress on the mind of the bishop-elect that Iceland was to be regarded as a dependency under the Norwegian crown. It must have been through his influence also that Bishop Brand of Holar and the great chieftain Jan Lapsen had come from Iceland to attend the coronation of Magnus Erlingsson in 1164. The policy of placing Iceland under the crown of Norway would be in full harmony with the views of the Pope and the Roman hierarchy, who regarded monarchy with a king anointed by the Church as the only legitimate government. In his efforts to eradicate the prevailing evils in the Icelandic Church and to bring the unruly chieftains to submission, the support of the King of Norway would also be of the greatest value, as had been shown at the time of the introduction of Christianity in the reign of King Olav Tryggvason. After a short delay, Erling Skakke's consent was obtained, and the consecration was duly performed at Nidaros in the presence of the bishops of Bergen and Stavanger, July 2nd, 1178. Bishop Thorlak, who was a very gifted and earnest man, shared fully the archbishop's views in regard to general church polity. On his return to Iceland, he sought to restrict the right of private ownership of churches and church lands, but this attempt, as well as his efforts to exercise the disciplinary authority of the church, soon brought him into conflict with the chieftains. The powerful Jan Lapsen, one of the most peaceful and right-minded of them all, who, as already noted, had even been consecrated deacon, kept the bishop's own sister, Ragnhild, as concubine. On refusing to terminate this illicit and offensive relation, the bishop placed him under the ban of the church, but Jan revenged himself by taking a position with an armed band in front of the church door as guard, barring the bishop from entering. To the question what this should mean, he replied that he was retaliating because the bishop placed him under the ban. Thorlak explained that he had not yet pronounced full excommunication upon him, hoping that he would repent of his sins, but now that such hope seemed to be vain, he would exercise with full severity the authority of the church. John retorted that, though he might deserve such punishment, the ban would not convert him. Only God's grace could change his heart and mind. In due time he would part with the bishop's sister, but only of his own free will, not upon command of the bishop. An armed clash was averted with difficulty, but shortly afterward Jan sent Ragnhild away and was in turn freed from the excommunication. Thorlak's attempt to exercise excommunication and to introduce celibacy of the clergy was also doomed to fail because of the opposition offered by the chieftains, who resented all attempts of foreign authorities to limit their liberties in any way whatever. When the bishop appealed to the authority of Archbishop Eystein, Sigurd Omsen of Svinefell replied that Norsemen and foreigners had no right to limit the privileges of the country's own inhabitants. In the face of so determined an opposition on the part of the laity, the bishop was forced to abandon his hierarchic plans. His attempt at reform bore little fruit, but the people held him in so high esteem because of his learning and purity of life that after his death in 1193 he was venerated as a saint. In 1198 his remains were enshrined and placed on the altar of the cathedral church at Skarlholt. In the same year like honour was shown the remains of Bishop Jan Agmund's son of Holar, who died in 1121, though neither of them was ever formally canonized. Thorlak's successor, Bishop Paul Jansen, a son of Jan Lapsen, and Thorlak's sister Ragnhild, pursued a more conciliatory policy, as did also Bishop Brand Simondsson of Holar. The controversy with the chieftains subsided, but only because the bishops had failed to maintain their authority on very vital questions of church polity. Upon the death of Bishop Brand, the priest Gudmund Erisson, a man of humble birth, became his successor in the bishopric of Holar. He had won a reputation for piety and purity of Christian life, but he proved to be very self-willed and arbitrary. He did not hesitate to attack the privileges of the chieftains, who had done most to further his election. And as he travelled about with a large band of followers of evil repute, who pretended an outward piety only to exploit people's hospitality, he became a real scourge to the parishes of his diocese. With vain display of authority, he not only used the churchly weapons of excommunication very freely, but he suffered his rude followers to wield the sword in bloody combats with the angry chieftains. In one of these clashes, Kolbein Tumason, the most powerful chieftain in northern Iceland, lost his life 1208. So bitter became the struggle that the chieftains seized the bishop's residence and deprived him of nearly all his power. He was finally summoned to Norway by the archbishop to answer for his conduct, and remained abroad for several years. On his return in 1218 he continued his former conduct until he was again driven from his bishopric by the chieftains. After some time he was able to return to his bishop's residence, but he kept such a rabble about him that the people appealed to the chieftains for protection. They gave him a solemn warning to part with his lawless followers, but he fled instead from Holar, and Tumi, the son of Sigvad Sturluson, took possession of the bishop's seat. Gudmund and his band had retired to an island in the Skaga fjord, and on a dark and stormy winter night they attacked Holar and slew Tumi Sigvatsson. With 100 followers he now fled to a more distant island, but Sigvad, Tumi's father, pursued him with 300 armed men and forced him to flee to Norway. His case was now brought to the attention of the Pope, who advised him to resign, but this he refused to do. In 1226 he returned to Iceland, only to pursue his former tactics. The chieftains finally dispersed his band of followers and kept him as a prisoner at Holar for 2 years. From that time forth he was again allowed to wander around with his band. In 1233 he made a pilgrimage to Rome to do penance, but no noticeable change occurred in his relation to the people of his diocese. Old and blind, and despised by all respectable people, he continued to rule over a band of motley followers of both sexes, though wholly unable any longer to perform even the simplest duties of his office. The Pope finally issued an order for his suspension from office, but Gudmund died at Holar in 1237 before the order could be executed. In the same year died also Bishop Magnus Gjerset of Skarlholt, a man of very different character who resembled his worthy predecessors. Magnus, who belonged to one of the best families of Iceland, had been educated by Bishop Thorlak. He took no part in the feuds and quarrels of the chieftains, but used his influence as far as possible to allay strife. He, too, was summoned to Norway by the archbishop because of some changes which he had introduced in the church service, but his absence of several years only enabled Bishop Gudmund to carry his activities also into the diocese of Skarlholt. After Havam Sturla's death, and his 3 sons Thord, Sigvat, and Snorri became his chief heirs and succeeded in time to the position of leadership which he had created. Thord, the oldest of the brothers, was now 18, Sigvat 13, and Snorri 6 years of age. The older illegitimate son, Svein Sturluson, had gained notoriety as an unruly factionist who had taken a prominent part in many feuds and escapades, but was otherwise of no great importance. The quarrels of jealous rivals continued with increasing intensity, but a few prominent leaders had extended their sway over so many families that they were able to rally to their support the armed yeomanry of extensive districts. In a quarrel between Kolbein Tumason, the most powerful chieftain in northern Iceland, and one of Thord Sturluson's Thingmen, both parties arrived at the Althing with large forces of armed followers. Great commotion arose, in which one man lost his life, and a bloody conflict was averted only through the effort of Bishop Paul of Skalholt, who was able to arrange a temporary settlement. 1196. The following year Gudmund Dyri and Kolbein Tumason collected a large band and burned one of their opponents, Onan Thorkelson of Langlid, in his own house. The party hatred grew so violent that a general fight between the two factions at the Althing the following summer was avoided only through the influence of the aged Jan Lapson, who was able once more to calm the angry opponents and arrange a peaceful settlement. Upon Jan's death in 1197, his son Simund Jansen inherited the family estate of Adi. He did not possess his father's literary interest, but he maintained a sumptuous household and was regarded as the leading chieftain of the southern districts till his death in 1222. The Sturlung brothers had also acquired great wealth and influence. Through marriage and in other ways they had become owners of large estates and were related to the most prominent families. Thord, who lived at Stad in Snell Wellness, was considered the most powerful man in southern Iceland. In the northern districts Sigvat had risen to equal prominence, as he had become very wealthy and was related to Kolbein Tumason and Sigurd Ormson of Svinefell through marriage. Snorri Sturluson was now 19 years of age. He possessed no estate of his own, but through marriage with Herdis, the only daughter of the rich priest Bersi Vermundsen of Borg, he became the possessor of Egil Skallgrimsson's famous seat. From his mother he also received the estate of Am as a wedding present for his bride. During the year following his marriage, 1199 to 1200, Snorri remained at Adi, but upon the death of his father-in-law in 1201, he moved to Borg, where he stayed till 1206. In that year he bought the state Reykholt, where he since resided. His marriage, which seems to have been a wholly unsentimental business affair, brought him little happiness. 2 children were born to them, but Herdis did not accompany him to Reykholt. Though never formally divorced, they lived apart from that day forth, and Herdis continued to reside at Borg till her death in 1233. But since wealth and power had become his, Snorri was now able to assume the role of a leader. He became a great chieftain, says the saga, for he did not lack money. He was also a very thrifty manager of his estates, but he was very incontinent, and he had children with many women besides Herdis. Shortly after he settled at Borg, he acquired also one half of the Lundarmanna, Gothorth, with the rank and title of Gothi. Fortune had so favoured him that his manifestation at this time of the haughty spirit which was usually characterized by the chieftain class seems almost pardonable. The brusque display of superiority, so tempting to a wealthy and gifted youth, is seen especially in his dealings with some Orkney merchants who had arrived in the Borger Fjord with a cargo of flour. The master of the vessel, Thorkild Rostung, a nephew of the Bishop of the Orkneys, had been invited to spend the winter at Borg, but he soon had a serious quarrel with his host, as Snorri in his office, as Gothi demanded the right, according to old custom, to fix the price at which the cargo was to be sold. When the skipper objected to this interference, Snorri seized the cargo and sold it at the stipulated price. Thorkild felt deeply aggrieved, and the following summer, before sailing away, he slew one of the men who had assisted at the sale. This wanton act of vengeance so aroused Snorri that he summoned his brothers to join him in an attack on the traders who were still in the Borgar Fjord. They came to his assistance, but Thorkild made good his escape. In the fall, when he was again driven to Iceland in a storm, he sought the protection of Simund Jansen at Adi, where he spent the winter. Snorri sent men to slay him, but the attempt miscarried, and the following summer Thorkild was able to leave Iceland unharmed. The event shows an unnecessary vindictiveness on the part of Snorri, though it must be admitted that he acted in the main within his right. In the first flush of youthful pride as chieftain and Gothi, he was only too eager to assert his authority. No other importance seems to attach to the incident, which throws little light on Snorri's real character. Self-assertive and strong of will he undoubtedly was, but he respected justice and was usually ready to listen to counsel as to what was regarded as fair and equitable. Like his father Havam Sturla, he was avaricious and hard to deal with. Judged by modern standards, his faults were conspicuous enough, but the sinister traits of character attributed to him by some biographers remain wholly unproved by evidence of historical events properly interpreted. In mental power he towered so high above all his contemporaries that the Icelandic intellectual and literary renaissance found its culmination in him, and he possessed to some extent the wisdom, moderation, and breadth of view which are usually associated with so superior an intellect. As he excelled in all lines of literary activity, he was also very learned in the law, and served with distinction as Logsigumathur for a number of years. In political life he was not only a prominent leader, but a far-sighted patriot who loved peaceful development and social order, and he must have viewed with serious misgivings the growing spirit of strife and lawlessness which more and more endangered the existence of the state. The years 1206 to 1214 seems to have been rather uneventful so far as Snorri was personally concerned. In 1209 he took part in an expedition against Bishop Gudmund, but the following winter he kept the eccentric bishop in his own home and treated him well. He is also said to have saved the life of a priest on the same expedition. His peaceful disposition is shown also in his relation to a feud waged at this time between the men of Vadsdal and Midsfjord. He took no part in these hostilities, but used his influence as Gothi to terminate the strife. In 1215 Snorri was elected Logsogudmother, but he had already one great famous skald, and at the expiration of his term of office in 1218 he found an opportunity to visit Norway, where he remained for 2 years, enjoying the highest favour of King Hakonsen and Skule Jarl. The relations between Norway and Iceland at this time were very strained, due to events which had created misunderstanding and bitter feeling. The policy of the Norwegian kings, who had built a colonial empire embracing all the western island groups, and on many occasions had wielded great influence even in purely Icelandic affairs, had also made the chieftains apprehensive of their own independence. King Harald Harefager had always regarded Iceland as a quasi-Norwegian dependency. He sent Uni Orboni, a son of the discoverer Gardar, to Iceland, promising to create him Jarl if he could bring the colony under Norwegian dominion. The plan failed, but the colonists agreed to pay the Landaurar tax for unrestricted intercourse with Norway. They also appealed to him as an arbitrator in the question of the size of landholdings among the early settlers, showing thereby a disposition to regard him as their friend, though they would not own him as their ruler. In his zeal for the cause of Christianity, King Olaf Tryggvason had treated the Icelanders as if they were Norwegian subjects, and King Olaf Haraldsson had made very determined efforts to bring Iceland under the Norwegian rule. In 1022 he entered into an agreement with the Icelandic chieftains, known as the Institutions and Laws, which King Olaf gave the Icelanders. According to this agreement, the Icelanders should enjoy in Norway the same rights as free native citizens in case of personal injury. They should have the right to inherit property in Norway, and they were to pay no taxes except a small contribution to the watchmen in the cities on the Landauer tax, established in the time of King Harald Harefager. In return for these concessions, the king's men should have the same rights in Iceland as native citizens, and suits at law in which they were involved should be brought before the courts without previous notice. In time of war, the Icelanders who happened to be in Norway owed the king military service and could not leave the country. 2 out of every 3 should then join the royal standards, but they could only be called upon to serve in defence of war within the borders of the kingdom. In 1024 King Olaf submitted a definite proposal to the Althing to recognize him as ruler. The Norwegian laws should be adopted, and the Icelanders should pay a head tax of 1 penning per person. He also demanded the cession of the little island of Grimsey in the Isja Fjord. When this request was refused, he invited several leading Icelanders to Norway. In 1026, one of these, Gillur Thorkelsson, he sent back to Iceland with a renewal of his request. The others were retained as hostages. But again the proposal was rejected. His wars with King Canute the Great of Denmark, his flight from the kingdom, and subsequent death in the Battle of Stiklestad 1030 prevented further attempts on his part to establish Norwegian dominion over Iceland. The warlike and ambitious King Harald Haredrade seems to have cherished similar plans, but his war with England, where he fell in the battle of Stamford Bridge, 1066, prevented their execution. His successor of Olaf Kyrre devoted himself exclusively to the pursuits of peace, and during the period of destructive civil wars which lasted from 1130 till the reign of King Hakon Håkonsson, no attention could be paid to this phase of Norwegian colonial policy. In 1152, as already noted, Iceland was joined to Norway in ecclesiastical affairs as a part of the Archdiocese of Nidaros, a very important step towards the establishing of full sovereign dominion over the colony. Not only Icelandic priests and bishops, but other prominent men were now repeatedly summoned to Norway by the archbishop, who not only asserted his own power as head of the archdiocese and representative of the pope, but even appealed though indirectly, to the authority of the king. Snorri himself was among those who had thus been summoned to Norway by the archbishop, but from patriotic motives he and other prominent leaders had refused to heed the summons. When Snorri arrived in Norway, the young King Hakon Håkonsson, who ruled from 1217 till 1263, had ascended the throne. In his reign the bloody civil wars were terminated, and Norway reached the zenith of her political power. In international affairs this able and gifted ruler enjoyed a high esteem. He guarded with wise forethought all the interests of his realm. He also devoted careful attention to the colonies and sought to link them more firmly to the mother country. In Iceland, unceasing strife prevented the development of a united patriotic sentiment. The growing turmoil could only create situations which invited the constant intervention of Norwegian authorities, and as the struggle between rival leaders grew more bitter, the spirit of independence was able to assert itself but feebly within the umbra of the approaching crisis. Chieftains who through defeat or otherwise had lost their power and influence would be inclined to welcome the supremacy of the Norwegian king rather than submit to the whims of their successful rivals. Even among those who were most far-sighted and patriotic, some would favor submission of the King of Norway as the only escape from lawlessness and anarchy. The strained relations between the colony and the mother country at the time of Snorri's visit were occasioned by the death of Paul, a son of the chieftain Semund Jansen of Adi, who was accidentally drowned in Norway. When the father heard of this sad happening, he grew furious and blamed the people of Bergen for it. He seized some Bergen merchants who were lying with their ships at Ivar, and demanded that they should pay such an indemnity as he himself should fix. His brother Orm sought in vain to persuade him to modify this unreasonable demand. The merchants were forced to pay 900 marks of silver, an enormous sum in those days. Some Norwegian traders who arrived with the ship from Greenland were also forced to contribute to this indemnity. In revenge they slew Orm Jansen's, Semund's brother, a deed which further complicated the case. In Norway, people now demanded redress because of Semund Jansen's high-handed acts. In Iceland, they insisted on the payment of indemnity also for the death of Orm Jansen. So great became the excitement that Skule Jarl, now Duke Skule, planned a military expedition to Iceland, as he undoubtedly found the moment opportune for an attempt to subjugate the island. The more fair-minded leaders, however, would not rush to arms. Snorri Sturluson, who had remained with the Duke as his guest, had accompanied him on a visit to Sweden, and at Christmas time the following year had been made Skudelsvein by King Hakon, counsel to moderation and peaceful measures. It was probably through this influence that Skule was persuaded to abandon the attack on Iceland. Snorri argued that nothing could be accomplished by force. It would be better, he said, to secure the friendship of the most influential men in Iceland. It would then be an easy matter to persuade the chieftains to submit voluntarily to the Norwegian king, especially after the death of Semund Jansen, since he himself and his brothers would then be the leaders. Why he suggested such a plan is not clear, but in light of subsequent events it seems to have been only a diplomatic artifice by which he sought to avert the impending stroke. On Snorri's suggestion, Skule abandoned the plan of an expedition to Iceland, but in order to avoid the appearance of fickleness on his part, he persuaded the Icelanders to ask the king to mediate. This was done, and at a conference assembled for this purpose, King Hakon said, "Sir Jarl, the plan of undertaking an expedition to Iceland, which has been considered this summer, seems to the council to be inexpedient, partly because of the long and difficult voyage, and partly also because that country was colonized from here, and our forefathers and relatives Christianized it. To this must further be added that the Icelanders as a whole have done us no harm, though certain individuals have ill-treated our thanes. It would be harmful to us if all the country should be harried by war. I therefore ask, Sir Jarl, that on my request you drop this plan." Many supported the king, and Skule at once consented. In return, Snorri undertook to guarantee safety for Norwegian merchants in Iceland. He also had to enter into a secret agreement with the king and the jarl, by which he promised to use his influence to bring Iceland under the dominion of Norway in a peaceful way. As a further guarantee that the agreement would be faithfully carried out, Snorri was also to send his son Jan Mutri to Scully, Jarl, as a hostage. The king, in turn, sought to win his friendship by making him a Lande Mather, an honour not bestowed on an Icelander since the days of King Olaf Haraldsson. Snorri now set sail in a ship given him by Skule, and after a stormy voyage he reached Iceland late in the fall. Through skilful diplomacy he had avoided a war which under all circumstances would have proved disastrous to his country. He had received presents and honours both from the king and from the Skule jarl, but his cheerful acceptance of their friendship was undoubtedly essential to the diplomatic game which he was playing, and was otherwise in keeping also with the old usage of prominent Icelanders who travelled abroad. His countrymen, however, who failed to understand the nature of his services, met him on his return with hostile ill will. They thought that he was in the service of the king, and that he had only tried to favour his Norwegian friends at the expense of his own people. They ridiculed his new title, parodied the songs which he had composed in honour of Skule, and showed in every way their unqualified disapproval of the course which he had pursued. No one showed more undisguised hostility than Bjorn Thorvaldsson, a son-in-law of Orm Jansen. When Snorri, upon his arrival, accepted the hospitality of Bishop Magnus of Skalholt, and entered the bishop's residence with his men, Bjorn arrived with an armed band, and demanded if he would deny Orm's heirs their rightful indemnity. Snorri replied that this was not his intention, but Bjorn persisted in his accusations, and the two parted as bitter enemies. Snorri's promise to bring Iceland under Norwegian dominion was not known, nor did he make any attempt to fulfil it. It seems to have been a part of a diplomatic move to placate the warlike Skule jarl, but the promise which he also had given to protect Norwegian merchants in Iceland was faithfully carried out. He did not succeed in carrying out his plan with regard to the Icelanders, says the saga. Neither did he make any attempt to do so, but the Norwegian merchants enjoyed at the time perfect peace in Iceland. End of section 8. Chapter 9 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sturlung period of civil war. If the Icelanders had been united under an efficient national government, their independence would not have been endangered by foreign aggression, which now began to loom on their political horizon. But since all power had become lodged in the hands of rival chieftains who aimed at nothing but self-aggrandizement, the country's safety, like its judicial system and its social order, was recklessly sacrificed in the growing domestic feuds. After Snorri's return in 1220, the strife waged by rival leaders developed into a civil war involving nearly all parts of the island. In this struggle the Sturlung brothers stood divided and became the leaders of the hostile factions which they organized in their support. Snorri continued to reside at Reykholt and took steps to fortify and improve his estate. He surrounded his houses with stone walls and built also a famous bath, the Snorralog, of which remnants are still found. Politically, he allied himself with the powerful Adavurjar family of Adi in southern Iceland, as Jan Lopsson, the greatest of the Adi chieftains, had been his foster father. Sigvat Sturluson became related to the powerful Kolbein Tumason of northern Iceland through marriage with his sister Haldora. He had been able to add one estate to the other until he was very wealthy. He also entered into formal alliance with his brother-in-law Kolbein and Sigurd Ormson of Svinefell, the most influential leaders in northern and eastern Iceland, the three forming a very strong confederacy. Thord Sturluson, the oldest and perhaps the most peaceful of the brothers, had become so influential that he was regarded as the leading man in the southwestern districts, but he attempted to maintain a neutral attitude between the hostile groups supported by his two brothers. Bjorn Thorvaldsson, who had shown Snorri such affront on his arrival at Skalholt, was killed shortly afterward by his brothers-in-law, the sons of Seaman Janssen, in a quarrel over their inheritance. For this deed the brothers were banished, and as Seaman himself died in 1222, the power of the Adi chieftains was broken. Snorri and Thorvald Gisserson, Bjorn's father, remained leaders in southern Iceland. As Thorvald himself soon sought peaceful retirement in the monastery of Vide, Snorri found it necessary to strengthen himself in his rather isolated position. For this purpose he married Hallveig, the widow of Bjorn Thorvaldsson, at the time the richest heiress in Iceland. He also won to his side the turbulent Thorvald of Vatsfjord, who married his daughter Thordis. His other daughter, Ingi was married to Gizur, the son of his friend Thorvald Gisserson. He was also able at this time to win the support of his brother Thord, with whom he had not hitherto maintained very cordial relations. In 1222 he was again elected Lagusogumother, and was re-elected in 1231. As matters stood, he was now undoubtedly the richest and most influential man in southern Iceland. A grouping of opposing forces had thus been effected which would give a new conflict a more serious aspect than had hitherto characterized Icelandic feuds. The easily foreseen struggle was precipitated by the rather insignificant event of a minor family quarrel. The Snorrunga Gothorth, which was a Sturlung family possession, had not been granted to Thord, the oldest brother, but to Sigvat, who in turn had given it to his son Sturla. As both Snorri and Thord had failed to obtain what they considered their share, they agreed to lay claim to it, and Snorri was now so powerful that at the meeting of the Althing he made a formal demand that the Snorrunga Gothorth should be surrendered by Sigvat. The case was not decided by the Althing. A bitter controversy now arose between Snorri, Sigvat, and Sturla, with the final outcome that Snorri seized the Gotthard by force and summoned the Thingmen to swear him allegiance. During this controversy the violent Thorvald of Vatsfjord supported his father-in-law Snorri, but he met his death at the hands of the sons of Hrafn, Svein, Jarn, Narsen, whom he had slain. Hrafn's sons Thord and Sturla, who in all respects resembled their father, directed their attacks against Sigvat and his son Sturla, whom they blamed for his death. One night they made a most brutal attack on Sturla's home, robbed and plundered and killed even women and children, but they failed to find Sturla, who happened to be away from home. It seems certain that Snorri was wholly innocent of any part in this outrage. The relations between him and Sturla from this time forth grew more cordial, until they finally arranged a complete settlement of their difficulty in 1230. The following year Sturla stayed with Snorri, and was especially interested in providing for the copying of the books which Snorri had written. Friendly relations were also established between Snorri and his brother Sigvat, Sturla's father, and for a period peace again prevailed throughout Iceland. But it was of short duration. Sturla Sigvason offered the Vatsfjord chieftains a peaceful settlement for the attack made upon his home. An agreement was reached, but one of the brothers, Thord, mocked him because he was willing to make such a settlement. This insult, added to previous injury, and the insolent conduct of the two brothers, so exasperated Sturla that he broke his agreement, gathered an armed force, and slew them both, whereupon he departed on a pilgrimage to Rome in 1232. To the people of the Vatsfjord district the death of the two brothers must have been a welcome riddance, but it brought no permanent relief. Snorri's legitimate son, Eurokja, a dissolute and violent youth, took possession of the Vatsfjord Gathorth, only to continue the vile practices of his predecessors with increased recklessness. He kept a large band of armed followers and levied forced contributions upon the neighbouring districts for their support. From time to time he would send out armed bands to plunder and ill-treat the people, and seize everything which he might desire, like the arrogant robber knights on the continent. Kolbein Ungi, another saucy young chieftain, also joined him in offering affront to Sigvat Sturluson, the two remaining very defiant until Sigvat finally gathered an armed force of sufficient size to cow them into submission. He forced them to accept the agreement of Flatatunga, according to which the controversy should be arbitrated by Bishop Magnus at the next meeting of the Althing. Peace, however, remained but an evanescent hope, as Eurokja continued his exploits with the same unbridled violence as before. On his return from Rome, Sturla Sigvatsson spent some time in Norway. He had heard about Eurokja's violence, and had many conversations with King Hakon Hakansson and Duke Skule about affairs in Iceland. To an inquiry from the king whether it would be difficult to bring the country under Norwegian rule, so that peace and order could be maintained there, he answered that it would not be difficult if the one to whom the task was entrusted had sufficient power and authority. His aggressive attitude and undisguised ambition must have led the king to think that he would be more willing to further the interests of the crown in Iceland than Snorri Sturluson, who was no warrior, and who was too patriotic to support any scheme against his country's independence. Sturla was restrained by no such scruples, as it appears from his later conduct that he acted from purely selfish motives in an effort to vanquish all rivals and gain full sway in the island. Without hesitancy he promised to subjugate Iceland, a service for which he was to receive the title of Jarl. The king, who, aside from his own ambitious plans, really desired to establish peace and order in the island, warned him that he should use no violent means, that he should kill none of the leaders, but that he might send to Norway those whom he wished to get rid of. To these terms Sturla readily agreed, but the king's warning he suffered to go unheeded. His treason soon led to violence and civil war. On his arrival in Iceland in 1235, Sturla, with the aid of his father Sigvat, began to collect military forces for an attack on Snorri Sturluson, of whom they demanded full reparation for the damages done by his son Eurokja. Snorri, who seems to have understood the nature of the threatening danger, asked Eurokja to hasten to his assistance, a request to which the young chieftain immediately responded. He gathered a force of 720 men and advised his father to attack Sturla before he could organize an invincible army. But Snorri did not desire to wage war against his own relatives. The Easter holidays were approaching. At such a time, he said, he could not enter into armed conflict with his brother. Eurokja had to disband his force, and Snorri made no further attempt to resist the attack. He left Reykholt, retiring to Bessastadir in the Faxafjord. Upon Sturla's approach with an army of 1,000 men, he continued his flight to the eastern districts of Iceland. Thord Sturluson had tried in vain to arrange a peaceful settlement of the controversy. Sturla was implacable. Immediately after Snorri's departure, he seized Reykholt, took possession of all his belongings, and forced the chieftains of the district to offer their submission. To Riokria and Sturla Thordsson, the historian, fled to Edi, where they began to gather a fleet of ships with which they intended to sail to the Bilgorf Fjord, but Sigvat and Sturla harried the seacoast districts and killed many of their adherents. No decisive results, however, could come from this desultory fighting. The people soon grew so tired of the struggle that they demanded peace. A preliminary agreement was also entered into by Sturla and Eurokia, but lasting peace could not be concluded, as Sigvat failed to appear at the conference, evidently according to a secret understanding with Sturla. With incredible treachery, Sturla soon broke the agreement, seized Eurokia, and ordered him to be maimed and blinded. It seems that the men who were to execute this wicked deed yielded only partial obedience to the command, as Eurokia was not blinded, but was allowed to escape to Norway. Sturla's conduct finally aroused even Snorri to resistance. With the aid of Thorleif of Gardar, he raised an army of 480 men, but Sturla met them with a superior force and defeated them at Bor in a bloody battle. Snorri was not in the battle, but Thorleif of Gardar and Olaf Thordsson, the leaders of the force, were taken prisoners and were compelled to leave Iceland. It was probably due to a desire of ending this conflict that King Hakon at this time issued a summons to the Gothorthsmen of Iceland to come to Norway. In answer to this summons, Snorri Sturluson, as well as Sturla's younger brother Thord Kali, accompanied Thorleif and Olaf on their voyage. Sturla Sigvatsson had now almost accomplished his purpose of making himself lord of all Iceland. Snorri Sturluson had fled, Thord Sturluson died, and most of the leading chieftains had been reduced to a state of dependency, or they had been harried out of the land. Only Kolbein, Ungi, and Gjerser Thorvaldsson were yet able to offer resistance, and against them he now directed his attacks. The extent of Sturla's ambition is most clearly revealed in a conversation which he is said to have had with his father, who now began to think that he was carrying matters to dangerous lengths. In a joking way, Sigvat asked him where he intended to reside. "Next to the bishop's seats," he said. "I know of no better estates than Adi and Murdruvelur, but I suppose you do not consider them very satisfactory." "I like them both quite well," said Sturla, "but I suppose they cannot be seized at once." "Before your big household," continued Sigvat, "you need a good steward and a stewardess. For these positions I know of none better than your brother-in-law Halfdan and your sister Steinvor, his wife." Sturla said that he was of the same opinion. And then said Sigvat, "You must have a good and quick-footed shepherd. For this position you can get Bjorn Simonsen, and for personal attendants who can follow you in and out I can secure your brothers Thord Krok and Marcus." "That might be well enough," thought Sturla, "but since the household is very large," continued Sigvat, "you ought to have people well trained in hunting and fishing, skilled with hammer and axe, and able to repair ships, etc. I know who would be best qualified for such positions. It would be Budvar of Stad, son of Thord Sturluson, and Thorleif of Gardar." After a little hesitation, Sturla thought that they might be chosen. "And then to mind the horses, and to decide which ones are to be used on each occasion, you should take Lopt, the bishop's son, and Bodvar of Bayr," said Sigvat. Sturla, who now began to understand the irony of the conversation, replied, "It is not to be expected that all people should serve me. It is idle talk. Now there are not many places left in your household," continued Sigvat, "but a couple of men are needed who can manage trading expeditions, purchase the necessary supplies, arrange routes of travel, etc. For these positions you might select Gizur Thorvaldsson and Kolbein Ungi." Sturla now became angry and left the room. In his victorious career, Sturla could not long postpone the final struggle for overlordship in Iceland. Under some pretext he seized the estates of the wealthy Kol Arnason and marched into southern Iceland with a large force. Gizur Thorvaldsson was summoned to meet him for the purpose, as it was stated, of assisting in the division of Kol's estates, but he was instead made prisoner with his whole escort, and had to take an oath that he would leave the country. Sturla also seized many of the estates of the Ada chieftains, the sons of Semund Jansen, although he was married to their sister Solveig. It was now so evident that all the chieftains would share the same fate that if any effective resistance was to be offered, quick and united action would be necessary. As soon as Sturla left the southern districts, which he now considered subdued, several chieftains hastened to form a league against him. Hjalti Magnusson, son of the Bishop of Skalholt, and Kolbein Ungi, who knew well that he would be the next victim, were the leaders of this movement. They were joined also by Gizur Thorvaldsson, whom they soon liberated from the captivity in which he was held. Armed forces were gathered in all districts until the Confederates had an army of 1,680 men. At Orligastader they were joined in battle with Sigvat and Sturla, and defeated them after a bloody conflict. Sigvat fell in the battle, and Sturla and his brothers Kolbein and Thord were taken prisoners and executed. Sturla Thordsson, the later historian of this period, son of Thord Sturlason, who was also one of the leaders of Sigvat's and Sturla's forces, was fortunately spared. Had he shared the fate of the others, the events of this period of Icelandic history might never have become known to posterity. It soon became evident, however, that the victory at Orligastader had only substituted new tyrants for the old. Kolbein, Ungi, and Gizur Thorvaldsson had overthrown Sigvat and Sturla only to seize all power and lord it over their neighbours with an equally arrogant pride. Henceforth the selfish and calculating Gizur began to play the role of Sturla. In his efforts to lay all Iceland at his feet, he used even more heartless and unscrupulous methods than his ambitious predecessors. The report of Sigvat's and Sturla's defeat and death aroused the greatest interest in Norway. The king's plan of establishing supremacy over Iceland was thereby shattered, and new hope was revived among the Icelanders who had been driven into exile. The evil incubus which had threatened them with complete ruin had suddenly disappeared, but Snorri Sturluson, who was still in Norway, did not give himself over to any sudden rejoicing, probably because his thorough knowledge of Icelandic affairs enabled him to foresee the violent struggles which were still to shake his troubled country. It is noteworthy that his first recorded utterance regarding these events is a pathetic song addressed to Sigvat's son Thord Kakali, in which he expresses his sorrow for his fallen brother. Snorri had now spent 2 years in Norway as a guest of Duke Skule, the king's powerful father-in-law, who was soon to raise the standard of revolt in an attempt to seize the crown. It was natural that he should welcome the friendship of this intriguing rival of King Hakon Haakonson, since the king had entered into an agreement with Sturla and had been aiding and abetting him. He could have had no choice but to seek support among the king's enemies so long as he opposed his plan of subjugating Iceland. The purpose of his visit in Norway at this time seems to have been to gain the support of Skule and his party in an effort to frustrate the king's plans and the ambitious schemes of Sturla. The old writer Sturma Frodi calls him Folksnar Jarl, that is, secret Jarl, as it was believed by some that Duke Skule had conferred on him the title of Jarl, with the understanding that if the Duke won the Norwegian crown in his contest with King Hakon, Snorri should become his representative and rule Iceland as a Norwegian dependency. But this assumption is supported by no acceptable evidence. Even if Snorri did receive this title from the Duke, as he had already accepted that of Lender Mather from the king, he undoubtedly did so from no other motive than that of diplomatic courtesy. Since he opposed the king's plan of subjugating Iceland, he could have no incentive to support Skule if, in case he should win the throne, he should pursue a similar policy. He had already on a previous occasion prevailed on the Duke to abandon an expedition against Iceland, and there is nothing which indicates that he had in any way changed his patriotic attitude. As King Hakon entertained no illusions with regard to Snorri's position, he took drastic measures to render him harmless. He summoned Duke Skule to meet him in Bergen, issuing at the same time an order that the Icelanders who were then in Norway should not be allowed to leave the country until the nature of their errand should be fully ascertained. This was clearly an infringement on their well-established rights, since according to old agreements they were guaranteed free intercourse with Norway except in time of war. A situation was thus created which gave Duke Skule a welcome opportunity to thwart the king, as he felt justified in disobeying the royal order by granting the Icelanders permission to sail. When the king's command was repeated to the Icelanders as they lay ready to depart from Munkholmen in the harbor of Trondhjem, Snorri's only comment was, "Home I will go." Without delay he sailed for Iceland, but the king soon set forces in motion which accomplished his destruction. On his return home Snorri again took possession of his estate Reykholt, and he lost no time in bringing to book those who had assisted in attacks upon him. He summoned Sigvat's and Sturla's Thingmen to meet him at Dal, where he arrived, accompanied by Eurokia, Thorleif of Gardar, and other returned exiles. At this conference it was agreed that the punishment to be imposed should be determined by Snorri himself. He demanded restitution in the form of fines to be paid by those who had assisted in robbing his estates and despoiling his friends. No charge of injustice can be brought against him for settling the affair in this way. In the hour of triumph he abstained from bloodshed and other violent measures, demanding only what the law allowed. Had he shown greater leniency, his warlike enemies would undoubtedly have interpreted it as weakness and vacillation. In his plans with regard to Iceland, King Hakon found a strong ally in the Roman Church, which also sought to bring this distant and loosely governed island more firmly under its control. At this time the Archbishop of Nidaros inaugurated a new policy which greatly aided in linking the colony more closely to the mother country. When the eccentric Bishop Gudmund of Holar and Bishop Magnus Gizurson of Skalholt died in 1237, their successors had already been chosen in order to avoid any prolonged vacancy in their office. Magnus Gudmundsson was elected to succeed Magnus Gizurson as Bishop of Skalholt, and Bjorn Kirgebjorn Hjaltesson was to become Bishop of Olar. Both priests went to Norway in 1236 to be consecrated by the Archbishop of Nidaros, but he would not sanction their election. For this refusal he could find ample pretext, as the method of choosing bishops in Iceland did not conform to established usage. Bjorn proceeded to Rome, evidently for the purpose of laying the case before the Pope himself, but he seems to have failed in his efforts, and he died on the homeward journey. Magnus returned home in 1239 and lost his life by drowning the year after. If it had been the purpose of the Archbishop merely to introduce a reform in the method of choosing bishops, he would have created cathedral chapters in the Icelandic bishoprics to carry out the election according to the rules of the Church. But he made instead the regulation that the bishops of Iceland henceforth should be chosen by the Archbishop and the cathedral chapter of Nidaros. This could only mean that Norwegian churchmen who were fully in sympathy with the Archbishop's policy and the king's political ambitions would be placed in charge of the Icelandic dioceses. In 1238 two Norwegian ecclesiastics were consecrated bishops for Iceland, Sigvard Titmarsson, abbot of Selja, as Bishop of Skalholt, and Botolf, canon of Helgester, as Bishop of Holar. The monk Hildebrand Gunnarsson was sent to Iceland with letters from the Archbishop, evidently to announce the consecration of the new bishops and to prepare for their proper reception. On their arrival they seem to have taken possession of their diocese without any opposition. The ambitious Gizur Thorvaldsson found it advantageous from the outset to support Bishop Sigvard of Skalholt and the Norwegian dynastic interests in Iceland. In order to gain full control in the island, he planned to overthrow his erstwhile father-in-law Snorri, and if necessary to destroy the whole Sturlung family. King Hakon, who was now able, with the aid of the new bishops, to keep well informed regarding affairs in Iceland, made Gizur his representative. He had already been appointed Skutilsveinn on a visit to Norway in 1229, and greater honours were in store for him if he could carry out the king's plans. Duke Skule finally rose in a rebellion against King Hakon, and was hailed as king by his own party, but met with defeat and death after a short struggle. Whatever hope of support in Norway Snorri might have entertained disappeared, and the intimate relations which he had maintained with the rebellious duke so aroused the king's resentment that he dispatched messengers to Iceland with orders to Gizur to send Snorri to Norway or else to slay him as a traitor. This gave Gizur the desired opportunity. For some time he did not let the king's order become known, as he evidently planned to capture Snorri by a secret stratagem, which was attempted at the time of the meeting of the Althing. Gizur's associate Kolbein Ungi arrived at the Thing with an army of 600 men, but Snorri and his followers, who suspected treacherous designs, fled to the church, where Kolbein did not venture to attack them. Later in the summer Gizur called his friends to a secret conference, read to them the king's orders, and laid plans for a sudden attack on Snorri. With 70 men he secretly proceeded to Reykholt in the night, and gained entrance to Snorri's home while the people were sleeping. Snorri, who was awakened by the noise, attempted to hide in the cellar. Here he was soon discovered, and could easily have been made prisoner, but the treacherous and relentless Gizur sent 5 men, led by his servant Simon Knut, to slay the defenceless old man. At the hands of these assassins Snorri lost his life at the age of 63, September 22, 1241. Snorri's nearest male heir at the time of his death was his illegitimate son Eurokia, but Gizur seemed to ignore him. He paid him no virgold for his father, but seized instead the estate Reykholt and gave it to Kling Bjarnason, Snorri's stepson. Eurokia, who had not forgotten the personal wrongs which he had suffered at Gizur's hands, was the more eager to avenge his father. At the head of an armed force he attacked Reykholt and captured Kling Bjarnason and put him to death. After recruiting additional forces he turned against Gizur himself, who, having been warned, hastened to Skalholt, where Bishop Sigvard gave him protection and support. A battle was fought in which the bishop himself took an active part, but as the combat was indecisive, the peace was concluded, and Eurokia retired to the Borgar Fjord district to take possession of his father's estate of Reykholt. It was not Gizur's intention, however, to abide by the agreement thus forced upon him. He was determined to destroy his dangerous opponent. As soon as he found opportunity to strengthen his forces, he raised a new issue by claiming that no settlement had been made for the death of Kling Bjarnason, and new negotiations were begun. In order to dispel all suspicion, these should be conducted by Gizur's ally Kolbein Ungi, who was Eurokia's brother-in-law. A conference took place at the river Havita, where the two parties stationed themselves at opposite ends of a bridge leading across the stream. Kolbein arrived with a large armed force, accompanied by Bishop Sigvard and Abbot Brand Jansen, but a little later Gizur and Orm Bjarnason, Kling's brother, also arrived. Eurokia did not trust Gizur and had refused to negotiate with him, but he was finally persuaded by Bishop Sigvard and the bishop to cross the bridge. Immediately Gizur cut off his retreat and made him prisoner, in spite of the most energetic protest of the bishop and many of his own men. Both Eurokia and Sturla Thordsen, the historian, were forced to pledge themselves under oath to leave Iceland. Eurokia was sent to Norway, but Sturla was later released by Kolbein Ungi and was allowed to remain at home. Law and order had gradually disappeared in Iceland. The Althing was powerless. The local courts were under the heels of chieftains who so utterly flouted all authority that they even refused to abide by their own promises given under oath. Anarchy could not be more complete. The settlers, who had hitherto been independent freeholders enjoying their ancient rights under the old laws, were becoming oppressed victims of lawless magnates who seized at will all the estates of the island and imposed on the people their arbitrary demands at the point of the sword. The need of some form of governing authority was so urgent, and the hope of salutary reforms in social conditions was so remote, that the people could not much longer hesitate to accept even foreign overlordship as a welcome deliverance. Even Eurokia and Gizur felt obliged to appeal their case to King Hakon, in evidence that he was already acknowledged as the highest authority in Icelandic affairs. Gizur himself was summoned to Norway, where he was retained for 2 years, evidently because the king was dissatisfied with his conduct and feared that he might establish himself as a despot in Iceland. Eurokia was treated with fairness and consideration, but he too had to remain in Norway, where he died in 1245. With the death of Snorri Sturluson and the banishment of Eurokia, the influence of the Stirling family disappeared for a time. Gizur Thorvaldsson of the Haukdolir family, who traced their lineage from Isleif, the first bishop of Skalholt, became sole leader in the southern Iceland, and Kolbein Ungi held sway in the western and northern districts. Kolbein seized Sigvat Sturluson's estates and distributed them among several leading men in order to gain their support. Sigvat's heirs, thus deprived of their inheritance, were treated in an arbitrary and despotic way. His wife Haldora and her son Tumi were compelled to leave their estate Grund and move to Thevera in Skaga Fjord. Sturla Sigvatsson's wife and children emigrated to Norway. None of the Sturlungs were any longer able to offer resistance. Thord Kakali, the oldest of Sigvat's 2 living sons, was still held in friendly custody by King Hakon. Thord Sturluson's only legitimate son, Bodvar of Stad, was married to Kolbein's sister and was therefore inclined to favor his brother-in-law. Of Thord's illegitimate son, Sturla Thordsson had played a conspicuous part as chieftain, but both he and his brother Olaf Hvitsaskald were chiefly interested in literary pursuits. Through their own feuds, the Sturlungs had lost their great leaders and had to submit to ambitious rivals like Gizur and Kolbein. But they had been so far chastened by misfortune that old enmities were forgotten, and they now stood reunited in sentiment and common interests. In 1242 Thord Kakali was finally allowed to return to Iceland after many years' absence, to the great satisfaction of the Sturlungs, who saw in him a new leader of their family. When Kolbein heard of his arrival, he sent word to the leading men of the district that they should seize him and deliver him up as prisoner. Many people flocked to Thord's ship to trade, among others also many prominent men who had been the friends of his father Sigvat. His mother Haldora and other relatives also came to see him, but the joy of meeting him soon vanished, says the saga, when people thought of the power of his enemy Kolbein. None of the leading men, not even Thord's own relatives, ventured to join him, and people were so afraid that no one would even talk to him except publicly, so that all could hear it. When Thord saw that he could gain no support, he went to Grund to visit his sister Sigrid and her husband. But he was soon warned by the abbot of Thevera not to prolong his visit, as Kolbein might send men to slay him. Following the advice of his relatives, he then went to southern Iceland to Halfdan Simondsson, who was married to his sister Steinvor. With them he discussed his plan of avenging his father and recovering his inheritance. Steinvor gave him enthusiastic support. Hitherto, she said to her husband, you have never exhibited any warlike spirit, neither have I encouraged you to take part in great feuds. But now I declare that there will be little cordiality between us if you do not assist my brother Thord. If you refuse to do so, the strange thing may come to pass that I may carry arms and gather warriors, and leave to you the keys for the storehouse and the cellar. Halfdan remained silent until she had ended her angry harangue, and then replied, so far as I can see, it requires more than mere excitement if Thor's plan is to succeed. I know myself best and feel that I am not well qualified to take part in great feuds. Besides, I am now somewhat advanced in years. It appears, too, that those who join Thor will be opposed by nearly all the people of the land. I would therefore like to see what help he can secure among friends and relatives in other places before I decide the matter. If he returns with a respectable force, I shall not refuse to aid him." It was then agreed that Thord should try to win support in the western districts, and he advanced with a force of 30 men, accompanied by his brother Tumi. Kolbein Ungi dispatched a force to capture him, but he was able to elude his pursuers, and many of Eurokia's old adherents joined him. Even Sturla Thordsson, who resided at Standerhole, promised to support him, but would not join him outright until he had secured a larger following. Thord made all possible efforts to persuade the people to join him. The chieftains of Ayar, and other prominent leaders promised hearty cooperation, but so few actually joined his force that when he returned to Stadar Hole, Sturla shook his head and said he would do nothing against the powerful Kolbein until affairs looked more promising. A similar answer was given by his brother-in-law, Halfdan Simondsson. He would give him no aid, though his wife Steinvor sought zealously to promote his cause. Kolbein's assistants now gathered a force of 700 men and occupied the bishops of Skalholt, where the bishop gave them all possible assistance and encouragement. As Thord Kali had yet only 240 men, his undertaking seemed doomed to failure, but he had the courage of a leader and resolutely marched against Skilholt to try conclusions with his opponents, even under these discouraging circumstances. Some of the leaders of the opposing forces now proposed that peace should be arranged, since all had to admit that Thord, whose father had been killed and who had been deprived of his inheritance, had a just grievance. The bishop and Steinvor were chosen arbitrators. They granted Thord a large indemnity with the understanding that peace should be kept till Gizur returned from Norway. Through his agreement Thord received the necessary means for supporting his followers, and he also gained the additional advantage that for a time he would not need to fear any hostile move in the southern districts. Thord Kakali now went to the Borgars Fjord in western Iceland, but Kolbein Ungi had gathered a force of 700 men and marched across the Tividgegre heath in order to be sure to capture him. It was already the month of November. On the march across the mountains many men perished from cold, and many more were overcome by suffering and exposure. Thord had watched Kolbein's movements and knew the condition of his army, but he had so few men that he did not venture an attack. For him there was no alternative but flight. This was at once undertaken, but Kolbein's men pursued him with such vigour that escape seemed impossible. The chase lasted several days, and only with the greatest difficulty was Thord able to evade his pursuers. Through the winter no further attempt was made to capture Thord, but the following summer Kolbein prevailed on the Althing to outlaw him. Thord, however, did not leave Iceland, but fled to some islands, where he gathered a fleet of 30 ships, a naval force which his adversaries did not venture to meet. Kolbein harried the southwestern districts, where Thord had received some assistance. He even dispatched a force to Stendarhol to slay Sturla Thordsson. But he had been warned, and they were only able to plunder his estates. Such depredations could only serve to arouse people's ill will, especially since they knew that even the decree of the Althing had been rendered under pressure from Kolbein without any real cause. Public sentiment in the raided districts was turned in favour of Thord. Even Sturla Thordsson openly espoused his cause. In a short time he raised an army, 1,440 men, and though he could undertake no active operations of importance that year because of approaching winter, it was now evident that he was gaining general support and was recognized as a great leader. A minor expedition of his brother Tumi, resulting in the capture of 2 of Snorri Sturluson's slayers, Simon Knut and Thorstein Gudinason, who also gave great encouragement to Thord's friends. Simon was executed, and Thorstein, who admitted that he had inflicted a fatal wound on the great historian, was sentenced to lose his right hand. The fact that Thord, according to the decree of the Althing, was still an outlaw created no anxiety, nor was any attention paid to it. Court decisions might still have weight among the common people, but the chieftains had ceased to yield obedience to the civil authorities. Even before the winter had passed, Thord made preparations for a new attack on Kolbein. That wily chieftain was now suffering from serious injuries received in an accident which confined him to his bed, but he was able to save himself by a clever stratagem. He sent 2 messengers to Thord to offer terms of peace and reconciliation. To one of these he stated privately that if no other terms would be accepted, he was willing to grant Thord the whole northern quarter and leave Iceland. Thord was unwilling to consider any peace offer, but when these generous terms were proposed, he was prevailed upon by his adherents to accept them. In the final settlement, however, However, Kolbein refused to keep his promise. He boldly declared that he had given his messenger no authority to offer such terms, and Thord was unable to force the issue, as his army had already been disbanded. No new campaign could be begun that winter, and Kolbein, who was slowly recovering from his injuries, was able to make the needed preparations. As soon as he was well enough, he gathered forces for a new expedition to the western districts. On a sudden foray, Tumi Sigvason, Thord's brother, was taken prisoner and beheaded. Sturla Thordson's home was plundered, people were killed, and property was destroyed throughout the districts. But although great damage was done, it was a mere raid and not a victory of any importance. Thord now resolved to gather a fleet for an attack on Kolbein, since a march overland to northern Iceland was very difficult. He was able to secure 15 small vessels and sailed with a band of 220 men, leaving the defence of the home districts to Sturla Thordsson. But Kolbein, who was informed of his plans, met him with a larger fleet and superior forces in the Bay of Hunafloi and defeated him after a severe engagement. At this time, Gizur Thorvaldsson, who had spent 2 years in Norway, returned to Iceland. It was probable that he too came as the king's representative, since Thord Kakali had failed to make any definite progress. Gizur at once sought to effect a reconciliation with Jan, the son of Sturla Sidvinsson. The question of a proper indemnity for the slaying of Sturla after the Battle of Orlicenstader was submitted to King Hakon for arbitration, and indication that Gizur really acknowledged the king as overlord of Iceland. Though Kolbein Ungi had been victorious in the naval battle with Thord Kakali, he was not optimistic as to the final outcome if the struggle should continue. He was, however, troubled with ill health, and was therefore willing, even in the hour of victory, to enter into negotiations with his adversary. It was agreed that both should go to Norway and submit the whole controversy to the king for arbitration. The agreement could not be carried out, as Kolbein was soon confined to his bed by a fatal illness. He summoned Gizur and offered to transfer to him, then Brand Kolbeinsson, all his Gothorts, but Gizur said that he was not in a position to accept the offer. Thord Kakali was then called, and a peace agreement was entered into, according to which Thord was reinstated in full possession of his inheritance, which embraced especially the estates in the Eyjafjord district. Brand Kolbeinsson should hold the districts of the Skagafjord, Hunnefjord, Midfjord, and Hrutafjord, and he and Gizur agreed to support each other. Kolbein Ungi died July 22, 1245. Thord Kakali was now one of the wealthiest and most popular of the great chieftains of Iceland. But his ambition was not yet satisfied. He aimed to become lord over all northern Iceland, and, if possible, of the whole island. He soon found a pretext to quarrel with Brand Kolbeinsson, and marched into the Skagafjord district with a force of 600 men. At Hognes, Brand had taken a strong position with an army of 720 men, but he was outmaneuvered and defeated after a bloody conflict, April 1246. Brand was captured and put to death, and the victorious Thord seized all the northern districts as he had planned. Gizur, Brand's friend and ally, was now preparing to take the field against Thord. He arrived at Stad, Brand's home estate, with a force of 480 men, and the inhabitants of the district of Skagafjord, who were opposed to Thord, pledged him their allegiance and joined his forces. Thord was able to gather an army, but his men were so opposed to a renewal of the campaign that he finally consented to negotiate with Gizur. They agreed to submit their quarrel to King Hakon's decision, and both sailed to Norway in the fall of 1246. Thord Kakali and Gizur met King Hakon in Bergen and accompanied him to Trondhjem, where he was to spend the winter. The king called a special meeting, probably his hearth, to hear their case. At this meeting, says the saga, Thord caused a long written exposition to be read of the quarrel between the Hawkedler and the Sturlungs, and it was shown that many of his friends and relatives had been killed. The king asked Gizur what he had to reply to these charges, he answered that although he did not have any written document to read, he had several things to offer in reply, though he would admit that Thord's exposition was in every way truthful. All said that they had never heard two parties plead their case with greater clearness, nor did one attempt to contradict the other, or to question the truthfulness of his statements. At first the king seemed inclined to favour Gizur, but he would not decide the case that winter. Both Thord and Gizur remained at court. In the spring they accompanied the king to Bergen, where he was to be crowned by Cardinal William of Sabina. It seems that he wished to use this occasion to establish definitely his overlordship over Iceland, and to have it sanctioned by the Pope through his personal representative. The cardinal cordially supported the king's plan, as it harmonized in every way with the views of the Roman Curia regarding the nature of legitimate government. He issued an address to the people of Iceland, commanding them to submit to King Hakon, declaring that it was improper for them not to be governed by a king like all other nations. As successor to Bishop Botolf of Holar, who died in 1246, Heinrich Karason, a Norwegian ecclesiastic, was chosen. He was a man of energy and ability, who undoubtedly was selected for this position for the purpose of furthering the king's plans. Thord Kakali sought at once to gain the favour of the new bishop, and he in turn supported Thord in his controversy with Gizur, with the result that the cardinal advised Hakon to send Thord to Iceland as governor of the island, while Gizur was to remain in Norway in order to avoid new conflicts. Thord and Bishop Heinrich were accordingly sent to Iceland with a letter from the cardinal to the Icelanders, and with a request from the king that they should submit to his authority and pay him taxes. Several prominent Icelanders, among others Thorleif of Gardar, were retained by King Hakon as hostages. Thord Kakali soon gained control over a large part of Iceland. The Sturlungs recognized him as their leader, and in 1248 Hafrathan Hodson and Einar Thorvaldsson came from the Vatsafjord district in northern Iceland to pledge him their allegiance. In the spring of that year he travelled through the northern quarter, and all the people offered their submission. Siemund Ormsson of Svinefell also sought his protection, and the two became still more closely united through Thord's marriage to Ingunn, a daughter of Siemund's brother Sturla. The southern districts, which still adhered to Gizur, were forced to submit and had to pay a fine. The king's request, as well as the direct command of the cardinal, undoubtedly exerted a great influence. Since the bishops also supported Thord as the king's representative, the opposition of the people was gradually overcome. Thord Kakali was now, in fact, lord of all Iceland. As he acted under a royal mandate, King Hakon's overlordship was virtually established, though not yet fully recognized. Reforms in Norwegian and Icelandic jurisprudence at this time also reflect the influence of the cardinal and the Council of Bergen. Ordeal was abolished in both countries, and with regard to Iceland, the regulation was made that anyone who encroached on other people's rights or property should be punished by excommunication. Thord Kakali's ambition soon brought him into conflict with Bishop Heinrich, as it became evident that he was not seeking to further the king's plans, but aimed to establish his own personal authority. In 1249 the bishop returned to Norway, but Thord, who had been summoned by the king, did not accompany him. The following year Thord, who was the king's sworn Hearth Mather, finally obeyed the royal summons and went to Norway, accompanied by Bishop Sigvard of Skalholt. Neither he nor the bishop was allowed to return. King Hakon sent instead Gizur Thorvaldsson, who during his stay in Norway had made a pilgrimage to Rome, where he had received absolution for his sins. Accompanied by Bishop Heinrich, he now returned to Iceland to continue the work of bringing all parts of the island under the king's rule. A number of prominent Icelanders were still kept in Norway by King Hakon, probably in order to weaken their influence at home and to attach them more closely to the crown. As a distinct policy was inaugurated to create in Iceland a party of king's friends, who might give the royal cause their energetic support. Those who showed a distinct inclination to promote the interests of the crown, like Gizur Thorvaldsson, Thorgils Skardi, Finnbjorn Helgensson, and other royal favourites were allowed to return home, and were given charge of large districts which they were to hold as royal grants. Others, who still showed a spirit of opposition, were retained at court. They were often made to feel the royal displeasure, like Harold Simonson and his brother Philip of the Verjar family, who had to surrender their Gothors to the king. By seeking to become heir to Snorri Sturluson's extensive possessions, King Hakon also attempted to establish in Iceland a private royal domain, which, according to the views of the times, was an essential attribute to royal power. If this could be accomplished, it would increase his influence and bring his rule into closer conformity with monarchic principles. The task of establishing a fully recognized royal overlordship in Iceland was not an easy one. Thord Kakali, who had sought to strengthen his own power rather than that of the king, had left his own adherents in charge of various districts, and was still able to encourage them to resistance against Gizur, the king's new representative. The people would not consent to the distribution of districts among royal favourites, neither would they sanction the king's claim to the possessions of Snorri Sturluson. Thorgils Skardi had received the whole of the Burgar Fjord district, and immediately upon his arrival he summoned the chieftains to a conference at the home of Olaf Hevitstadsskald. But when he attempted to read to them the royal letters patent, energetic protest was made. Thorleif of Gardar said that he did not doubt that King Hakon had granted Thorgils the district, but he doubted very much that he had any right whatever to do so. The other chieftains were of the same opinion. Only when Thorgils threatened them was he allowed to read the royal letters, and the chieftains finally yielded a reluctant submission. How little real authority he was able to exercise within the domain granted him soon became apparent. The general ill will, undoubtedly caused in part by his own arrogant conduct, developed into so hostile an opposition that the chieftains, under the leadership of Sturla Thordson and Hrafn Oddsson, gathered an armed force and took him prisoner at Staffaholt, where he was visiting Olaf Hevitskald. He saved his life only by taking an oath that he would join his captors in an attack on Gizur Thorvaldsson. This undertaking was immediately set on foot, but Thorgils, who wished to remain faithful to the king's cause, broke his oath and escaped to his friend Bishop Heinrich of Holar. On learning of his defection in the Bogar Fjord, chieftains abandoned their expedition, but Hrafn Oddsson assumed control of affairs in their district and kept an armed force to guard against surprise. Bishop Heinrich undertook to negotiate a settlement between Thorgils and his opponents, but no agreement could be reached, as Thorgils demanded possession of the district which the king had granted him, while the chieftains refused to recognize any right on the part of the king to exercise dominion over Icelandic territory. Thorgils moved to his father's estate Stad, and since Gizur gave him no support, he was unable to maintain his claim to the district of the Borgar Fjord. Thorgils and Bishop Heinrich were earnest in their support of the king's cause, but Gizur's aim now, as before, was self-aggrandizement. This soon became so evident that a feeling of enmity and distrust separated the leaders of the king's party. Gizur took active steps to form an alliance with Thorgils' opponents. In the summer of 1253, after the meeting of the Althing, he met Hrafn Oddsson and Sturla Thordsson by de Bolstad in the district of the Hruta Fjord, where an alliance was entered into. In order to cement their friendship still more firmly, Sturla's daughter Ingi-Bjorg was promised in marriage to Gizur's son Hall. A regrouping of forces had thus been accomplished. Gizur had given up his allegiance to King Hakon, and Hrafn and Sturla had abandoned Thord Kakali in order to form what might seem to be a strong anti-royal confederacy. The only real supporters of the king's cause were now Thorgils Skardi, Bishop Heinrich of Holar, and Abbot Brand Jansen, who was acting as vicar for Bishop Sigvard of Skalholt. But Thorgils found it difficult to support his followers at Stad, and as his friends urged that he should seek a reconciliation with Hrafn Oddsson and his uncle Sturla Thordsson, he found it expedient to follow their advice. He met Sturla on an island in the Faxa Fjord. The two entered into a secret agreement, promising each other friendship and support, but it was to be considered only as a family compact. Thorgils did not renounce his allegiance to the king, nor did Sturla sever his relations with Hrafn and Gizur. If a united patriotic sentiment had existed, a union like the one formed between Hrafn, Gizur, Sturla, and Thorgils would have rendered Iceland secure against foreign dominion. But with the exception of agreements like that between Sturla and Thorgils, based on family feeling, the confederates formed rested on no foundation but mutual fear and personal ambition. Even the most solemn covenants were easily broken. No one could be trusted to remain faithful to an ally any longer than he found it to his own personal advantage. Confederacies would melt away like castles in the air with every regrouping of the changing factors of self-interest. To what degree the chieftains now could stoop to the most unashamed perfidy is seen in the attack on Gizur's home at Flugumyr shortly after his agreement with his former opponents. Eyjolf Thorsteinsson, who had been driven from the Skagafjord district by Gizur, was his sworn enemy and plotted revenge. He gained the support of Bishop Heinrich of Holar, Kolbein Gran, Ari Ingimundsson, Rani Kodrunsson, and other leaders in the district, and a conspiracy was formed to attack Gizur at the time when the wedding of his son Hall to Sturla's daughter Ingiborg was to be celebrated. Among the guests invited to this festival at Flugumyr was also Hrafn Oddsson, Gizur's confederate. On his journey to the wedding, Hrafn stopped at Vidimyr, where Eyjolf's brother Askrim revealed to him the plot against Gizur, stating that it was the plan of the conspirators to burn Gizur's home if they could not capture him in any other way. He also invited Hrafn, Gizur's guest and ally, to join in the attack, evidently because he knew him to be more ambitious than upright. Hrafn, it is said, did not favor this wicked plan, and as Gizur's guest he could not take part in it, but he promised not to reveal it. Saturday evening the guests, to the number of 120, began to arrive at Flugumyr, and were cordially received by Gizur. When all had been seated, he arose to bid them welcome and expressed his joy that so many prominent men were now assembled under his roof in peace and good understanding after the serious controversies which had hitherto separated them. It was his hope, he said, that their agreement would be faithfully kept, but for safety's sake he would nevertheless establish peace for the occasion by solemnly reading the peace formula. The following day Hrafn and Gizur's son Isleif sat side by side, kissed each other as friends, and drank from the same silver goblet. All this Hrafn could do, though he knew that at that very moment Gizur's enemies were hiding in the neighbourhood, that at any time the house with all its occupants might be attacked and destroyed. Even Sturla Thordsson, the bride's father and Hrafn's closest ally, knew nothing of the perfidious plot. The festival continued also Monday, when Ari Ingimundsson came and revealed to Hrafn the conspirators' whole plan. But not even now did he warn Gizur. When he left the wedding, Gizur gave him 2 fine horses. In order to ease his conscience, he now told Gizur to be careful, but to the question if he knew of any particular danger, he returned only an evasive answer. On Tuesday most of the guests departed, among others also Sturla Thordsson. In the night, Eyjolf and his associates, with a band of 52 armed men, made their well-planned attack. They were unable to enter the house, as the doors were barred and the entrances guarded. Finding that their plan of surprise had failed, they set fire to the building, which was soon wrapped in flames. Gizur stood surrounded by his guests and his family, among whom were his wife, Groa, and the beautiful bride, Ingiborg, who had run from her room attired only in her night robes. The assailants offering Ingiborg free exit, but she preferred to share the fate of the rest. Kolbein groaned, then leaped forward and seized her in his arms and carried her to the church. Groa perished in the house, likewise Gizur's 2 sons, Isleif and Ketilbjorn. Hall, the bridegroom, made an effort to escape, but was mortally wounded and was brought to the church, where he soon expired. 25 persons found their death in the burning building, but Gizur managed to save himself in a most remarkable way. When all hope was past, he bade his wife an affectionate farewell, and made his way into the provision house, which was not yet on fire. Here he plunged into a large vat of whey, and remained there in such perfect hiding that his enemies failed to discover him. All felt certain that he, like the rest, had perished in the fire, but when the assailants departed he was able to make his way to the church, though he was so exhausted from suffering and exposure that his life was saved with great difficulty. When he was able to examine the ruins of his home, where he found the charred remains of his wife, sons, and relatives, he was so overcome with grief that tears rolled down his cheeks. Eyjolf Thorsteinsson and his associates hastened from the scene of their vile deed to Holar, where Bishop Heinrich received them with open arms and immediately absolved them. Here they also met Hrafn Oddsson, who now openly joined them and became their leader. As soon as the incendiaries learned that Gizur was still alive, they took steps to protect themselves, but he pursued them relentlessly. Many were captured and put to death. Before a year had passed, 12 had been slain, among others 2 of their principal leaders, Kolbein Kron and Rani Krodranson. Eyjolf himself and 15 of his associates were outlawed by the Althing. Bishop Heinrich sought to shield the incendiaries by placing Gizur under the ban of the Church, which made it necessary for him to move to southern Iceland. When the rumours of these happenings reached Norway, Bishop Sigvard, accompanied by Sigurd Silkaga, the king's personal representative, was dispatched to Iceland. Gizur was summoned to Norway by King Hakon. He sailed from Ajurar in August 1254, and after placing Odd Thorarinsson over Skaga Fjord district and committing to him his case against the incendiaries, Gizur was well received by the king, but had to remain in Norway like his rival Thord Kakali. The king sent instead his treasurer Ivar Inglason to promote his interests in Iceland. Odd Thorarinsson, Gizur's friend, was welcomed by the people of Skagafjord, and he undertook at once to execute the decree of the Althing against the outlawed incendiaries. He seized the cattle of Thorstein Janssen of Fram in Vadsdal, but since he did not observe the legal formality of fair unsathamor, the act had to such an extent the character of robbery that Bishop Heinrich, who was still shielding his outlawed friends, excommunicated him. In revenge for this act, Odd arrested the bishop and incarcerated him in a stronghold which had been erected by Kolbein Ungi. But the prelate was soon liberated, as it was evident that he could not long be kept a prisoner. Word had already been sent to Hrafn Oddsson and Eyjolf Thorsteinsson, the bishop's chief supporters, who, with the aid of Sturla Thordsson and Thorgil Skardi, raised an army of 1,000 men and invaded the Skagafjord district, only to find that Bishop Heinrich had already been set at liberty. That this expedition did not express any unity of sentiment among the chieftains who took part in it was quite evident. Eyjolf and Hafrun, the leaders of the incendiaries, could hope for no real friendship from Sturla Thordsson, whose son-in-law had been slain at Flugumyr. Thorgil Skardi so hated Hrafn that even before the expedition ended they engaged in a bitter quarrel in which Thorgils was supported by Sturla, to whom he was bound by secret agreement. Shortly after this expedition, Odd Thorarinsson renewed his attack on the incendiaries, but he was captured by Eyjolf and Hrafn and put to death. His brother Thorvard Thorarisson appealed to Thorgil Skardi to aid him in avenging his brother's death. To this he agreed on the condition that the district of the Skagafjord should be ceded to him. Sturla Thordsson was also persuaded to join them, and Abbot Brand Janssen expressed his cordial sympathy with the undertaking. The 3 chieftains gathered an army and marched into the Skagafjord district, where they met Hrafn and Eyjolf and defeated them at the Vera in Litla after a sharp engagement. Hrafn fled, and Eyjolf fell with many of his men. At first Bishop Heinrich showed his sympathy with the defeated leaders of the incendiaries by excommunicating Thorvard and Thorgils, but he finally granted them absolution, becoming very friendly with Thorgils, who earnestly championed the king's cause and now held undisputed sway in the whole district of the Skaga fjord. During these events, Bishop Sigvard and the king's representative, Ivar Inglisson, remained at Skalholt without taking any part in political affairs. In the spring of 1256, Ivar went to the Skagafjord district, where the people were assembled in a general thing. Both Bishop Heinrich and Thorgils gave him hearty support when he presented the king's request for the payment of taxes to the crown. The people of the whole northern quarter were persuaded to grant the request and to pledge the king their submission. The success thus achieved in the negotiations was chiefly due to the influence of Bishop Heinrich, who had always been a faithful supporter of the royal cause. This prelate had shown himself intensely partisan and unscrupulous as to the means used for reaching desired ends, but he was a tower of strength and aimed steadily at achieving definite results in the strife and turmoil of Icelandic political life. Now that the people of his diocese had finally acknowledged the king's supremacy, he must have regarded his real mission in Iceland as ended. In the summer he returned to Norway. The king treated him as a special friend by retaining him at court as a royal councillor on Icelandic affairs. Immediately upon the return of Ivar Inglisson and Bishop Heinrich, King Hakon dispatched Ivar Arnlautsson to Iceland with a message to Thorgils Skardi, whom he appointed governor of the northern quarter. Thorgils treated the people very generously and soon won their loyal attachment. Thord Kakali and Gizur Thorvaldsson remained in Norway, where they were created royal syslumen, or governors of administrative districts. Thord, who was placed over the Skien Sisla in southern Norway, distinguished himself also on a military expedition to Halland in southern Sweden. One evening in the fall, while seated at a banquet with his men, word was brought with him that the king would now permit him to return to Iceland, that he would be made the foremost man, probably royal governor of the whole island. This message caused great rejoicing, and Thord was much elated, but even before the banquet was over he was seized with a fatal illness, from which he died October 11, 1256. In Iceland, Thorgils Skardi's influence continued to grow. Thorleif of Gardar had become his friend, and when Thord Kakali died, no one seemed to have a better claim to the highest position of trust in the island than Thorgils, who was at this time 32 years of age and experienced in everything pertaining to leadership. None of the great chieftains had been so faithfully devoted to the king's cause or had sought more earnestly to promote it. If matters had not taken an unforeseen turn, he might have been made the chief royal representative in Iceland. But this jealous and plotting Thorvard Thorarenson, whom he had aided and befriended, attacked and slew him January 22, 1258. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Union of Norway and Iceland, growing ascendancy of the clergy. The opposition to the king's designs in Iceland was gradually weakened by influences which created a new public opinion. According to medieval thought, royal rule was a divine institution to which all Christians owed submission. The Icelandic state system, which stood as a relic of a pagan past, could find no support in the prevailing ideas of the times. In literature and art, the glorification of royalty was making its advent. In Norway, the Saint Olaf cultus had given kingship a special consecration. Hundreds of pilgrims flocked yearly to Nidaros, and the legends about the miracles wrought at the shrine of the sainted king became favorite popular reading even among the Icelanders. It is noteworthy also that the new King's Mirror, an eloquent panegyric on royalty, written in Norway in the reign of King Hakon Hakansson, was nowhere read with greater interest than in Iceland. The Norwegian kings, who had been the champions of Christianity and the unity of the realm, had become national heroes and the leaders of the people, not least in the opinions of the Icelanders, who glorified their achievements in great historical works. Royal rule could no longer be viewed, even by the chieftains, as an illegitimate encroachment on ancient liberties. To the common people, who had lost their freedom and were subject to the arbitrary will of the great lords, it could only bring new hope of peace and improved social conditions. The resistance to the growing influence of the king did not at this time spring from patriotic sentiment or conscious national aspirations on the part of the people, but was wholly due to the intense individualism and love of power of the chieftains. But even they had maintained the closest relations with the king. They had never hesitated to bind themselves to him in personal service under oath as Herthmen, Skoltisvinnar, lendermen, and other officials under the crown. Whenever they found it to their own personal advantage, they were ready to barter away their country's independence and assume duties as the king's representatives, and this they could do without incurring any reproach from their fellow countrymen for treasonable acts. After the death of Thordkakali and Thorgils Skardi, the king again appointed Gizur Thorvaldsson his chief representative in Iceland. He created him jarl and placed him over the southern and northern quarters, together with the Bogarsfjord district, undoubtedly with the understanding that he was to act as royal governor of the whole island as soon as the people could be prevailed upon to swear allegiance to the king. Since experience had shown great fickleness on the part of the Icelandic chieftains in their adherence to the royal cause, Thorvald Haviti was appointed special commissioner to accompany him to Iceland, probably for the purpose of observing his conduct. On his arrival, Gizur chose 30 Herthmen and established himself with all the dignity of a jarl, but the people were slow in submitting to his authority. He won the friendship of Sturla Thordsson and Sigvat Berdvarsson, a brother of Thorgils Skardi, by promising them aid against Thorgils' slayer, Thorvard Thoransson. This promise was not fulfilled, but he made Sturla his Lend-Mather, and Ingi-Bjorg, Sturla's daughter, whose husband had lost his life in the bloody wedding of Flugmüyr, was given in marriage to a prominent young chieftain, Thord Thorvardsson of Sauerbur. The wedding was celebrated at Gizur's home, as he still regarded her as his daughter-in-law. It seems, however, that even at this time he was more concerned about his own private affairs than in promoting the king's cause. As reports were received in Norway that he treated the royal interests with indifference and only sought to further his own aims, the king sent Ivar Arnold Jotson and Paul Liensema to Iceland with letters under royal seal requesting the people to submit to the king and pay him taxes. These letters were read at the Althing. Gizur supported the request, at least in a formal way, but it was rejected, and the royal representatives had to return to Norway with nothing accomplished. Under these circumstances, Gizur sought to soften the king's growing displeasure by exhibiting greater zeal for the royal cause. Immediately after the close of the Althing, he assembled a meeting at Thingskelar in Rangarvillar, in the southern quarter, where the people of that district seem to have pledged their allegiance to the crown. But the king remained so distrustful that upon the return of his commissioners he dispatched Halvard Gulsko to Iceland to remind the jarl of his duties. He remained in Iceland over winter and succeeded in bringing about a reconciliation between Thorvard Thorarenson and his opponents. Hrafn Oddsson was placed in charge of the Borgarfjord district, to the great dissatisfaction of Sturla Thordsson, who had attached himself to Gizur in the hope that he could retain control of this district, where he owned a number of estates. It became more and more evident that the Jarl was only seeking his own advantage by secretly trying to harm the king's cause. He assembled the people of the northern districts and told them that the king demanded an enormous indemnity because they had not already submitted to him and had paid him no taxes. He seems even to have hinted that an armed expedition might be sent to Iceland. Many became so alarmed that they offered to pay large sums to avert the threatened danger. When Halvard Gulsko heard of these things, he hastened to assure the people that the king did not intend to oppress them, that he only requested them to pledge him allegiance and to grant him such taxes as they might be able to pay without feeling it as a burden. In return he would improve their laws and grant them other privileges. From this time forth Halvard abandoned all hope of cooperation with Gizur and began active negotiations with his opponents to secure their support at the Althing. The drift of events had placed Sturla Thordsson in a rather embarrassing position. Gizur Thorvaldsson was unpopular, as his new title of Jarl had given general offence. Now that the chieftains understood that the independence of their country was destroyed, they would rather own allegiance to the king than serve Gizur, who had been their own equal. Sturla also felt constrained to support the royal cause, but because of his relations with Gizur he was pushed aside by the king's representative. It was now felt that the fate of Iceland would be decided at the next Althing, and Gizur sought by secret intrigue and diligent propaganda to gather support against Halvard Gulsko and the leaders of the king's party. His final appeal to the people's love of independence was so successful that he appeared at the Althing with an army of 1,440 men, while his opponents had only half that number. But armed conflict does not seem to have been his plan. He undoubtedly felt restrained by the situation of the country and the attitude of the chieftains. With the advice of his adherents, he himself took the initiative and submitted the king's request to the Althing. He spoke earnestly in support of it, declaring that a refusal to accept it would be equivalent to his death warrant. To this appeal the people finally yielded. The Lagretta of the Althing, on behalf of the people, took an oath of allegiance and entered into the following agreement with King Hakon, known as the Gamli Sat Mali 1262. This is the agreement of the people of northern and southern Iceland, that we grant King Hakon and Magnus under oath land, thanes, and eternal taxes, 20 alnar, for every man who pays the tax of Thingvarakop. These taxes are to be collected by the Kepsjorar, brought to the ship and delivered to the royal officials, after which there is to be no further responsibility for them. In consideration hereof, the king is to let us enjoy peace and the Icelandic laws. 6 ships are to sail from Norway to Iceland every summer during the next 2 years. From that time forth this matter shall be arranged in such a way as the king and our best men shall deem most serviceable for the country. Any inheritance which falls to Icelanders in Norway is to be given them, however long it may remain due, as soon as the rightful heirs or their legal representatives appear to claim it. The landdower tax is to be abolished. Icelanders are to have in Norway the most extensive rights which they have ever enjoyed there, and which have been promised them in your letters. You, King Hakon, are also to maintain peace for us, as God may give you strength to do so. The Jarl's authority we will acknowledge so long as he keeps faith with you and peace with us. This agreement we and our descendants will keep in good faith so long as you also faithfully keep it, but we consider ourselves released from all obligations if, in the opinion of the best men, it shall be broken. To this end I place my hand on the Holy Bible and call God to witness that I grant King Hakon and Magnus under oath land, thanes, and eternal taxes according to the conditions here named, and as the written agreement bears testimony. May God so be merciful to me as I keep this oath, unmerciful if I do not. Only the Thingmen of southern and northern Iceland were present at the Althing in 1262, when the oath was taken. The people of the Borgarfjord district took the same pledge at the Thingnesthing, but when Halvard Gulsko, shortly after the adjournment of the Althing, left for Norway, the chieftains of the eastern districts had not been heard from. They yielded, however, to the persuasion of their friends, especially to the advice of the popular Abbot Brand Jansen, who now became Bishop of Holar. At the Althing in 1263 the southern districts east of the Thorjorsa pledged their allegiance, and in 1264 the remaining eastern districts yielded their submission to the king. The agreement by which Iceland was formally brought under Norwegian rule created only a confederate union and did not materially change the status of the Icelandic chieftains. They were now to hold their rights from the king and were forbidden to wage war on each other. But since the Icelandic laws were still in force, the union agreement really involved only an acknowledgment of the king's sovereignty and the payment of a small tribute to the crown. It appears from the Icelandic code, the Jans-book, adopted in 1280, that the taxes to be paid were very moderate, as the 20 alnar vadmal payable by each freeholder for himself and his household, and by unmarried persons who owned property to the value of 1000 unencumbered by debts, included also the old tax of Thingvarakaup. Only one half of the whole sum was to be paid to the king. The other half was to be kept in Iceland for the payment of the usual taxes. To the common people the union with Norway brought the distinct advantage of the termination of the bloody conflicts in which they had been forced to take part. Peace was established, and the conviction that henceforth the government would safeguard life and property must have created a new sense of security and well-being. Freedom from lawless terror, established by the altered relation to the mother country, must have been welcomed by the people in general as a new freedom rather than as foreign oppression. But whatever advantages the union with Norway might bring, it produced no new era of development. Intellectual life continued to flourish, and numerous literary works were written, but a distinct decline in the quality of literary production becomes noticeable, especially towards the close of the 13th century. The old vigor and originality was dwindling as the growing Christian medieval time spirit, which was only strengthened through a closer relation with Norway, was fostering a love for legends and chivalric romances, which encouraged a copying and translation rather than creative production and original scholarship. Trade and economic conditions continued as before, without any distinct manifestation either of progress or decline. The destructive civil wars of the Sturlung period had undoubtedly done much to weaken the people's strength, and had hampered somewhat their intercourse with foreign lands, but the more peaceful era inaugurated by the union with Norway brought no perceptible change in prevailing conditions. Some scholars have considered the provision in the union agreement that 6 ships should be sent to Iceland every year as evidence that the commerce with Iceland at this time was declining, but K. Maurer has shown that this conclusion is erroneous. For various reasons few ships would arrive in Iceland during some years, but the same happened also during the most vigorous period of Icelandic national life, as in 1187 and 1219, when Icelandic annals record that no ships arrived in Iceland. Various national disasters also occurred at this time. In 1258 a contagious disease in the district of Midfjord carried away 400 people. In 1233 and again in 1261, great ice floes beleaguered all the coasts of the island so densely that they did not disappear during the whole summer, and it is quite certain that now, as on later occasions, this severity of climate must have caused famine and extreme suffering. But the same had happened at intervals during all previous Icelandic history. There is no evidence at this time of any distinct depression in the public spirit, but the general decadence which fell upon the whole north during the later Middle Ages was nevertheless approaching also in Iceland. The old spirit of maritime enterprise was dying out among the Icelanders, as among all the Scandinavian peoples. No progress was made in trade or shipbuilding, and the Hanseatic merchants had already made their appearance as competitors for the control of Scandinavian commerce. The only event which still reflects some of the old spirit of daring and enterprise at sea was the finding of a new land west of Iceland in 1285 by the priest Ethelbrand Egilsson and his brother Thorvald. The new land was called Nyland, Terra Nova, sometimes also Dinjar, but its location is not given. The discovery must have attracted considerable attention since it is recorded in the Icelandic annals. In 1289, King Eric Magnusson sent a navigator, Hrolf, or Landa Hrolf, to seek the new land, which may have been Newfoundland or the coast of North America. He went to Iceland and sought to persuade sailors to join his expedition, but with what success is not recorded. The only thing known about his later career is that he died in 1295. The leading writer in Iceland at this time was Sturla Thordsson, second only to Snorri himself as historian. Hrafn Oddsson's appointment as governor of the Borgarfjord district had made him so dissatisfied that against his better judgment he was persuaded by his son Snorri, a violent youth, to join him in an expedition against Hrafn. This proved a failure, as he had predicted. Snorri was captured, and Sturla himself was forced to leave Iceland 1263. He went to Norway with some misgiving, fearing that he might be made to feel the king's severest displeasure, since he had always been a strong supporter of Icelandic independence. But he was somewhat cheered up by the news that at this time King Hakon was absent on an expedition to Scotland, and that his son Magnus was ruling as viceroy, assisted by Gaut of Melly, who had always been a friend of the Sturlungs. When he arrived in Bergen, Gaut invited him to be his guest. He was told that his enemies had slandered him, but Gaut promised to do what he could to have him received at court. As soon as he found an opportunity, he presented Sturla to King Magnus as a noted Icelandic skald, but the king would not receive him. Gaut renewed the attempt the following day, and finally persuaded the king to accept him as a member of the crew of a ship which was to carry the king and queen southward along the coast. On the voyage he soon won favor among the sailors by his skill in story-telling. The queen's attention was attracted to him, and whenever they lay at anchor during periods of calm weather, he was invited to entertain the royal pair with his stories. The queen was especially well pleased. Even the king's ill will disappeared after Sturla had been permitted to recite a song which he had composed in his honour. One evening the king called him, filled a goblet of wine, brought it to his lips, and gave it to Sturla, saying, "Wine one shall drink to a friend." "God be praised that it is so," said Sturla. "So it shall be," said the king, "and now you may recite also the song which you have made about my father." Sturla did so, and when he closed it was praised by all, especially by the queen. "I believe you can sing better than the Pope," said the king. He now entered into conversation with Sturla, asked him the reason for his coming to Norway, and was told of his conflict with Hrafn Oddsson in Iceland. "I have now heard your songs," said the king, "and know that you are a great skald. This I will now reward by asking you to remain with me in peace and friendship. When my father returns you will have to settle your affairs with him, but I shall use my influence in your behalf." The king became very attached to Sturla, and often sought his advice, especially in Icelandic affairs. Not only was he made Herth Mather and Skald Tilsvein, and employed as royal historiographer to write the history of King Hakon Hakansson as well as of King Magnus' own reign, but he also aided the king in preparing a new code of laws for Iceland. On his return home he was appointed to the important office of lawman. During the first years following the establishment of the Union, conditions in Iceland remained quite unchanged. The Guthors were still in the hands of the leading chieftains. Gizur, who was to exercise the highest authority as Jarl, was unpopular, and his power was very limited. Royal commissioners were sent to Iceland to exercise control with or without his consent, and he had to share his nominal authority with the powerful Adalir chieftains of southern Iceland. Hrafn Oddsson of the Bogarfjord district in Orm Ormason of eastern Iceland. The king regarded him with suspicion. The chieftains hated him because of his rank and title. Opposition and difficulties confronted him everywhere. Even his own character and previous record rendered him unfit to maintain peace and order, which was his principal official duty. He was unable to see the need of any change in the general regime, and the last chapter of his stormy life formed a fitting close to the drama of bloody feuds in which he had played so conspicuous a part. Shortly after the meeting of the Althing in 1264, while visiting in southern Iceland, he was suddenly attacked by Thord Andrason, the head of the Adavorjar family. With great difficulty he escaped from his assailants, and after gathering an army of 750 men, he cruelly ravaged the Rangavalla district where the Adavorjar chieftains were dwelling. This summary vengeance seemed to make him feel that the score was quit. He invited Thord and his brothers to a peace conference, but when they came he pursued his usual tactics and made them prisoners. They were disarmed and condemned to death, but the pleadings of his own men finally moved him to spare the lives of all except Thord, who was executed. Such treachery and violence could only make him still more unpopular. At last the people's hatred and opposition grew so intense that he resolved to retire and enter a monastery. He had already made an agreement with Bishop Jorund of Holar to take the monastic vow of the order of St. Augustine, but he died January 12, 1268, before the final arrangements could be consummated. His estate, Stad at Rhenines, he gave to the church with the understanding that a monastery should be erected there. This condition was finally fulfilled in 1296, when the cloister for nuns at Rhenines and the monastery at Mudveller were founded by Bishop Jorund of Holar. After Gizur's death no new jarl was appointed, and for a time there was no real head of Icelandic affairs. In 1267 Ormason and Thorvard Thoransson went to Norway, Hrafn Oddsson following in 1268. Both Hrafn and Orm seem to have aspired to succeed Gizur, but the king found it advisable not to elevate another chieftain to the rank of jarl, as the title had been very unpopular. After some delay, and probably with the advice of Sturla Thordsson, he gave both rank as hearthmen and placed them in charge of Icelandic affairs with no other title than that of Valsmedr, or royal magistrate. Hrafn was to govern the western and Orm the eastern districts. Hrafn assumed the duties of his office, but Orm was drowned shortly after his appointment, probably on the homeward voyage. It was quite evident that peaceful conditions could not be maintained in Iceland without important changes in the framework of government and a careful revision of the antiquated system of jurisprudence. King Magnus Lagabøter, who was devoting special attention to the framing of a new code of laws for his kingdom, considered it necessary to bring the Icelandic administration into closer harmony with that of Norway. The stipulation in the Gamli Sáttmáli, or Act of Union, that the Icelanders should keep their own laws was wholly ignored, and Magnus undertook to frame a new code of laws for Iceland based on those of Norway, a work in which he was assisted by Sturla Thordsson. The new code, the Jarnsitha, erroneously called Hakanarbók, was brought to Iceland in 1271 by Sturla, accompanied by the king's herd mather, Eindride Búngull. The code was a hasty compilation of Norwegian laws containing many provisions wholly unsuited to conditions in Iceland, while important chapters of the Icelandic code seem to have been overlooked. Because of these defects and the great changes in the system of government which it would entail, the people strenuously resisted its adoption. Some of the most important parts of the code were nevertheless sanctioned already in 1271, as the Þingfararbókr, or Constitution of the Thing, the Þingildi, or laws governing the payment of fines to the king in cases of murder of freemen, and a part of the Arfekbókr, or laws about inheritance. The remaining portions of the code received sanction in 1272 and 1273. The introduction of this code wrought a fundamental change in the Icelandic constitution and jurisprudence. Norwegian law had been substituted for the old Icelandic code, the Grákis, the Gorthorth, were abolished, so also the characteristic features of the Althing, the Fjord Bungdosmar, the Firm Tor Domer, and the office of Lagsogumothur. The Thing system was reorganized according to Norwegian pattern. The Voldsmather should choose a certain number of men from each Thing district, 140 in all, to constitute the Thing, and from these the lawmen should select 3 from each Thing district, in all 36, to sit in the Lagretta. Instead of the Logsogumorthur, there should be a lawman. After 1277, 2 lawmen, as in Norway. Royal officials and representatives of the crown should preside over the Althing and take part in its decisions. The judicial powers were lodged in the Lagretta. The legislative functions should be exercised by the Althing and the king conjointly. Both the Thing and the crown might take the initiative in legislation. As the king now acted as lawgiver, the legislative functions of the Thing were greatly reduced, and it became principally a judicial tribunal like the Norwegian lagthings. The laws were no longer recited from the Mount of Laws, and as the Althing now consisted of chosen representatives who were soon further reduced in number, it lost its popular character. As the general public ceased to attend its sessions, its significance as a center of national and social life disappeared. It may have been the many faults of the Jarnasitha which led King Magnus Lagabøter to prepare a new code for Iceland, the Young's Book, which was brought to Iceland in 1280 by the lawman Jan Einarsson and the royal commissioner Lodin Lepp. It is possible that Jan Einarsson, and possibly also Harafin Oddsson and Thorvard Thorinsson, assisted the king in preparing this code, as they were in Norway in the year 1278 to 1279. Harafin Oddsson, who received the title of Royal Merkismather, standard bearer, was now to exercise authority over all Iceland. Some of the provisions in the new code met with opposition, but after much discussion it was adopted in 1281, the revision of the objectionable articles being left to the king's own good will. The new law reduced the number of members of the Althing to 84, and established the title of Syslumather for the royal district magistrates in Iceland. It adhered as closely as possible to the new Norwegian laws, the code of Magnus Lagabøter, prepared a few years previous. The work was greatly superior to the Jarnasitha. It proved to be very satisfactory, and remained in force till in the 19th century. These new codes wrought a fundamental change in the conception of positive law, as well as in legal practice in Iceland. The old court procedure, with its intricacies and formalities, was replaced by the simpler Norwegian system. The king, as ruler and lawgiver, was regarded as the source of justice, and behind the laws now stood the royal authority, ready to execute the decrees of the courts even against the most powerful offenders. Violation of the law was no longer viewed as a private affair to be settled by the offender and the party injured, but as a crime for which the wrongdoer had to answer to the government. The fines to be paid and other punishments to be inflicted were still to be determined by 12 men according to ancient usage. The old punishment of banishment for serious offences was retained, but fines payable to the king were instituted in numerous cases, and capital punishment was to be inflicted for grave crimes like murder, robbery, rape, counterfeiting, forgery, and seduction. Other severe punishments were also established. If one wounds another with a dagger, says the code, the plaintiff shall bring the offender before the Thing, and there the royal magistrate shall take the knife which he used and run it through his hand. Thus shall he purchase the king's peace if he lives, but he himself shall be responsible for the wound, however it may go. But if he who was injured dies from his wound, then his assailant shall be put to death. Any one who slays another, or wounds him, or commits other acts for which he is liable to lost limb or life, shall be seized and bound and brought before the Syslumather by those who are nearest to the scene of the crime and have the first opportunity to do so. The Syslumather shall bring him before the Thing, but the Bender freeholders shall sentence him according to law, after which the Syslumather shall cause him to be punished according to the sentence imposed. There breathes through the Jan's book a stern spirit of legal justice, well suited to inspire a wholesome respect for law and government. But care had been taken by the lawgiver to guard against hasty action and undue harshness in the treatment of wrongdoers. In a chapter about legal decisions, he advises the judges to consider carefully truth, justice, patience, and mercy, in order that their decisions may not bear the marks of cruelty and hatred. For we are to hate evil deeds, he concludes, but love men by natural instinct as our fellow Christians, but most of all their souls. The first lawmen appointed under the new laws were Sturla Thordsson and Jan Einarsson. The first royal magistrates who received the title of Syslumathur were Hrafn Oddsson in western Iceland, Thorvard Thorensson for the southern and eastern districts, and Asgrim Thorsteinsson in the southwestern districts. Others may have been appointed, but their names are not known. In 1279 Hrafn Oddsson became royal Merkismather, with authority over all Iceland, as already noted. At this time important changes also took place in the Icelandic Church. For some time the bishops in Iceland had been Norwegian ecclesiastics, but in the latter part of Hakon Magnusson's reign the Icelander Brand Jansen became Bishop of Holar, and when he died a year later his countryman Jorund Thorsteinsson succeeded him in 1267 after a long vacancy in the office. As the Norwegian-born Bishop Sigurd of Schalkolt was now so old and feeble that he could no longer perform his official duties, Bishop Jorund assumed supervision also over the Skalholt diocese by placing the popular priest Arni Thorlaksson in charge of it. Arni, who was a relative of Gizur Thorvaldsson of the powerful Haukdólir family, had early distinguished himself by studious habits and brilliant intellectual gifts. In 1262 he had accompanied Brand Jansen to Norway, where he became acquainted with King Hakon Hakansson, as well as with his son Magnus, with whom he formed an intimate and lasting friendship. When Bishop Sigurd died in 1268, the diocese petitioned Archbishop Jan of Nidaros to appoint Arni as his successor, but the archbishop ignored the request and chose instead a Norwegian priest, Thorleif, evidently because he wished to continue the practice of placing Norwegian ecclesiastics over the Icelandic dioceses. As Thorleif died shortly after his election, the archbishop was prevailed upon, probably by King Magnus himself, to elect Arni, who was consecrated bishop June 21, 1269. Upon his return to Iceland, Bishop Arni, assisted by Bishop Jorund of Holar, summoned the people of his diocese to a general council at Skolholt, where he proposed several measures of reform, among others that the churches should be made ecclesiastical property under the control of the bishops. As nearly all churches in Iceland were privately owned, this would involve a change in property rights to which the people would not readily consent. The able and popular Bishop Thorlak Thorhalsson had failed in a like attempt, but circumstances were now more favorable since the king's assistance could be invoked. Arni pursued his course with great energy. With threats of ban and excommunication, he so intimidated the lesser landowners that they suffered the smaller churches to pass under ecclesiastical control. But the chieftains who owned the larger churches resolutely resisted. This was especially the case with the churches of Adi and Hitartal, two of the largest in Iceland. Their owners refused to surrender them, but the bishop caused a decree of transfer to be promulgated at the Althing, threatening the owners with the ban if they resisted. Led by Hrafn Oddsson, the chieftains appealed to the king, claiming that he would not sanction such arbitrary confiscation of property and the use of the ban. Arni wrote both to the archbishop and the king, described his difficult position, and pleaded for aid. The archbishop encouraged him to persevere in his efforts until the desired reforms could be carried through. The king also promised him protection if he would work for the adoption of the new code, the Yarn of Tha, which had just been brought to Iceland. Arni earnestly supported the king in all matters which did not infringe on the authority of the Church, and the adoption of the new code was largely due to his efforts. In 1273 King Magnus summoned a council to meet in Bergen to consider a new code of church laws proposed by Archbishop Jan of Nardaros, and to deal with other questions touching the relation between church and state. At this council Bishop Arni, Hrafn Oddsson, and the Icelandic chieftains also appeared. In the trial of their case the king was inclined to favor the chieftains, but the archbishop rendered a decision in Arni's favor. His victory was so complete that upon his return home he began to prepare a new code of church laws for Iceland based on principles suggested to him by Archbishop Jan. The code was adopted at the Althing in 1275 with the understanding that it was later to be ratified by the king and the archbishop. Bishop Arni's popularity and his successful management of church affairs soon made him so influential that he was able to exercise the authority of the church with the greatest vigor. The rule respecting celibacy of the clergy was so rigorously enforced that even subdeacons who had been married for many years and had several children were compelled to separate from their wives. With like energy he preached the crusade to the Holy Land which had been urged at the Council of Bergen. People were prevailed upon to pay an extra tax of 1 old vadmal a year for the period of 6 years to defray the expenses of the undertaking. Bishop Jorund of Holar was also encouraged by Arni's example to collect all sorts of dues for the church and to enforce the provisions of the church laws. Bishop Arni gradually assumed the role of ruler in Iceland. In many cases he even opposed the Syslumathur, Thorvard Thorarisson, so that the people at the Althing appealed to the decision of the bishop in purely secular matters contrary to all law. Of these things complaints were made to the king. His power is now so great that your officials can scarcely show the resistance which one should think they would have the courage and heart to do, wrote Thorvard Thorarisson. At the thing this summer Hrafn and the bishop were the leaders, but they were only in moderately good accord. The Logsogumathur should have been lawmen. Sturla was confused and referred most cases to the decision of the bishop or other men as it might be convenient, and the Lagretta rendered us little service. The people were still unfamiliar with the new laws and court procedure. Sturla was getting old, and the aggressive conduct of Bishop Arni helped to make the thing a scene of incompetence and confusion. In 1277 the king sent Einbride Bongul a second time to Iceland as his commissioner, accompanied by the Icelander Nicholas Oddsson. They brought letters addressed both to the Syslumathur and the bishop, forbidding any appeal to the bishop in cases brought before the Althing. The king had already written to the people warning them not to accept any law before he and the archbishop had considered the measure, as the right to alter the laws of the church or any other statute belonged to them alone. The church code given by Bishop Arni was accordingly rejected, and although the king continued to address the bishop by the kindliest terms, the people felt that the royal government was henceforth the supreme authority in the land. This was made especially manifest by the new procedure introduced at this time of summoning people to Norway for trial. The first instance of this odious and oppressive practice grew out of a quarrel between the Syslumathur, Asgrim Thorsteinsson, and a man by the name of Bjorn, reported to the royal commissioner by Bishop Arni. Both were summoned to Norway to plead their case, but when it became evident that the two men had committed no serious wrong, the summons was revoked, and they were allowed to remain at home after renewing their oath of allegiance to the king. The king's officers also travelled about collecting the royal revenues with greater severity than had hitherto been customary. They reproved the people for appealing to the bishop, and in some cases forbade them to pay as large church dues as the bishop had demanded. But since no attempt was made to interfere seriously in affairs properly belonging under the jurisdiction of the church, Bishop Arni continued to be the king's friend and supporter. In 1277, when Eindride Bonegull left Iceland, the Sisklumen, Hrafn Oddsson, and Thorvard Thorarisson, as well as the lawman Sturla Thordsson had sailed for Norway, probably at the request of the king. They were shipwrecked and had to spend the winter in the Faroe Islands, but the following spring they reached their destination. Sturla had to answer to various complaints with regard to his services as lawman. It appeared that in his old age he was too weak and timid to perform properly the duties of his office. On his return to Iceland, he gradually withdrew from political conflicts. In 1283 he resigned his office and retired to the island of Fagri in the Bulgar Fjord, where he died July 30, 1284, at the age of 70 years. The Council of Bergen, which placed the churches of Iceland under ecclesiastic control, proved to be only another abortive attempt to settle the difficult question of the relation between church and state. In Norway, a new controversy arose between the nobility and the clergy upon the death of King Magnus Lagabøter in 1280. The arrogant Archbishop Jan of Nidaros sought to make the church wholly independent of the state. He even attempted to dictate the coronation oath to be taken by King Magnus' successor, but the nobles, acting as a council of regency during the minority of the crown prince, Eric Magnusson, drove the archbishop and two of his leading supporters from the realm. These events could not fail to encourage the Icelandic chieftains in their opposition to the aggressive policy of Bishop Arni. When the question of accepting the new code, the Jans Book, was brought before the Althing, Arni, supported by a strong party led by his nephew Lopt Helgason, objected to various provisions in it and refused to accept it until these should be revised. As this well-organized opposition was strong enough to block the measure, the royal commissioner Loden Lepp sought to win the people's support by picturing the excessive burdens of the titles which the Icelanders had to pay to the church. The stratagem succeeded. The opposition was broken up, and the code was ratified by the Althing against 9 dissenting votes. Lopt and the others who had opposed the ratification were treated as traitors and had to go to Norway to submit their case to the king. This was a severe defeat for Bishop Arni, as the chieftains saw that in Iceland, as in Norway, they could defeat the church party by cooperation and energetic action. Now that they felt sure of support from King Eric and the Council of Regency, they were no longer afraid to join issue with the bishops regarding the question of ownership of churches and church property. The Syslumathur Asgrim Thorsteinsson led the new opposition against the church authorities. He collected the tax of Thingvarakaup from the members of the bishop's own household at Skalholt, in spite of the energetic protest. Lopt was compelled to go to Norway for trial, and the Syslumathur sought to prejudice the king against him. Increased impetus was given the new movement when Hrafn Oddsson in 1283 returned from Norway, where he had supported the Council of Regency in its quarrel with Archbishop Jan. With him came also Erlend Olafsson, who had been appointed lawman. They brought royal letters addressed to the people of Iceland, encouraging them to resist the bishops. All church property which had been unjustly seized was to be returned to the laity, and the church laws, as they had been in King Hakon Hakonsson's time, were to be in force. Bishop Jorund of Holar immediately yielded to these demands, but Bishop Arni resolved to resist to the utmost. He yielded on many minor points, but he would not surrender the principle of freedom from taxation for the clergy and full control of ecclesiastical property by the church. In 1285 to 1286 the quarrel grew so intense that the chieftains threatened Arni with the same fate which had befallen Archbishop Jan in Norway. They would place the property of the bishop's seat under the supervision of laymen, forbid him to make tours of inspection, and outlaw those whom he might make managers of church estates, contrary to instructions contained in the royal letters. These extreme measures were averted only through the hesitation of Hrafn Oddsson and the declaration of Arni that he would await the decision of the king and the archbishop. A change in the attitude of the Norwegian government now gave the bishop some hope of ultimate success. Both the king and the council were anxious to secure a new archbishop after Jan's death in exile in 1282. Strained relations with Denmark and the Hanseatic cities also gave cause for uneasiness and inclined them to favor an adjustment of domestic difficulties. Jarl Alf Erlingsson of Thornburg, who was now the most influential member of the council, even turned to Iceland to secure military aid for the realm. It was decided that for the defense of the kingdom 240 men should be sent from Iceland, together with those who were otherwise bound to the king's service. It was a small assistance, scarcely of more than nominal value, but the Icelanders regarded it as a new burden to be imposed upon them, contrary to the Union agreement, and Hrafn Oddsson vigorously opposed the measure. Bishop Arni supported it, undoubtedly for the purpose of winning the favor of the government. The plan was soon abandoned by the council, but Arni had earned the king's goodwill by his loyal attitude. Lopt Helgason, his nephew, who had now remained in Norway for some time, had also won the king's favor. He had become royal herdmather, and was able to exert great influence in Arni's behalf. When a new archbishop, Einbride, was finally chosen at Nidaros, Bishop Arni took new courage. He revived his claim to all churches and church property, and excommunicated those who, since the beginning of the controversy, had taken possession of any part of it. The people, led by Hrafn Oddsson and the lawman Erlend Olafsson, offered determined resistance. These men, whom the bishop placed in charge of the church estates, were outlawed by the Althing, and Hrafn Oddsson declared those innocent who had been placed under the ban of the church. The bishop retaliated with further excommunications, declaring that both Hrafn and Erlend had fallen under the ban, though he would not excommunicate them. In 1288, two royal commissioners, the king's Stolari, Olaf Ragnarsson, and the Icelander Sigvad Halfdanson, arrived in Iceland. At the Althing, Hrafn expected that they would give him their unqualified support in his controversy with Bishop Arni, but they had been sent to arbitrate the difficulty, and were anxious to bring about a compromise. The Stolari gave the bishop a very friendly letter from the king. When the question about the church property was brought up, he persuaded both parties to submit the controversy to the decision of the king and the archbishop. The men in charge of the estates should remain until the matter had been decided, while those who had been excommunicated should be freed from the ban. In accordance with the request of the king's commissioners, both Hrafn and the bishop agreed to go to Norway in the fall. Before leaving Iceland, Arni received letters from Archbishop Jorund, Einride's successor, confirming Archbishop Jan's decision of 1273 regarding church property, and asserting that Bishop Arni's code of church laws should remain in force in Iceland. Many of the bishop's friends now urged him to remain in Iceland, but he and Hrafn Oddsson sailed to Norway in the fall, as they had agreed. Hrafn sought the king in Bergen, and Arni remained in Nidaros during the winter as the guest of Archbishop Jorund. The first task to which Jorund devoted his attention after receiving the pallium was the punishment of the nobles who had driven his predecessor from his archdiocese. Since Hrafn Oddsson had assisted in the council in its attacks on Archbishop Jan, the two prelates soon agreed on joint action against him. Jorund cited him to trial for wrongs committed against the archbishop, and Arni summoned him to answer for his activities against the church and clergy in Iceland. They called upon Bishop Narfi of Bergen to excommunicate him, a demand which was granted without any protest from the king. Bishop Jorund of Holar was encouraged to travel about in the Skalholt diocese and force the people under threats and intimidations to surrender the church estates, as if the case had already been decided. But the Norwegian nobles, who still directed the policy of the young and weak King Eric Magnusson, persuaded him to retain Bishop Arni in Norway until the case could be finally settled. In the summer of 1289, both he and Hrafn Oddsson had to accompany the king on a military expedition to Denmark. On their return they were summoned to Nidaros for a final hearing of their case. Hrafn was unable to appear, as he was suffering from a wound received in the campaign, from which he died November 22 of the same year. In his absence, the lawman Erlend Olafsson represented the laity in the trial, but Bishop Arne conducted his case so well that the judges were inclined to accept his view. Erlend was obliged to ask for a continuance of the case to avoid an adverse decision. The case was postponed till the following year, when Erlend promised to appear again before the tribunal of the Archbishop of Nidaros. This he later refused to do because Bishop Horund of Holar had been instructed by the archbishop to seize the church property in the Skalholt diocese prior to the decision of the court. Bishop Arne remained in Norway till 1291, when he had to return to his diocese without a final decision in the case about the status of church property in Iceland. The church estates which still remained in the hands of the laity were surrendered to the bishops shortly after Arne's return to Iceland, but this attempt to forestall a final settlement proved to be of little value. In 1292 royal commissioners were sent to Iceland with instructions from the king stating that with regard to churches and church property, the conditions existing prior to the union should be restored, that church estates should be returned to their lay owners. Both bishops resented the royal orders, but the people led by Thorvard Thorarensen seized many estates, and the controversy was renewed. In 1295 Thorvard went to Norway to plead the cause of the people. In his absence, Bishop Arne forced 12 men to surrender in behalf of the people all the churches of the diocese. Thorvard died in Norway, but Gudmund Skaldstekel, who succeeded him as Sislu Mather, came to Iceland with orders from the king summoning the 12 men to Norway to be tried for disobeying royal orders. Bishop Arne accompanied them abroad, and the case was finally settled by a compromise embodied in a royal document of September 13, 1297. It was agreed that all the churches in which the lay people owned a share amounting to at least one half should belong to them without any curtailment of property rights. All other churches should be surrendered to the bishops. Bishop Arne did not return to Iceland. He remained in Norway over winter and died in Bergen in 1298 at the age of 62. The Skalholt diocese remained without bishop till 1304, when his nephew Arne Helgason was finally chosen as his successor. In the bishopric of Holar, the struggle between church and laity was less intense, but of a similar character. Bishop Jorund died in 1313 and was succeeded by Audun Rowdy, a member of the cathedral chapter at Nidaros. Audun, who was a friend of the king and served as his feyrithur, or treasurer, and had been very active in the defense of the city of Nidaros in the wars of 1309. It is stated that he had a daughter, but whether he had been married or lived in concubinage is not known. He was consecrated bishop November 25, 1313, but did not arrive in Iceland till 1315. He was already advanced in years, but he ruled his diocese with great energy and authority, maintained a fine household, and practiced the greatest hospitality. The cathedral church was improved, new buildings were erected at the bishop's seat, and the cathedral school was kept in a high state of efficiency, as he took pains to secure able teachers. But the expenses incurred exceeded the income of the diocese, and he was forced to increase his revenues by augmenting the public burdens. He began to carry through the same system in his diocese which Bishop Arne had sought to introduce in southern Iceland. This created such an ill will that the people addressed a letter of complaint to the king, stating that the foreign bishops had been forced upon the country contrary to ancient usage. The king returned a very kindly answer, saying, "We will in no wise tolerate that such wrong and injustice be done. Therefore we forbid the bishops and learned men to oppress our thanes, contrary to the laws and old usage." But little real benefit came from these fair words, as no steps were taken to curb the power and arbitrary conduct of the bishops. The clergy had established an ascendancy which no existing authority in Iceland could successfully control. Gradually the people sank helplessly under the sway of foreign-born bishops, who, in their efforts to extend their power and increase their revenues, destroyed the people's freedom, exhausted their limited resources, and hastened Iceland's national downfall. End of chapter 10.